The god of thunder delivered a crushing blow to the demon, tearing it apart with bolts of lightning. The defeated enemy lay at his feet. He looked at it with contempt. Wounded in battle, the god of thunder breathed heavily, standing amid clouds of steam and sparks. With his left hand, he pressed his palm tightly against the wound on his shoulder, from which blood was oozing. Through the pain, a thought surfaced in his mind that the enemy was weaker than he had expected. He had expected a longer and more furious battle than this. He slowly walked forward, leaving a trail of blood behind him. People began to appear around him. They surrounded him on all sides. Instead of relief or support, he saw angry glances. They were his allies, but their actions did not show good intentions. He did not understand what they were doing. Paralyzed in place, he watched as one by one, his allies slowly drew their sword. The steel rang out with an alarming echo. Everything seemed unreal. The silence was broken when one of them stepped forward and said that now they were certain of his power. It sounded less like praise and more like a sentence. They declared that they would never allow someone like him to lead 7 influential families. It was a warning steeped in mistrust and fear. For them, his power was a threat to the established order, and they were ready to act to prevent his rise. They came to the unanimous conclusion that what had happened here was sufficient grounds for his sentence. The silence was filled with the weight of the merciless verdict. He felt how his former comrades had turned into judges ready to take his life, and he realized that now he could only count on his own strength. They announced that they did not need a leader, and that his power seemed dangerous and destructive to the foundations of their families. Wanting his immediate death, they closed the circle. He looked at them through the pain and fatigue, not allowing himself to show fear. Inside, he was boiling with rage. But above all else was the thought that they were fools. Deep down, contrary to their assumptions, he had no thirst for power. For him, strength was not a goal. His thoughts were far from ambition and political games. But he could not bear the betrayal and decided to fight. Clutching his sword with his bloodied hand and pressing the other against his wound, the god of thunder gathered all his will into his fist. Suddenly, thunder rumbled around them, and the sky lit up with bright flashes. Electrical discharges rained down, as if the air itself was filled with his anger. Sensing the growing storm, the traitors hastily took up defensive position. Their blades were raised in defense, and their bodies tensed in anticipation of the blow. He let out a loud cry, challenging all the traitors. His words were sharp and decisive, saying that if they had decided to destroy him, let them try. Gathering all his willpower, he directed lightning bolts straight at the traitors. Bright discharges flashed and crashed down with a roar, causing the whole earth to shake. His anger and power were uncontrollable. Now he had become a real storm of destruction. However, suddenly the power he had summoned turned against him. The lightning bolts gathered around him and struck him unexpectedly, piercing his body. The traitors looked at each other in confusion and fear, and the air was filled with tense silence. This unexpected change took everyone by surprise. The god of thunder himself could not understand how it happened, that he accidentally wounded himself. It seemed impossible to him, for he was accustomed to controlling the elements. He felt a strange relief, realizing that he had died by his own hand, and not at the hands of traitors. For the god of thunder, it was almost a consolation. In the end, surrounded by a tight circle of traitors, he collapsed to the ground. His fall became a symbol of his last will and dignity. Shortly after his fall, he was reborn, preparing to begin his 9th life. Each rebirth gave him the opportunity to gain new knowledge and strength. He had just awakened and did not immediately realize that he had been reborn this time. His new body belonged to Mr. Peck, so foreign and unfamiliar. He could not believe what was happening and stared intently at his hands, trying to convince himself of the reality of his rebirth. He still remembered his past. He tried to figure out what year it was, feeling lost in time and space. His new life and new body confused him. Suddenly, he saw the memories of the guy whose body he now inhabited, and considered him pathetic and insignificant. The memory caused an internal conflict. As he got dressed, he realized that only 30 years had passed since his death, although previously the interval between lives had been at least a century. This seemed strange. He immediately understood that those who had betrayed him in his past life were still alive. This realization filled his mind with anxiety and determination to take revenge on them for everything. His anger was so intense that even the mirrors cracked, reflecting the storm raging in his soul. This uncontrollable outburst showed the depth of his resentment and determination. As soon as he gave in to the storm of emotions in his chest, the pain returned suddenly, like a reminder of past events. His soul suffered from the memories. Seeing his reflection in the mirror, he considered his new appearance shameful. The unfamiliar face seemed weak, devoid of the grandeur that his true body once radiated. He knew that the internal damage left by the old owner could not be healed by simple means. This wound was deeper than the flesh and lay at his core. For this reason, the former owner of the body began to slowly drown himself in alcohol and women, trying to drown out the pain that he could not explain or heal. He realized more and more clearly that this guy was leading a miserable and meaningless life. Lost and broken, he hid from reality and cheap pleasures. He knew that if he gave up now, everything would be over, and his revenge would never be fulfilled. This thought burned inside him like a red-hot blade, forcing him to hold on. He also had a severe headache, a consequence of the previous owner of the body's crazy escapades. Alcohol, sleepless nights, and debauchery had left their mark. He returned to the Park family residence, a luxurious place filled with emptiness. Everything here reminded him of a life he had never lived, of laziness and decadence. The servants watched in amazement as he crossed the threshold of the residence. No one expected his return. He usually disappeared for days, lost in endless revelry. All the servants hastily bowed and greeted him, trying to hide their surprise. Their usual evasive tone was replaced by notes of respect. He clearly understood that they all looked at him with contempt, and it was not surprising. Despite their bows and greetings, indifference was evident in their eyes. Passing through to his room, he told a servant that he wanted to be alone today, and that no one should enter. At that moment, he needed solitude to think. Now he decided to end this pitiful existence and take control of his destiny. In the body of Pak Mugen, he was determined to heal himself and his body. Now he began a new life, full of determination and strength. Realizing his mistakes and lessons of the past, he strove for change, ready to fight for his future. He decided to use an ancient technique to summon his inner strength, realizing that only through concentration and connection with himself could he awaken his power. He managed to summon his inner strength, and now he faced a new task, to release the first blocked Kimek. It was an important step on the path. If he restored this channel, he would gain complete control over his power and body. This key stage would allow him to control energy and his will. However, he was unable to restore the channel and soon felt ill. Then he realized that the previous owner of the body was severely deformed. Even the slightest loss of concentration caused a terrifying rebound effect, so strong that it could destroy him. This discovery frightened him greatly. He began to train, trying to master his power, but he could not understand what the previous owner of the body had been doing. The method seemed strange and chaotic. Gradually, he remembered everything the previous owner of the body had been doing, and it turned out that his life had been filled with a lot of training and trials. These memories helped him understand that despite the apparent chaos, behind these actions lay a rigorous and continuous process of self-improvement. He wanted to become stronger at any cost, and it was this desire that turned his life into a continuous struggle and suffering. Now he realized the full depth of the path, and he felt confident that everything would work out, because in his 8th life, he had already managed to get his body in order and gain control over himself. He had to regain full control over his emotions and learn to restrain the storm inside and then channel it into a creative direction. All he had to do was increase his concentration a little, which was what he lacked to fully awaken his power and control over himself. Soon, his brother Muok began to insistently bang on the door, but he did not open it yet. He understood that he needed solitude now and was not ready. However, his brother continued to insistently bang on the door, demanding that he open it. His voice sounded insistent and anxious, reflecting all his impatience. But he thought that it was impossible to open the door now. His inner chaos and weakness were too great. At that moment, he could not fulfill the demands. Muok, upon learning of his brother's return, immediately rushed home. His heart was filled with anxiety and hope at the same time, and he understood that this event would change everything. He ran as fast as he could, rushing home at breakneck speed. With each step, he was getting closer to the place where he could meet his brother again and embrace him. When Muok arrived, the servants confirmed that his brother had indeed returned and was now resting in his room. Important meetings and conversations lay ahead. He was angry with the servants for not informing him immediately of his brother's return. His feelings of irritation were mixed with regret at the lost opportunity to help his brother. Then he decided not to wait and began to knock insistently on the door. He shouted that he had important business with him and that he needed to talk to him urgently. He was burning with desire to see his brother immediately because he had found a way to heal him. This discovery gave him hope, and now it was important not to miss the moment and to help. However, at that very moment, the main character was undergoing the healing process and wanted his brother to just be quiet. He needed silence and peace for this. He couldn't lose his concentration for a second. Even the slightest distraction could destroy the delicate healing process. Everything depended on it. Despite everything, he was glad that he had such a loyal and caring brother in this life. And perhaps this reincarnation was not so bad after all. In his past life, He had seen only bitter betrayal in his soul. Now, however, he had the opportunity to rebuild relationships and gain trust. Now he no longer wanted to die. On the contrary, his soul was filled with a new, strong desire to live. He understood that this life had not been given to him by chance, and that it was an opportunity. But he clearly understood that, in order to survive in such a body, he would have to work hard. The weakness and illnesses left behind by the previous owner could not be overcome immediately. Now he concentrated and tried to restore his meridians, the subtle energy channels through which power flowed. Every step was difficult. He almost succeeded, and the energy slowly began to flow. But he needed a little more strength to recover. He felt how close he was to his goal. As a result, there was a powerful burst of energy. A wave of force burst out, shaking the room. The doors couldn't withstand it, and Muok was thrown back by the blast wave and fell. Muok lay on the floor, stunned, not understanding what had happened. It all happened in an instant, a deafening noise, a blinding burst of energy, and now he was lying there. He jumped to his feet, and without thinking, ran into the room, shouting questions about what had happened. His voice trembled with excitement, and his heart was beating faster. But the main character replied that nothing had happened, as if he hadn't noticed the destruction. Then he looked up, greeted him, and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He also noted that he didn't even remember the last time they had dinner together, and invited his brother to join him. His tone was unexpectedly warm. Mook's eyes filled with tears. He didn't expect such simplicity and warmth after everything that had happened. His heart ached with emotion, and without hiding his feelings, he nodded. They went out into the yard together and sat down at a table in a small gazebo, surrounded by greenery. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, bringing with it a slight feeling of peace. He poured tea for both of them, carefully placing the cups on the table. Steam curled up, filling the air with aroma. This gesture marked the beginning of the restoration of their bond. His brother looked at him with a slight smile that conveyed hope and gratitude. This look spoke more than words. It reflected the deep connection between them. He asked his brother why he looked so happy. There was sincere curiosity in his voice, and he wanted to understand what brought this person joy. His brother replied that it was nothing special. He was just surprised at how much his brother had changed, as if a completely different person was standing in front of him now. He also said that he had found a way to heal his brother and restore his lost strength. The main character replied that there was no need to worry, and that he had already begun to regain his strength on his own. Although it was the first time, he believed that everything would soon return to normal. Then his brother became a little upset, but still said he was happy for him. His voice sounded sincere support, and hoped that his brother would be able to overcome everything. The main character asked his brother not to bother him anymore today. He knew he needed peace and focus to continue restoring his strength. However, his brother did not understand his request, and stopped him when he tried to leave. He could not accept the idea of leaving his brother alone at such an important moment. Then, he returned to the room and continued his practice. Focusing, he immersed himself in the technique, striving to strengthen his inner strength and regain it. A single candle burned in the room, and a soft, subdued light enveloped the space with a warm, soothing glow. It created a calm atmosphere. He thought about what was happening in the Pak family home. Muok told him everything that had happened during his absence. He recounted the events in detail. During his absence, the number of their uncle's henchmen had increased significantly. His power was growing, and his influence was spreading, creating a threat. Their uncle had long dreamed of leading the Pak family. His ambitions grew with each passing day, and his growing army of followers only strengthened his position. Since their uncle was already old, he wanted to appoint his son, Yun Yiong, as his successor. This decision was dictated by the desire to keep power within the family. It was obvious that with the help of his son, the uncle sought to expand his power by absorbing Herrenbone as well. Herrenben was a pirate group that ruled Wenzhou. He understood that they intended to go into battle with the pirate. He also understood that they would not succeed. Then he decided to join the campaign. Realizing the importance of the event and the need to act, he decided not to stay on the sidelines in order to exert personal influence. It became clear to him that the forces of the Beck family were insufficient to take revenge on the 7 supreme families. This realization fueled his determination, because the past demanded retribution. But if he managed to unite the forces of the Paik House with the 10 clans of Cholgan, their power would become unbeatable. The alliance would make revenge a reality. Only in this way, by uniting the houses and clans into a single fist, thinking through alliances and sacrifices for the common goal, would he be able to defeat the 7 supreme families. He decided that he must become strong enough to lead the Park family. This required not only combat skills, but also political cunning. He had to rise to the top, overcoming all obstacles for the sake of power and justice. This required not instant gratification, but long work on himself. He realized that he had a lot of work ahead of him, and that only hard work and constant improvement would help him achieve his goal. The road to the top was long. He had to become stronger. It was not just a choice, but a necessity. Without strength, his ambitions were doomed to failure, so every effort was a step towards that power. Only then would he be able to fully recover. Overcoming difficulties, he believed that he would regain his lost strength and control, because that was the foundation. Now he took out his sword and looked at his reflection in its blade. The metal reflected not only his image, but also the determination, composure, and inner strength that he had to regain in order to fight fate itself. Although he had lived many lives, the sight of the sword still stirred him. Hidden in its cold gleam were memories of bloody battles and victories. He wanted to try out his new sword, to feel the energy and power flow into his hand through the hilt. It was a symbol of his rebirth as a warrior. At that moment, his uncle stood looking at the moon. The moonlight reflected in his eyes, and in that gaze one could see a mixture of intent and a kind of calm anticipation. A servant came to him and reported that young Master Park had been working on his health for a month and was completely absorbed in his training. The main character's uncle was sure that restoring his nephew's strength would not be such a simple matter. He knew that recovery required great effort. It would take more than a month of hard training and procedures to restore Kimek. The uncle was sure that his nephew had a long road ahead of him. He noticed that someone was in his chambers and immediately felt irritated. Quickly, without holding back his emotions, he ordered the uninvited guest to come out. The one who had disturbed his peace slowly emerged from the shadows. The uncle was surprised to recognize his nephew. His face was tense, and his eyes showed confusion. He did not expect to see him in his chambers. The main character bowed to his uncle, showing respect. He asked about his uncle's health, and said that he had heard about his return from the eastern border. The uncle replied that he was fine, but his gaze remained serious and attentive. He wanted to understand how his nephew was doing now. The uncle gently took his nephew's hands, showing him his care and attention. He asked if he was feeling better, if he was in pain, and if he needed anything to ease his discomfort. This was the support he wanted to show. The main character replied that everything was going well, and his recovery was going according to plan. However, his uncle, not reassured, asked him to tell him more about it. He replied that the recovery was not as difficult as it might seem, and that everything was going well. However, he then added that he had something to report. He said that he would like to participate in a mission to eliminate a pirate group. He noted that this could help him not only recover, but also test himself. After listening to his nephew, the uncle said that everything would be as he wished. He understood that participating in the mission was important to his nephew, despite his weakness. They set off and soon found themselves on a ship, ready for their mission. Next to them was Muok's brother, who had also joined the journey. His presence gave strength and confidence, creating an atmosphere of unity. The main character even forgot how long it had been since he had been at sea. The sea horizon, the fresh wind, and the sound of the waves reminded him of the forgotten feelings of freedom and adventure. Muok was also happy to return to the sea, because here you can especially feel the smell of freedom. But deep down, he dreamed of going on a voyage for a different reason. The main character asked his brother if he was afraid of pirates, to which he confidently replied that he was not at all. He considered himself a warrior of the Pack family and was ready to fight. However, something else slipped into his gaze, a slight shadow of anxiety or doubt hidden behind his confident speech. Despite his loud words and courage, the brother suggested that Muok was not afraid of the pirates themselves, but that they might be stronger and more dangerous than expected. He saw it in Muok's eyes. Muok said that recently, pirates had begun to take in refugees who were wandering aimlessly. These people found themselves in a desperate situation. The warriors of the Paik family, led by Mr. Yun Yiong, are trying to resist this new threat. They realize that confronting the pirates is very dangerous. However, the pirates had numerical superiority, which greatly complicated the task of the Park family warriors. Despite their determination and skill, it was not easy. When Muok wanted to continue his story, his brother suddenly told him to be quiet because he had noticed something. A sudden feeling of danger made him fall silent. His brother began to look intently into the distance, scanning the horizon and trying to make out the slightest movements. His eyes caught any signs of danger. Then his brother realized that Haegu's gang was approaching them. His gaze became even more focused, and he instantly assessed the threat posed by their opponents. He began to shout that pirates had attacked the ship, and urged everyone to immediately launch an attack. His voice sounded loud and decisive, mobilizing those around him for battle. The pirates themselves were shouting, and among their cries, a rough, hoarse voice could be heard saying that they needed to have a good time, so that everyone would see that this was the work of Haribon. The pirates planned to destroy anyone who stood in their way. Their goal was simple: to wipe out all resistance, take everything of value, and leave. Muok believed that these scoundrels from Haegu had completely lost their fear. They no longer hid, but acted openly and boldly, as if everything was permitted to them. The main character decided to stop those pirates before it was too late. He understood that every minute could cost the lives of innocent people. Muok also wanted to join his brother and fight those pirates. He couldn't stand aside while his loved ones were risking their lives. However, his brother told Muok that he could handle it himself and that it was better to stay safe. He didn't want to put him in danger and was confident that he could protect everyone. Many people, seeing the approaching pirates, began to call for help. The pirates behaved like real barbarians, rude, ruthless, and destructive, exacerbating the chaos. When he raised his sword over a defenseless man, the main character suddenly appeared. His sudden appearance stopped the attacker, who was surprised, but he was instantly destroyed on the spot. The main character's sword flashed in the air, and in the next second, the enemy was already lying lifeless on the ground. All the pirates turned sharply and stared at him. For a moment, a tense atmosphere reigned in their eyes, mixed with surprise, fear, and anger. They couldn't understand who this person was. The stranger had appeared out of nowhere, easily defeated one of them, and now stood before them. The pirates were determined to destroy him and avenge their comrade. They clenched their weapons in their hands, their eyes flashing with rage, and now their goal was clear to everyone. But he feared no one and was ready to fight again. Calmly, without a shadow of doubt, he straightened up, gripped the hilt of his sword, and met the attack with his gaze. The battle began suddenly and fiercely. The pirates rushed into the attack, not expecting such strength from him. He moved swiftly, knowing exactly where to strike. They were destroyed, one after another. Despite their numerical superiority, none of the pirates could withstand his skill. The battle did not last long. He gave no one a chance. His strikes were precise, his movements honed. Everyone who dared to approach him fell in a matter of seconds. Soon, there was no one left around who could fight him. All his opponents were defeated, and the battlefield was plunged into a deathly silence. Those who stood further away could not understand who he was or where he had come from. His sudden appearance remained a mystery, as if he were a ghost who had come out of nowhere. Behind them stood the one who believed that someone interesting to fight had finally appeared. His voice sounded confident, and his gaze expressed a desire to test his strength. It was their commander who told them to get out of his way. His voice sounded authoritative and uncompromised. He was not going to allow any interference and was confident in himself. The commander believed that the main character was indeed quite skilled with a sword. He watched his abilities with interest, recognizing him as a worthy opponent. The main character simply watched silently, showing neither fear nor emotion. His calmness and confidence spoke for themselves, and he was ready for any outcome. The commander shouted loudly that luck was not on the main character's side today, for he was the shark of this sea. His words were confident, as if he were already anticipating victory. Without unnecessary words or demonstrations, the main character immediately proceeded to battle. His movements were quick and precise, and he did not waste time on empty talk. The battle ended as soon as it began. The main character finished off his opponent with one swift blow, leaving everyone amazed by his strength and skill. Everyone present was in complete amazement and fear after the main character's triumphant victory. They were overwhelmed with emotion and could not say anything. He asked them when sharks were allowed to come out of the water onto land. His question caused surprise and confusion among everyone around him. He considered all the remaining pirates unworthy and vile, making no secret of his contempt. In a decisive tone, he loudly declared this to them all. He used his ability to control lightning and sent it down, then said that now they needed to see if God would hear their prayers by sending bright flashes. The entire ship was illuminated by bright flashes of lightning, which created a tense and threatening atmosphere around the vessel. Soon they approached the pirate ship, preparing for the decisive encounter. The tension grew, as the enemy was already very close. One of them announced that they were approaching the pirate ship, and called on everyone to prepare for the capture, warning them not to spare anyone there. The collision occurred, and everyone watched what was happening with bated breath. The atmosphere was tense, and every moment seemed decisive for them. Something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Everything seemed to be in its place, but the feeling of anxiety did not go away. They tried to find the reason, but each time they were met with uncertainty and inner turmoil. Everyone else also couldn't understand why things weren't going as they had planned. It seemed that every step had been calculated, and everything should have worked out as it should. They were very surprised and confused. What was happening did not fit into their idea of how everything should have developed. After all, everything had been thought out. Finally, they understood the terrible truth. The main character had already destroyed everyone. The realization came too late. Shock, confusion, and fear overwhelmed them all. But Yan Huan himself was genuinely happy to see his brother. His face lit up, and there was warmth in his voice. He immediately came closer and asked where he had come from. Then the main character became a little embarrassed, lowered his gaze, and quietly said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. There was nostalgia and a slight sadness in his voice. After such an unexpected victory, they sat down at the table and began to celebrate. The atmosphere gradually became warmer. The tension eased, and the conversation became livelier. Yan Huan beamed with joy and said he was happy that his brother had finally restored his kimek. He raised his cup and shared this joy with his brother and the others. He proudly said that he could see that everything was fine with his brother because he had defeated the enemies single-handedly. His voice sounded admiring and even relieved, but the main character still admitted that he thought the enemies would be stronger. He did not hide that he was preparing for the worst, and even doubted whether he would be able to win. Yan Huan felt ashamed and knew that he was not yet strong enough for the warriors under his command to win. He lowered his eyes and quietly admitted this, but the main character asked him to stop talking like that. He looked at Yan Huan and said that he had seen how hard he had tried and fought to lead them to victory. At that moment, Muok approached and accidentally overheard their conversation. He froze for a moment, not wanting to interrupt, but still took a step forward. His gaze was serious. The main character said that he had come not just as a participant, but as an ally to support the others. He declared that by uniting the power of the Pacang family, they could fight back. Yan Huan acknowledged that the main character had only just regained his strength and expressed his gratitude for his help in battle. He understood how important the support was. He did not know if his brother would have enough strength to finally defeat the Haribon pirates. The main character remained silent and only smiled, hiding his true thoughts and feelings. His smile was calm, but it concealed determination and confidence. At that moment, someone else was standing on the deck, lost in thought. His gaze was focused and pensive, as if he too was trying to comprehend something. Another young man approached him and asked what was making him so angry. This unexpected question interrupted his train of thought, distracting him for a moment. It was Sanjen Pak, a man who couldn't stand the main character. He didn't understand what someone who had only just regained control of his body was doing among them. He replied to Sanjen Pak that he had come to help defeat and subdue the pirates. He made it clear that the main character's goal was a common victory for all of them. Sanjen claimed that the main character was simply jealous of Yan Huan and was trying to prove that he was also worth something. He suspected that his actions were not a sincere desire, but he again defended the main character, reminding him that he had single-handedly destroyed all the enemies today, and saying that this was not a bad achievement for a start. Then he asked Sanjen to just admit that he was angry because he himself wanted to talk to the commander over a glass of rum. It was teasing, but Sanjen was angry and said that he didn't care what they were doing there. He said that he didn't want to participate in conversation and considered such conversations a waste of time. He also said that he didn't care about blood ties and only recognized strength. For him, the real value was power and victory. He added that the only person stronger than him on this ship was Mr. Yan Huang, not the main character. The main character heard all this but remained silent, listening attentively. Sanjen called the main character an upstart, and these words hurt him. Disappointed and unwilling to continue listening, the main character went out to him. When he saw the main character, he was shocked and did not expect such a turn of events. Everything he had heard before was filled with negativity and prejudice. Then, slightly embarrassed by his previous belief in false rumors, he bowed respectfully and greeted the main character. The situation was awkward. The main character calmly said that there was no need to bother with unnecessary formality. His voice was even, devoid of arrogance, but there was strength in it. Then he made it clear that he did not consider himself superior to others. He preferred to be treated the same as the other members of the team and said so. Those who were nearby froze in confusion for a moment. They did not expect such simplicity and openness. His behavior confused everyone. One of the team members, still under the impression of what was happening, admitted that he himself would not have dared to behave so informally with him. But the main character replied that they were just as worthy warriors as he was. That is why, in his opinion, each of them deserved equal treatment. Then he suggested that they drop the formality and treat him like a regular member of the team. He did not seek a special position or any honors. Both stood in silence, not knowing what to say. The hero's words knocked them out of their usual framework and made them think. Before them was an open person. After a pause, one of them smiled, realizing the sincerity and determination of the main character. He replied that they would do exactly as he wished. He introduced himself as Nak Il-ban. The name sounded simple, but it conveyed confidence and strength of character. This was a new stage in their communication. He also said that the big guy's name was Pacang. The name sounded impressive, reflecting the strength and steadfastness of this man. Thus, connections were established. The main character mentally noted that these guys were really in great shape. If the rest of the team maintained the same level, the team should be unbeatable. Nak Il-ban said he would take him to the cabin, where they could meet the rest of their team. The main character did not object, and readily agreed to follow Nak Il-ban. Together with him, he called Muok to join the meeting as well. He also expressed a desire to meet with the warriors of the Paik family, and share with them his experience in fighting pirates. It was about working together for a common goal. Pak Sang-gyun had a hidden dislike for him, and considered him a poser. Despite his outward politeness, he did not trust the main character, and had doubts about him. When they arrived at the location, the main character met all the members of the team. He listened attentively to each of them, showing sincere interest and respect. This allowed him to establish initial contacts and create an atmosphere of trust and unity necessary for the successful joint completion of subsequent tasks. Among the team members were those who were asleep at the time of their arrival. This created a feeling of some disorganization, but the hero did not attach any importance to it. After getting to know the team and inspecting the situation, he decided to rest and went to sleep as well. He understood the importance of restoring his strength before the upcoming trials. In the morning, while Muok was reading a book, he trained on the deck. He honed his skills without being distracted by anything else. It was discipline and perseverance. His brother watched the main character with surprise, amazed by his perseverance and skill in training. He did not expect to see such determination. Noticing his brother's thoughtfulness, the hero turned to Muok, sensing that he wanted to say something. The question was a sign of attention and willingness to listen. Then Muok asked him directly if he really didn't notice anything. At that moment, the main character continued to train silently and smiled. Muok noted that Yun Yiong had doubts about the main character. He pointed out that he was far from the only one who felt distrustful, and that others did too. The main character replied that a gentleman would not be angry if someone on the team did not want to acknowledge his merit. Unity was more important to him. He suggested that perhaps a similar expression had already been found in Muok's book. Muok couldn't hold back and cried out, expressing his resentment on behalf of his brother. His voice was filled with emotional pain and disappointment, showing how important this was to him. He reminded everyone how hard it was for the main character to regain his strength and overcome difficulty. And despite all his efforts, some still doubted him. He put his hand on Muok's shoulder and sincerely thanked him for his concern and empathy. This gesture of support and recognition became an important moment. The main character frankly admitted that the doubts about him were quite understandable and justified, because he himself had once destroyed his reputation with his own hands. Moreover, he had only recently been able to regain his strength after a long period of decline. This explained why many still doubted his abilities. Muok continued to express his thoughts, trying to convey his feelings and doubts, but the main character interrupted him, reminding him that it was not fitting for a warrior of the Pak family to whine. He added that the true strength and dignity of a warrior are manifested not in empty words, but in deeds. One had to prove one's worth and loyalty through action. He admitted that Yun Yiong had not said anything wrong. He understood that Yun Yiong simply wanted to make sure he could rely on him. Doubt was natural. He noted that warriors who are unsure of their own strength behave in this way, showing doubt. Therefore, it is not worth paying too much attention to it. Despite his words, Muok sank back into melancholy. His sadness and doubts were evident in his eyes, like a shadow that was difficult to dispel with words. Then the main character asked what he thought about his plans to gather all the power of the Paik family together in the near future. Muok was genuinely happy if the main character really intended to gather the power of the Paik family. For him, it meant hope for the revival of power and influence. At that moment, Park Sang-gun approached and asked with a serious expression whether the main character really intended to demonstrate his abilities. The main character replied that he was ready to start a fight with Park Sang-gun in any form, whether with a sword or in hand-to-hand combat. It did not matter to him. For Park Sang-gun, it was easier than easy, and he said so with a smirk. Park Sang-gun suddenly began attacking the main character with his fists, delivering quick and powerful blows. Energy and fury filled each of his blows. Muok was afraid for his brother, and shouted loudly for him not to fall. His voice was full of anxiety and concern, as he tried to warn the main character of the danger. Despite Muok's cries, Pacang continued to attack fiercely. His blows rained down one after another without stopping, demonstrating his unyielding determination. However, Muok's concern for his brother was in vain, as the main character had already begun to strike back. He quickly gathered his strength and confidently repelled Pacang's attacks. Pacang had a clear dislike for the main character, which was evident in the fight itself. His blows were full of malice, and every movement reflected tension. Pacang resumed his attack. His movements became faster and more precise, as if every muscle in his body had been trained for combat. He did not hesitate. Meanwhile, the messenger bird, having traveled a long way, reached the pirates. It landed softly on the railing of the old porch, carrying a message. He approached the bird and carefully removed the letter tied to its paw. The paper was slightly damp from the dew, but the seal remained intact. He unfolded it. The old man began to read the letter attentively, his eyes following the lines of neat handwriting. His face gradually clouded over, his wrinkles deepening. Then, without wasting any time, he went deep into the house and reported the contents of the letter to those who needed to know. He understood that the message was important. The chief pirate could not believe what he had heard. His face froze as if he was trying to comprehend it. The words were clear, but his mind refused to accept them. He was angry that the Payak family and their warriors were heading for the eastern border. This decision seemed to him a bold challenge, almost a provocation. He clenched his fists. Pacang was also overcome with anger, not only because of the battle itself, but also because he had once again failed to defeat the main character. His pride had been hurt. The main character himself remained calm. Despite the tension around him, his mind was clear and his heart was calm, like the surface of a lake before a storm. Pacang felt as if he was fighting not a man, but an iron wall. Every blow reverberated in his own bones, but had no effect. Then the main character finally acknowledged that all of Pacang's attacks were powerful and well-aimed blows. He appreciated his opponent's strength and skill. However, he advised Pacang to work on his technique, noting that strength is important, but without accuracy and proper execution, it loses its effectiveness. Pacang was angry at the advice. His pride did not allow him to accept criticism, especially from the main character, whom he considered a rival. He was irritated and offended. Then he completely provoked Pacang, which only increased his anger. His sharp words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing even more irritation. As a result, Pacang collapsed onto the deck with a loud crash, overcome with rage and disappointment. His voice echoed throughout the area. It was a loud and piercing scream. All the soldiers ran out onto the deck, ready and alert, thinking that the pirates of Haribon had arrived. The noise and Pacang's cry alarmed them all. Nak Ilban explained to the soldiers that their fears were unfounded. The pirates of Haribon had not yet appeared, but they were just in time to see what had happened there. Pacang struggled to get up from the ground, each movement causing him pain and effort. His body felt the full weight of the defeat that had just occurred. The main character calmly asked Pacang if he wanted revenge. There was no mockery in his voice, only a sincere invitation to a new battle. Pacang, overcome with anger, replied that the main character would pay for everything. His words sounded like a threat filled with irreconcilable rage and hatred. From that moment on, Pacang decided to fight with all his strength. His heart was filled with a thirst for victory, and his every movement became more decisive. However, Nak Ilban believed that Pacang would lose. He could barely stand and looked exhausted after the previous battle. He found it all ridiculous. Despite Nak Ilban's doubts, Pacang suddenly launched an attack. His movements were sharp and full of rage as he tried to break through his fatigue. But the main character remained indifferent, standing calmly like a rock in the middle of a storm, showing complete control over himself and the situation. Pacang himself ran around him, trying to strike. He looked for a weak spot, made sharp lunges and swift attacks, but the protagonist remained unperturbed. The protagonist simply watched Pacang, not rushing to respond to his attempts. All the warriors were amazed by the calmness and skill of the main character. They watched as he withstood Pacang's onslaught without fuss or unnecessary movements. In the end, Pacang collapsed again. His strength was exhausted, and his rage was replaced by despair. He realized that despite everything, the main character remained an unyielding obstacle. The main character casually encouraged Pacang to attack again. He remained calm as he watched his opponent gather his last strength. Pacang was even angrier, gritting his teeth in pain and humiliation. Despite his exhaustion, he struggled to his feet. His body trembled like a leaf. He screamed at the top of his lungs and lunged forward, furiously attacking attacking the main character. His cry was filled with hatred, pain, and desperate determination. But the main character took the initiative again, smoothly and without unnecessary force, and began to twist Pacang as if deftly twisting him into a ram's horn. Pacang fell again in disgrace, crashing headfirst to the ground. The warriors around him gasped, but no one intervened. He had to show everyone what he was capable of. All the warriors shouted and whistled, expressing their enthusiastic support for the main character. Their approval thundered across the deck. Some clenched their fists in excitement. Pacang himself lay on the deck and cried, feeling the burning shame and bitterness of defeat. Tears ran down his face, mixing with sweat. His pride was broken. He felt as if he had been fighting not a man, but a cold and invulnerable rock. He couldn't even really touch his opponent. In the end, no matter how much he wanted to continue, Pacang admitted defeat and surrendered. His body would not obey him, and his spirit, exhausted by futile attempts, was extinguished. The main character assessed Pacang and acknowledged that his physical form was excellent. However, he noted that for mastery, he needed to improve his agility and technique. He also noted that if Pacang could perfect his technique and find his own style, new horizons of opportunity would open up for him. He admitted that he possessed a great number of fighting techniques and was ready to help Pacang improve his skills. He offered to be his mentor. Pacang silently nodded in response, accepting the offer of help. Without words, he expressed his willingness to learn and improve, realizing that Nak Ilban was right. Nak Ilban then apologized for the team's behavior. He acknowledged that their reaction had been too harsh and hasty, caused by excitement and emotions. The main character replied that it was just a light warm-up, which shocked Pacang. He did not expect that after such a battle, there would be more trials ahead. He addressed everyone, saying that morning was the best time for training. He invited anyone who wanted to join and was happy to help. Nak Ilban bowed and expressed his desire to fight with swords. He showed respect for the main character's skill and a desire to test his strength in battle. The main character gladly accepted Nak Ilban's challenge and was happy to fight him with swords. He saw it as an opportunity to test his skills. One of the warriors shouted at Nak Ilban, urging him not to disgrace himself and not to go into battle. His words sounded impatient and defiant. The main character now had a unique opportunity to win the respect of the Paik warrior family. His skill, calmness, and determination in battle were admirable. Muok understood that his brother was behind all these events and had devised the entire plan. He realized that the fight was only part of a more complex game. Then the fight came to an end. The tension gradually subsided, and the participants in the duel moved away from each other, tired, but with deep respect for their opponents. Muok understood that his brother had started all this to prove that he was worthy of respect and trust. He saw in this desire not just ambition, but something else. He could achieve this and maintain balance, thanks to his strength and mastery of combat techniques. He wanted to maintain his authority by supporting harmony in his affairs. Soon, the warriors began to argue and quarrel among themselves, each striving for the opportunity to fight the main character. They wanted to prove their strength. Watching the heated arguments and the warriors' desire to fight his brother, Muok realized that his brother would indeed be able to win their favor. Then their ship arrived in Tonda, located on the eastern border. This place was strategically important and expected to be heavily guarded. When the main character disembarked from the ship, someone called him by the name Mugun. The voice was familiar and sounded like a reminder of the past and the battles to come. It was Pacang, Mugun's uncle. Mugun approached his uncle Pacang and bowed in respect. He also noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Pacang expressed his joy that his nephew Mugun was healthy and well. Pacang also noted that he had heard how Mugun had managed to defeat an entire pirate ship single-handedly. These words expressed admiration and respect for his strength. Pacang also admitted that he found it hard to believe such stories and asked Mugun not to keep the secret of his rapid recovery and to tell him. However, Mugun believed that it would take a long time to explain, and that it was more important now to focus on discussing the strategy for the battle with the pirates. Everything else could wait. Pacang said that he could see that everything was fine with Mugun, and that he no longer had to worry about his nephew. Mugun had become stronger and was ready for battle. The girls were also surprised when they saw Mugun. They did not expect to see him here, and their eyes expressed a mixture of admiration. His presence aroused keen interest. Mugun himself looked at the girls somewhat confused. His gaze expressed surprise and slight embarrassment. Perhaps he was not used to such attention. One of the girls, noticing Mugun, seemed delighted to see him, and, unable to hide her joy, asked if it was really him. He looked at her silently, not understanding why she was so excited. His gaze expressed slight confusion at her unexpected reaction. The Yun family and the Baek family settled in Wenzhou province as merchants. Their influence and wealth grew thanks to successful trade. Yun Yi-song was the heiress of the Yun family. Now both Mugun and Yun Yi-song had grown up and become mature individuals. They inherited the wealth and experience of their families. It turned out that Yun Yi-san was betrothed to Mugun. Their union symbolized not only the union of two influential families, but also an important step towards strengthening ties. Now Yun Yi-san looked at Mugun again and asked excitedly if it was really him. Her gaze revealed hope and some doubt. He replied confidently that of course it was him. His voice sounded calm, confirming his identity and dispelling all doubts. She looked confused and somewhat lost, as if she had suddenly been hit by a storm of emotions and memories. Her eyes reflected a mixture of surprise. Then she said that now everything was clear to her. Her voice sounded relieved and understanding, as if she had finally found the answers to her questions. She said that she was Miss Yun Ye-song and greeted Mr. Baek Mugun. Due to his overly dissolute lifestyle, the engagement had been broken off. He asked what she was doing there. He was curious about what Yun Yi-song was doing now. At that moment, he was reproached, told that he should have come home immediately to greet everyone and not linger. The voice was insistent. It was his uncle, Mr. Baek Jong-gi, who sternly reminded him that he should have come right away. Mugung was a little taken aback by his uncle's sudden remark. His face showed slight confusion and awkwardness because he did not expect such a stern reception. He bowed and said he was sorry for keeping his uncle waiting. His words expressed respect and recognition of his mistake, a desire to make amends. The other uncle noted that Mugen had not yet fully recovered, expressing concern for his condition. At the same time, Paek Jong-gi said that he looked healthy. Paek Jong-gi also wanted to check whether Mugen's fighting abilities had returned. He watched his nephew closely, assessing his physical condition. When his own son, Yan Huan, arrived, he was very pleased with him. His smile and warm gaze expressed pride and confidence in him. But he was very strict and biased towards Mugen. He praised his son for defeating the pirates, even though Mugen had actually won all the major victories. Yang Huan himself was very modest and said that he was not the one who won the victory. He wanted to emphasize Mugen's merits by refusing to take all the glory for himself. Yang Huan's father said that even though he was tired, he needed to discuss military strategy as soon as possible in order to finally destroy the enemy. He did not listen to him. At the same time, he gloated over Mugun, showing hidden dissatisfaction and rivalry. Mugun had not recovered, but decided to take part in the mission anyway. Mugun himself understood that his uncle could not even hide his malice. He clearly felt the hostility and ill will emanating from him. He hoped that Muok did not notice all the malice and hidden emotions of his uncle. Deep down, he tried to remain calm, but inside, his feelings were in turmoil. However, Muok surprised him by calmly saying that everything was fine. His composure showed that he had noticed the hidden anger, but did not attach any importance to it. He also said that soon, everyone would see how strong his brother Mugen was. These words sounded confident and proud, emphasizing his belief. Mugun smiled and thanked his brother, realizing that he was right. Confidence and support arose in his heart, strengthening his determination to move forward. In the evening, Muok sat down to read a book again. He was very curious and absorbed new knowledge. For him, it was not just an activity, but a way to better understand the world. When Mugen arrived, he said that Muok had done well today. However, Muok thought that there was nothing special about it and was not impressed. Mugen told his brother that he already knew what had been discussed at the meeting, thanks to Muok's notes. This showed his trust in his brother and the value of the information. Mugen did not understand how Muok managed to gather all this information on his own. His surprise and admiration reflected his deep respect for his brother's work. However, Muok explained sheepishly that he simply listened to what people were saying and selected the most important information. He was good at focusing on the essentials. But then Muok confessed that he had learned all the information from the Yin family. This confession showed how important their connections and trust between families were. He apologized to Mugen and explained that he just wanted to help him. His words were sincere, expressing his desire to support his brother and contribute. But Mugen believed that there was no need to apologize because he had done a good job. He admitted that he knew very well how difficult it was to get information from merchants. He expressed his admiration for how skillfully Muok did it. These words were a recognition of his brother's skill and persistence in gathering important information. He also said that everything that had happened to the Yun family was in the past, and therefore not worth worrying about. He urged them to focus on the present and the future. Yun Ye-song listened to the conversation outside the door and thought that he did not have the makings of a great warrior, but he possessed intelligence and inner strength. Mugun praised his brother, noting that the information he had gathered allowed them to determine the location of enemy ships and emphasized that this was very important. All the information obtained from books and other people was collected and organized by him into his own information network. This approach allowed him to analyze data effectively and make quick decisions, which made him an indispensable assistant in preparing for battles. Muok possessed a sharp intellect and all the makings of a master. He was already capable of doing what the best scouts of Marima did. Mugen had high hopes for his brother and decided to entrust him with an important task. He believed that Muok would cope with the responsibility and prove his worth. Mugen asked his brother about his strategy for fighting pirates. Mugen wanted to know his brother's personal opinion, not just a plan of action, but his vision of the situation. Muok explained the essence of the situation. They were outnumbered by the enemy, so it was necessary to send reconnaissance ships to gather information about their movements. The goal was to identify their movement patterns and main routes, so that, after receiving accurate data, they could organize an attack. Mugen was very pleased with his plan. Muok's proposal proved to be correct, and at the meeting, his conclusions were unanimously confirmed, and that tactic was adopted. Mugen praised Muok for his correct decision. He noted that this strategy was indeed appropriate, and that, in essence, they would now only be repeating what had already been done many times before. Throughout all the battles, it was mainly civilians who suffered, becoming innocent victims of the conflicts. Their fates remained in the shadow of the great battles. He wanted to find a way to protect civilians and minimize their suffering during the fighting, to develop more humane and effective tactics. Then he asked Muok what specific measures needed to be taken to resolve this unpleasant problem as quickly and definitively as possible. Muok thought for a moment, but then confidently replied that he knew what needed to be done to solve the problem. He believed in his brother's strength and suggested something. At that time, on the Heron Islands, they were discussing Mugen, remembering that 3 years ago he had lost some of his power and control over his body, and he should have died. However, Mugen suddenly regained his lost power and control over his body, which turned him into a serious threat to the Heron Islands and pirates. One of those present was angry and did not believe that Mugen could really regain his strength and control over his body, considering it impossible or some kind of deception. He was also informed that the Yun family had convened a council to discuss the fight against pirates in order to develop a joint strategy against the new threat. For the pirate leader, this news was encouraging. The council's formation meant the possibility of effectively fighting them and possibly defeating the Paik family. Mugen liked Muok's plan and saw it as a reasonable and well-thought-out solution that could lead to success in the fight against pirates and protect the inhabitants. Soon, In-ye-san suddenly rushed into the room, interrupting the discussion. Mugen and Muok were surprised by In-ye-san's sudden appearance. They did not expect to see her at that moment, especially in such a hurry. She announced that her family was ready to support the plan proposed by Muok. These words came as unexpected news, as an influential ally was joining the cause. Now Mugen's uncle turned to In-ye-san and asked her to listen to him. His voice sounded calm, but with a note of insistence. He clearly wanted to convey something important. He expressed concern that no one knew when the enemies would decide to strike next, and therefore considered it rash to let the ships leave. However, Yun Yiong interrupted him sharply, reminding him that he was not in command of the fleet. Her tone was confident. She would not allow the decision that had already been made to be questioned. She explained that if the ships left now, they would be able to take up their positions in time. Even a slight delay would lead to losses. She also said that even though he knew that delaying would lead to greater losses, he was still trying to stop her without offering any alternative. She did not hold back her anger. She reminded him that if he had done everything right in advance, this situation would not have happened at all, and he would not be responsible. He became angry, thinking that she had crossed the line and had no right to talk to him like that, let alone turn up her nose at him. His face turned pale with rage. Now Muok was sure that it was Mugen's turn to take matters into his own hands. Yun Ye-san reported that she had done everything according to their orders. She emphasized that all her actions had been precisely coordinated with what had been decided in advance. Mugen reassured In-ye-san, promising to protect her and prevent anyone from harming her. His words instilled confidence and support. At that moment, someone released a dove, which soared into the sky, carrying an important message. The flight attracted the attention of those present, as if it were a harbinger of new events. The person who released the dove sat calmly and continued to go about his business, showing no haste and remaining focused on fishing. The pirate chief asked his assistant if the Paik family's ships had left the port. He was waiting for signals and news to assess the situation. The assistant replied that according to intelligence reports, if the ships were delayed, they would suffer too great a loss. Therefore, the decision was made to set sail without support. The pirate chief laughed, believing that money was more important to his opponents than life itself, and considered their decision risky, but dictated by their own greed. He was sure that such decisions would lead to serious problems, and in his opinion, they were asking for severe punishment and defeat. The pirate leader gave the order to send the Black Dragon ships to intercept them. The crews instantly raised the sails so that the ships could set out and cut through the waves. He was informed that they did not yet know the exact location of the Peck family's fleet. Sending 2 ships at once was too risky, given the uncertainty. His assistant suggested sending a small detachment of 3 volunteers. He agreed to let the newcomers prove themselves and approved the risky plan. He believed that the newcomers would cope with the task. He was confident in their abilities. Initially, the plan was to send a group of disguised fishermen, whose task was to distract the Park family, create a threat, and lure the fleet out of hiding. While the Park family's warriors were busy rescuing the disguised fishermen and distracting the enemy, the pirates intended to take advantage of the situation. The operation was conceived as a clever provocation for a quick and precise attack. Muok already knew their plans in advance. His notes allowed him to foresee the provocation. Mugen entrusted Muok with an important task. Therefore, Mugen remained on land to better control the situation from there. Mugen trusted him completely and had high hopes for the strategy he had developed. He believed that this plan would help them achieve victory. Suddenly, panic broke out on the ship. The crew suspected a pirate attack. Everyone was tense and preparing for battle. Alarm spread throughout the ship. As expected, the pirates were going to rescue the fishermen. It was part of the pirates' cunning plan to use the rescue as bait to gain an advantage. Yan Huang did not understand where Mugen had gone. His absence caused alarm and confusion, as he expected to see his brother nearby at such a crucial moment. Yun Yiong herself was also frightened. She felt anxiety and uncertainty because of the sudden attack. Mugen reassured Yun Yiong, telling her that the number of pirates didn't matter, and that he could handle any situation. His calmness gave her hope. She replied that she wasn't afraid at all, because she was from the Yun family and was ready for anything. Her confidence and determination were inspiring, showing that she would remain steadfast. She hoped that his words were not empty, but true, and that he would indeed overcome any difficulties and protect everyone. He was silent, not knowing what to say. Inside, he was torn between doubt and confidence, but he could not reveal his thoughts. Too much was at stake. Then he laughed, noting that she had changed a lot, and now it was clear that she was from the Yun family. His words sounded ironic and provocative, emphasizing her changes. He added that even if he was just showing off, there was no lie in his words. He really saw the changes and strength in their blood that could not be denied. He assured her that together with his assistants, they would quickly deal with all the problems in the situation, leaving no room for doubt in their abilities. At this time, the captain of the Black Dragon was carefully preparing for the upcoming attack. He ordered the destruction of everyone except the children and women. However, something went wrong, and the captain of the Black Dragon quickly realized that his plan was beginning to fall apart. He urgently needed to reconsider his actions. By this point, the Black Dragon's ship had already been completely destroyed, shattered into pieces. The unexpected defeat took the captain by surprise. The captain could not understand how this was even possible. The sudden destruction of his ship completely destroyed all his expectations and plans. Mugen was able to destroy the ship with a single blow, demonstrating incredible strength and skill in battle, which completely changed the course of the battle. Mugen then noted that this was the enemy's flagship, and expressed his expectation of a serious battle. He was ready to show all his strength and skill. Mugen was confident that all his enemies would perish at his hands. His strength and determination instilled fear in the captain of the enemy ship, who was already beginning to feel uneasy. Suddenly, another man stepped out from among the pirates and told the captain to leave, as he was no match for Mugen. His words emphasized the difference in strength. Mugen himself silently watched what was happening, without interfering in the conversation. His calmness and self-confidence only increased the tension among the pirates. 3 pirates gathered together, ready to fight Mugen, confident in their strength and skills. They prepared for battle, deciding to join forces. At the same time, Mugen hoped that a worthy opponent capable of challenging him had finally appeared. He watched the 3 pirates closely. Pacang and another warrior noticed that only 2 ships had approached. Pacang took it upon himself to deal with the enemies approaching from the right flank. He focused on developing tactics and strategy. The other warrior abruptly joined the battle, declaring that whoever was the first to defeat all opponents would be the winner of the battle. They argued. The enemy threatened Mugen, confident that luck had turned away from him since their encounter. He believed that the outcome of the battle was now predetermined in his favor, but Mugen was not afraid of his opponent's threats and calmly called on him to attack, demonstrating confidence and a complete lack of fear of the upcoming battle. Soon, the opponent did not have time to do anything, as Mugen was already next to him, quickly and decisively closing the distance between them. The opponent was terrified. Yen Huan was puzzled by the disappearance of the pirate, because they themselves had seen them attack the fishermen. His confusion grew because there was no logic in it. He also suspected that the pirates had deceived them by playing on their trust and confusion. He felt that there was a cunning plan behind this disappearance. Muok understood that Yan Huan and the warriors were confused and suspicious because of the sudden disappearance of the pirate. He knew that their confusion was preventing them from understanding the situation. Everything that was happening was part of a carefully thought-out plan. Every move and decision had been calculated in advance to confuse the enemy and then defeat them. Muok was pleased with how events were unfolding. Everything was going according to his calculations and plan. He understood that thanks to his carefully thought-out strategy, they had managed to confuse everyone. Suddenly, something became clear to Yan Huan. He realized the hidden plan of his enemies and understood that their actions were part of a more cunning and complicated game. He suddenly realized that the pirates had attacked the Yun family's fleet. Realizing this, he wanted their ships to turn around immediately and come to the aid of their allies. Yan Huan realized that he had behaved foolishly and fallen for the pirates' tricks. Understanding his mistake, he felt the need to rectify the situation. Suddenly, he noticed the Black Dragon ship, which alarmed him. Muok knew that thanks to the lighthouse signal, they had sent the Payak family's fleet there in advance. According to calculations, the ship should have already arrived and met. He knew it was a good move. Sending the fleet ahead of time allowed them to take the initiative. This step gave them an advantage. The enemy did not understand what was happening. Their ships were caught off guard, and their plans collapsed one after another. The unexpected arrival of the fleet disrupted everything. He did not understand why the soldiers of the Pak family were already there. It threw him off his usual train of thought, and everything was happening too fast. Yan Huang did not understand why they were returning. Everything was going differently than he had expected. He also knew that they could not simply be ignored. Even if their actions seemed strange or incomprehensible, their presence posed a threat. They suddenly rushed into the attack, quickly, smoothly, without hesitation, as if everything had been calculated in advance. Their maneuver was unexpected and swift. The enemy began to retreat. The attack was too powerful and swift to withstand without losses. The enemy ranks were confused, and the commander was in turmoil. But during the retreat, they got stuck in the fishing nets that had been set up. Those that had previously served as simple fishing tools had now become a trap. He immediately realized that this was the work of the Pak warriors. Only they could use the terrain so cunningly and accurately, turning ordinary fishing nets into a trap. He literally cursed and insulted them with his last word. Rage and helplessness overwhelmed him, and the feeling of defeat gnawed at him from within. Magoon appeared before him, and he did not expect such a turn of events. This sudden appearance confused him, depriving him of confidence and the ability to react. Soon, the enemy was completely destroyed by Mugen. His decisive actions and skill in battle left the enemy no chance of escape. Those who were close to him, his brothers, were confused and unable to do anything. The shock and surprise of what had happened paralyzed their bodies and minds. Mugen managed to defeat the enemy in just a few seconds. His lightning-fast and precise actions suppressed the resistance, leaving the enemy no chance. His two brothers were angry with Mugen. They could not accept his swiftness and decisiveness, considering his methods too harsh and cruel. One of the brothers rushed into battle, overcome with anger. The other tried to stop him but was too late. Determination and rage took over, and the brother was far away. He used the technique of the shadow of the gloomy ghost. This quick and stealthy maneuver allowed him to quickly approach his opponent and deliver unexpected blows. He believed that no one could survive his attack. This technique was so powerful and infallible that it left only ashes of his opponents. But for Mugen, these were just words. He saw them as nothing more than bragging and an attempt to intimidate, and did not believe in the invincibility of this technique. When the enemy's technique had no effect, he could not believe his eyes. Everything happened contrary to his expectations, which were that he would destroy him. Soon, Mugen struck him himself. This unexpected and precise attack left the enemy no chance. Mugen's skill completely changed the entire fight. At that moment, the third brother exploded and rushed uncontrollably to destroy Mugen, and anger filled his mind. His will to destroy became insurmountable. Mugen was already prepared for this attack. He had anticipated the third brother's anger and prepared for the final encounter using his experience and cold calculation. Soon, the third brother was also wounded. Despite his fury and impetuosity, he could not avoid Mugen's precise strike. The wound undermined his fighting spirit. He couldn't believe how this was possible. His fury and confidence were shattered by Mugen's unexpected strength and skill. The The wound was fatal. Those who remained on the enemy's side couldn't believe how Mugun had managed to defeat all three brothers. His skill and speed seemed incredible. He thought Mugen was a real monster. His incredible strength, speed, and ruthlessness in battle seemed terrifying to him. For the enemy, Mugen became the embodiment of horror. He tried to escape, thinking it was too early to give up his life. Panic and fear forced him to seek salvation in flight, hoping to avoid imminent death. However, he was immediately caught, and Mugen asked him how far he intended to go. Mugen found it ridiculous that he had decided to abandon his comrades. Such cowardice and betrayal seemed absurd and shameful to him. Yun Yi-san did not understand when exactly Mugen had become so cruel. He had seemed different to her before, more gentle. Now it surprised her. She saw that he had become a different person. There was a determination in his gaze that had not been there before. Mugen had changed, becoming more uncompromising. She even seemed afraid of him. Her inner fear and insecurity were evident in her eyes every time she looked at Mugen. Yan Huan decided that the first priority was to save the fishermen. He understood that their safety was paramount and that any delay could lead to tragedy. Yan Huan believed that thanks to their support and timely action, they had managed to significantly reduce the losses. They had prevented the Red Dragon's attack. They had saved the fishermen, and now they needed to unite and return to the Yun family's ship. Understanding the importance of unity, they sought to avoid further losses. He thought they were lucky to have arrived here faster than them. Thanks to this timely arrival, they were able to avoid serious losses and strengthen their positions. The pirate leader was overcome with rage when he learned of the defeat. His anger was fierce, and he could not come to terms with the unexpected failure and loss of control. His assistant reported that it was surprising that the Black Dragon and the abominable trio had been completely destroyed. This news was unexpected and shocking. This failure seemed incredible and incomprehensible. The defeat of such strong people caused shock and bewilderment in him, and called their honor into question. Now the leader decided to send the Red Dragon there. He was informed that the Red Dragon had been brutally attacked by the Pack family and was completely defeated. He decided to stop and carefully consider the situation, realizing that hasty actions could lead to new defeats. The desire to win remained. His assistant noted that the decision was correct and justified. He emphasized that this choice was in line with the goals and requirements of the situation. In any case, now all they could do was wait, because revenge is a dish best served cold. He was sure that no one would set foot on the islands without his knowledge. After the battle, Mugen noted Ms. Yoon's outstanding abilities and praised her for her determination and strategic thinking. Mugen thanked her for going with him, emphasizing how important her presence was to him. He acknowledged that her support had been invaluable. Lady Yoon felt that there was no need to thank her, as she believed that they were the ones who owed Mugen a debt of gratitude. She believed that she had only done her duty. Mugen was about to ask Lady Yoon for one important thing, and noticing this, she responded willingly. Her face lit up when he spoke. Mugen then asked Ms. Yoon to lend him her ship, as he intended to go to the pirates' main base. She was very surprised by his request. Meanwhile, Yan Huan learned that Mugen had defeated his enemy. The news spread quickly, causing him to feel a mixture of surprise and anxiety. Yun Huan was told about Mugen's victory by Yun Ye-san. She added that he had defeated the enemies and taken hostages. This impressed Yun Huan. Yang Huan was shocked to learn that only 3 people had participated in the battle against the enemies: Baek Sang-gun, Nak Il-ban, and Mugen himself. He found it hard to believe. Yang Huan clearly realized that he himself would not have been able to accomplish such a task. But the 3 warriors, Mugen, Baek Sang-gun, and Nak Il-ban, were able to destroy the Black Dragon. Recovering from his shock, Yan Huan's first question was where Mugen was now. He learned that they had taken the ship's captain hostage and left. In addition, Mugen asked her to convey something to Yan Huan. This message was important and could influence the further development of events. Meanwhile, Mugen was already heading for the enemy base, confidently making his way through the waters. His determination and goal were already crystal clear to everyone. Before leaving, Mugen asked her to convey his words to Yan Huan and his troops immediately upon arrival. He attached great importance to this message. She knew that Mugen was strong and capable of overcoming any difficulty, but she considered his plan dangerous. Despite her confidence in his abilities, he thanked her for her concern, but assured her that the enemies must be stopped as quickly as possible. His words sounded decisive and confident, demonstrating his readiness. As he was leaving, she stopped him, not letting him go without saying anything more. She said that the Yi family would always be on his side, and they would always be ready to support any decision he made. He thanked her for everything, for her support, trust, and willingness to stand by him in the most difficult moments. His words were filled with sincere gratitude. She regretted letting him go and was very worried about his fate. Her thoughts were filled with anxiety because she understood how dangerous the journey ahead would be. She informed Yan Huan that Mugen was heading straight for the pirates' headquarters and asked him to tell them to return to base and be ready for the next move. Muok received a message from his brother and believed that everything had gone exactly as planned. This gave him hope for the successful completion of the mission. The letter said that despite the difficulties, they had managed to destroy the pirate fleet that had been attacking the Yun family's ships and had captured their captain. The island of Haribin, where the pirates' nests were located, was hidden under the cover of the misty veil. This place was carefully concealed from prying eyes. He was going to take a risk and try to infiltrate the island with the help of people who had the ability to see through objects. This plan seemed dangerous. As soon as Yan Huan returned, he and his uncle had to deliver a message telling them to be ready. He asked Muok not to worry and said he believed in him. After reading the letter, Muok thought that he also believed in his brother's strength and success. This strengthened his confidence and gave him the strength to continue the fight. While the ship sailed toward its destination, Mugen trained with Nak Il-ban and Baek Sang-gun. They honed their skills and prepared for the trials ahead. Then Mugen told them that they had trained enough for the day. He emphasized the importance of rest and recovery to conserve their energy. They thanked Mugen for his guidance and support. Their words were filled with respect and gratitude for his inspiration. Mugen then said that he felt peace in his soul, seeing how they were improving. They believed that their success was primarily due to Mugen. Without a doubt, they had definitely become stronger. Joint training and Mugen's guidance had helped them significantly improve their skills and endurance. He believed that even with the pirates' numerical superiority, they would be able to win. His faith in the strength of the team and their preparation was unshakable. The warriors themselves also believed in their strength and in the success of the upcoming battle. Their confidence was reinforced by Mugen's training and guidance. Mugen knew that the two had not yet reached perfection. First, they needed to find the perfect fighting technique for them. Once they mastered it, they would be able to unlock their potential. He told them that they were not afraid and went with him. As a token of gratitude, he promised to help them find techniques that would be ideal for their abilities. They were very happy with this promise. Feeling Mugen's support and confidence, they were excited about the opportunity to gain knowledge. Soon they saw a thick fog and immediately realized that this was the foggy veil that the pirate captain had told them about. They prepared for the trials. They also brought out the captain of that ship and told him that there was business to be done. It was clear to them that he knew the situation better than anyone else and would be able to help them in the future. The captain was ready to fulfill any demands and orders just to save his life. His desire to survive was so strong. The other pirates were shouted at, accused of defeat, and harshly reminded of their losses. They were told that they had lost their entire crew and had fled with their tails between their legs. It was Chang Sa-men who scolded them, accusing them of dishonor. His harsh words sounded like a stern rebuke, reminding them of their duty and responsibility. Because of all these problems, he had to abandon what he had started and turn back. He thought with annoyance that if he had searched a little longer, he would have found what he was looking for. This thought made him feel dissatisfied and regretful about the lost time. Soon, they all saw the signal of the Black Dragon. It was from there that their captain, who had been taken hostage, was calling them. His call was filled with hope and despair, and he seemed to be counting on help. They couldn't believe that he had survived after encountering the warriors of Paec and Mugen. It seemed incredible that after such an encounter, they had all remained alive. He said that he had managed to survive and even escape, but behind him stood Mugen, carefully monitoring his every word and movement so that he would not cry out. He said that he understood and that they were not alone. He had also suffered greatly at the hands of these monsters. The team was heading for the mysterious Veil, a mysterious place. Mugen managed to find a passage to the hidden island through his guide, and he felt relief and joy. There were still many dangers ahead. Then Pacang told Mugen about a pirate from Haegu, dangerous and cruel. Mugen had suspected betrayal from the very beginning, and now his fears were confirmed. He knew that this man would surely betray them. However, Mugen had planned everything in advance. He had anticipated possible betrayal, even before the operation began, and had prepared a backup plan. His actions were precise. The man began to shout when he recognized the ship. He cried out that there were enemies from the Paec family on that ship. He asked them for help and protection. At that moment, as if in response to his cry, the ship was destroyed. The Red Dragon was blown to pieces by a powerful explosion, scattering debris across the water. Magoon and his friends managed to jump out of the ship at the last moment. Thanks to their agility and quick reactions, they avoided death in the explosion. They were shocked by what they saw. The sudden destruction of the ship exceeded all expectations. The debris, fire, and smoke left an impression, forcing them to realize everything. Soon, Mugen was already on their own ship. Despite recent events, he remained calm and focused, knowing that trials awaited them. Mugen gave the order to his comrades to destroy all enemies. The team accepted the order with complete readiness, realizing that the outcome depended on their action. Mugen himself also prepared for battle. He knew that the outcome of the battle depended on every move, and was ready to fight to the end for his team and his goal. The enemies were in shock, and could not believe that the man standing before them was the very same Mugen who had destroyed the Black Dragon. His appearance struck fear into their hearts. Chang Sa-men still did not understand why that captain was at the head of the Red Dragon, as he considered him weak and incapable of leading a team. Chang Sa-men did not consider Mugen a worthy opponent, and was confident of victory. His confidence stemmed from his underestimation of Mugen's strength and skill. He did not consider Mugen a worthy opponent, and was confident of victory. This caused him to underestimate the danger of the upcoming battle. Mugen quickly realized that Chang Sa-men was very strong. His confidence and behavior revealed him to be an experienced and dangerous opponent, so Mugen focused. Chang Sa-men believed that Mugen was not strong enough to defeat the Black Dragon. He doubted the authenticity of Mugen's strength and power. He decided to test how resilient and strong Mugen was, and went on the attack. His goal was to understand how many blows his opponent could withstand. Mugen himself was completely ready for battle. His body tensed, his eyes burned with determination, and every muscle was tense like a coiled spring. The opponent continued to advance, not believing in Mugen's strength. He was struck by the steadfastness and power with which Mugen held his ground, not expecting to encounter such tenacity. Mugen was unstoppable, and his energy and determination were so strong that no obstacle could slow his advance. The opponent began to swing his chains, threatening violence, and promising that Mugen would soon get what he deserved. His movements were quick and decisive. However, Mugen managed to dodge in time, avoiding the blow of the chain. His reaction was quick, and he was able to remain calm, even in the face of danger. Pacang and Nak Ilban asked him to be more careful as they watched. They understood that the enemy was stronger than he appeared, and that they needed to act cautiously. Mugen himself was irritated by the chain. This sinister weapon of his enemy aroused his anger and hostility. He considered them a symbol of meanness. He believed that the enemy was quite skilled, even though he was still a novice in battle. While he was in the air, Mugen had no opportunity to attack. He knew that as soon as he landed, the enemy would be finished. At that moment, Mugen would be unstoppable, and the outcome of the battle would be decided immediately. He did not want to waste much time on the enemy, realizing that a protracted battle could work against him. Mugen was only interested in a quick and effective victory. Mugen decided to test how well his technique had recovered. He concentrated, felt a surge of strength, and prepared for a new attack. Pacang noticed Mugen's determination and watched his every move closely. He understood that this was a very important moment in the battle. Soon, Mugen released a thunderous discharge, his energy exploding with incredible force, blinding and deafening the enemy. This blow was decisive in the battle. The enemy did not even have time to understand what had happened, and the thunderous discharge caught him off guard, leaving him unable to react. The instantaneous blow broke him. All of the enemy's other comrades were also seized with horror. They did not expect such power and determination from Mugen. Now Chang Sa-men lay on the ground, struck down and immobilized by the powerful blow. His condition reflected the seriousness of what was happening here. Nak Ilban could not believe his eyes, and he did not understand how Mugen was able to win without even using a weapon. This skill amazed him. The others also realized that now they had no chance. Their spirit was broken, and their hope for victory was quickly fading. They knew they couldn't win. He fell to his knees and begged for mercy, realizing his powerlessness against Mugen's might. His voice trembled with fear, and his eyes showed despair. Mugen reminded him of the past, and he did not forget those who had once begged for mercy from him, but did not receive it. His gaze and attitude were completely unyielding. The enemy was silent, realizing that his end was inevitable. He felt the full weight of the situation, and the hopelessness of his position before Mugen's power. Mugen reproached him, reminding him of his previous actions and the deaths of innocent people. And now, he suddenly considered his own life more important than the lives of those he had destroyed. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing anyone, and this intention was clear. He acted without pity or hesitation, pursuing his main goal. Enraged, he began to insult Mugen, trying to gain the upper hand in some way. His fury burst out in the form of attacks, but behind this lay only weakness. He was sure he had nothing to lose, and desperately rushed to attack Mugen. Recklessness and fury drove him forward, despite the obvious. Despite his desperate attack, he was wounded. And then Mugen grabbed the book of Chang Sa-men, which was legendary for its ability to help take the soul of an enemy. He understood that this technique was unlikely to be used in battle with demons. However, he was sure that this technique would be useful to his comrades in the future. In the book, he noticed an image with a description of someone descending from the heavens, and at that moment, Mugen realized something. This image awakened a new understanding in him. He understood that this was where the legacy of the divine messengers who came from the heavens lay. This discovery gave him the key to unraveling his destiny. Mugen called Nak Il-ban and Pacang Gen, realizing that they could not delay any longer. Time was running out, and every moment could decide the outcome of the upcoming events. When Mugen left, his comrades worried about him, fearing for his safety. However, Nak Il-ban reassured them, reminding them that they themselves had seen how strong he was. Before leaving, Mugen gave them clear instructions to return to base, and, once there, to take Park's warriors with them so that they could return together. His companions admitted that they did not know the exact location of the pirate's lair, but Mugen calmly replied that he would figure it out himself. He was confident in his abilities. Soon, Mugen found the pirate's lair, hidden in a hard-to-reach and carefully guarded area. His attentiveness helped him. It was an artificial current, created and controlled, which was the source of its cunning and danger. Such a current could be confusing. Everything happened below. The lair was hidden beneath the surface, and it was almost impossible to notice anything from above. It was almost ingenious. Then he took off his clothes to make it easier to move and prepare for the upcoming dive. Without unnecessary weight, he was ready to act quickly. Immediately after that, he jumped into the water, plunging into the cold depths. The water closed over him, hiding his silhouette, and Mugen rushed forward. He did not know exactly where to look for this place, but he did not stop and swam forward, relying on his intuition and inner sense. Everything around him was very dark. Mugen's uncle was very confused when he heard that Mugen had defeated the red and black dragon. The news seemed unbelievable, even frightening. Pacang said he had important business to attend to, so he stayed behind. After they found the road, Mugen told them to go back and bring the ships. Then Muok came out and announced that his brother was preparing for the final battle with the pirates. This news brought a sense of impending doom. The pirates were sure that the foggy veil was impossible to overcome. Now they had an excellent chance to attack their base, because the enemy did not expect it at all. His uncle shouted, saying that he dared not suggest such a thing, considering it unacceptable and dangerous. At the same time, Yan Huan ordered everyone to advance. He began to speak to his son, urging him not to rush into a decision, and strongly advising him to weigh everything carefully before acting. But Yan Huan replied that now was the time to act decisively. After all, his brother had managed to accomplish what they had failed to do for many years. If he said so, then they really needed to move forward without delay. His determination was a signal that there was no time for hesitation. He once again ordered everyone to move out immediately, emphasizing the importance of coordinated and swift action. The team had to be ready for the decisive step. Yang Huan's father was worried about him, feeling anxious and uneasy about the dangers ahead. Despite his determination, his father was afraid of losing him. He said that he had always hoped that Yan Huan would not repeat his mistakes. His words were filled with bitterness and concern, reflecting his desire to protect his son. Muok looked at his uncle in bewilderment, not understanding why he had said that. To him, his uncle's words seemed mysterious and raised questions. By that time, Mugen had already arrived at the appointed place. A mysterious spot hidden from prying eyes, where the next stage was to begin. He surfaced where there was air, to catch his breath and look around. This short respite was necessary. Then Mugen went ashore, feeling solid ground under his feet. He was ready for new challenges, and determined to continue his dangerous journey. Approaching the hidden door, Mugen realized that he had arrived at the right place. His intuition and everything he had learned earlier confirmed that an important stage was beginning here. Behind this door was exactly what he was looking for, the key to the mystery. But no matter how hard he tried to open the door, it remained immovable. The mechanism stubbornly resisted, as if protecting everything hidden inside. The door was like stone, heavy and impenetrable, with a solid surface. It seemed to embody an insurmountable barrier. He realized that the door would not open just like that. Something special was needed to open it. It could be a key, a special mechanism, or a force, and without it, he could not go any further. He applied the heavenly gaze technique, focusing his breath, focusing his attention, and expanding his perception. He tried to see through the surface. Soon he managed to make out the contours of a mysterious silhouette through the door. He thought that this figure was the very key, a mysterious object or creature capable of opening the door and leading to the solution of the mystery of the castle. He continued to look around carefully, trying to catch any details and clues. Every movement of light and wind could be an important detail. He did not understand why the heavenly messenger had hidden his treasure behind 7 locks, like some greedy nobleman. It seemed strange and mysterious. Soon he entered the mysterious room, crossing the threshold. Inside, it was dimly lit, and the mysterious atmosphere intensified the sensations in his body. Then Mugen approached the altar on which the treasures lay. Their glow softly illuminated the dark room, evoking a feeling of awe and respect for them. Mugen saw a golden shield sparkling in the dim light of the hall. The shield radiated powerful energy, as if it held ancient power and secrets. Next to the golden shield stood an elegant box decorated with fine carvings and mysterious symbols. It seemed no less valuable and mysterious. The letter stated that the technique described in the heavenly scroll was incredibly powerful and could not be mastered using conventional martial arts. Nevertheless, Mugen had already proven his worth by passing through the misty veil and opening the cave. There lay the heavenly scroll and a shield made of golden heavenly armor. The papers stated that only the chosen one would be able to master the fighting technique. There was also a note explaining one of the concepts of crystal martial arts. It was created by accumulating energy in the bodies of ancient animals that lived for hundreds or thousands of years and became spiritual objects. These were turtles, carp, and snakes. Mugen believed that these talismans carried more of a mental and intellectual load and were unlikely to be useful to him. But the shield was very useful indeed. He intended to use the shield wisely, understanding that power without reason is dangerous. Mugen decided to combine the power of the artifact with his own techniques. The shield turned out to be surprisingly light, almost weightless in his hand, but it felt so strong that it was impossible to break it in the usual way. Then he decided to test the strength of the heavenly golden armor to make sure of its durability and protective properties. He struck the armor to test its strength. The blow made a ringing sound, but the armor withstood the test and remained without a single scratch. Mugen was pleased with the result and realized that this armor would indeed be useful to him in the upcoming battles. Its strength and lightness inspired confidence. He was fully prepared with his new knowledge and the strength that the heavenly armor and shield gave him. He felt confident in his abilities and his impending victory. He could not have imagined that he would be able to obtain such a powerful artifact. This unexpected gift exceeded all his expectations and opened up new horizons for him. Mugen was sure that his strength would be enough to completely destroy his enemies, and this thought filled him with determination and dispelled all his fears. However, he still had one more task ahead of him, and that was to get out of there. Despite the artifacts he had found, he understood that the way back could be just as difficult. He thought about how best to swim with such a shield. Considering its size and weight, he needed to find a way not to lose maneuverability and speed in the water. The shield unexpectedly wrapped around his arm, like a living ribbon, tightly gripping it and not letting him easily free himself. This caused mixed feelings in Mugen. Although the shield had wrapped around his arm, it turned out to be quite convenient, and now he could control the artifact more easily and swim without fear of losing it somewhere along the way. Meanwhile, Yan Huan was already sailing toward Mugen on a ship. Soon, one of them noticed a small boat nearby, rocking on the wave. This sign caused tension and hope that the meeting was already close. It turned out to be Mugen. Noticing them, he quickly swam up and deftly jumped aboard the ship. His appearance caused relief and even some excitement. Mugen said that they had arrived just in time. Their support was extremely important at this moment, and it strengthened his confidence that together they would win. Everyone bowed to Mugen and reported that they had arrived at his command. This showed their respect and willingness to follow him everywhere now. He thanked them for their loyalty and willingness to come to his aid and follow him, realizing how important their support would be in the trials ahead. The time had come to put an end to this long struggle. Mugen felt that the decisive moment had come, and it was time to act decisively and without hesitation. The pirate chief asked his assistant if the Red Dragon ship had returned. He understood that the disappearance of this ship could be his downfall. The assistant reported that Chang Sa Men had joined the Red Dragon. The chief mentioned that this was the one who had tried to find the legacy of the divine messengers. The pirate chief believed that there was nothing to worry about, as he was considered the second most powerful man on the pirate islands, after the chief himself. At that very moment, an alarm sounded, and all his warriors began to shout loudly, raising a battle cry and preparing for immediate combat with an unknown enemy. The leader seemed frightened and was clearly not ready for the sudden alarm. This turn of events caught him off guard, and a shadow of doubt flashed across his face. Soon, the leader learned that the forces of the Pack family were advancing. This news increased his anxiety. He understood that the enemy was serious and well prepared. However, the pirates were not ready for battle and were unable to hold back the attack. They began to retreat, fleeing and begging for help and mercy. At that moment, Mugen and his comrades quickly jumped from the ship onto land, ready to engage in battle. They acted decisively and in unison. They instantly ran inside, seeking to take advantageous positions and prepare for the upcoming battle. This allowed them to control the situation. Mugen wanted to move forward and asked his comrades to cover him. He understood the importance of support in order to advance without the risk of being surrounded. The deputy chief was amazed at how they managed to overcome the misty veil. It seemed incredible, as this barrier was considered impassable. The leader sat silently, which was completely unnatural for him. Usually decisive and loud, he now seemed pensive and somewhat anxious. Suddenly, the leader laughed and began to mockingly repeat the assistant's words about how they had managed to penetrate the misty veil after all. Then he said that he was even glad about this turn of events, because everyone was tired of petty skirmishes. Now everything had to be decided. Either he would survive, or they would. He believed that the time had come to put an end to this once and for all. All the long years of confrontation must end in order to start a new chapter. The pirate chief refused to leave his hiding place, despite his assistant's persuasion. The latter suggested leaving immediately, before the warriors of the Pak family arrived. If fate decreed that he would die here, so be it. He would not lay down his arms. He would not retreat because he had devoted his entire life to this mission. And to the one who had killed his warriors, let it cost him his life. But he would take revenge on his enemy. He drove his assistant away, accusing him of cowardice and treason. The chief acted without hesitation. For him, weakness was worse than the enemy. He ran without looking back, his legs carrying him with all their might, his heart pounding in his temples, and panic in his head. He wanted only one thing, to escape pursuit. At that very moment, when his assistant was running away in panic, not daring to look back, Mugen had already jumped inside. His silhouette flashed, and he stood face to face with danger. Mugen was truly brave. He was not afraid of death or the enemy's numerical superiority. Every movement he made showed the determination of a warrior. He was ready for anything, and Mugen had long since said goodbye to fear. Only an unshakable will remained in his soul. He knew that his end might be near. The pirate chief had already entered into battle with him. Their eyes met. There were no words, only will and determination. Steel clanged, and the air trembled with tension. Without hesitation, he lunged at Mugen, unleashing a storm of rage. Each of his attacks was swift and aimed at breaking his opponent. The pirate chieftain, striking blow after blow, uttered the name of Pak Mugen with a smirk on his face. He knew exactly who was standing before him, not just an enemy, but a sworn enemy. Mugen also knew perfectly well who he was about to fight. Standing before him was Akunhi himself, the pirate chief whose cruelty and cunning were legendary. Mugen warned Akunhi that his time was up and the end was near. His voice sounded firm and confident, leaving no doubt about his determination. Akun. He simply smiled in response and told Mugen to try. His voice sounded defiant, and he was confident in his strength and had no intention of giving up. Mugen wasted no time and continued his fierce attack, not giving Akunhi the slightest chance to rest. Each of his blows was precise and unpredictable. Akun. He swung his sword widely, his eyes flashing with anger. He declared menacingly that he would destroy Mugen and leave him no chance of victory. But Mugen did not give up. Despite Akunhi's threatening intentions, he stood firm, showing neither fear nor doubt. His spirit was unshakable. Mugen realized that his strength surpassed that of Changsha men. He gathered all his energy, focused his attention, and understood that he needed to destroy the enemy quickly. But Akunhi shouted that Mugen's pathetic tricks would not work on him. His voice sounded confident and dismissive, as if it were a trifle to him. Despite Akunhi's loud cries and threats, Mugen remained calm and confident in his strength. He knew that true power lay not in words, but in actions. As a result, Akunhi received an unexpected blow and was momentarily confused, not understanding what Mugen had done. His eyes widened in surprise. Mugen did not give Akunhi time to recover, and mercilessly continued his attack without slowing down or giving his opponent the slightest chance to recover. He concentrated and used his dangerous thunder whirlwind technique. His movements became fast and swift, like a whirlwind carrying destruction. The whirlwind struck Akunhi with such force that the air around him was filled with energy, causing even the most hardened warriors to shudder for a moment. At that moment, Akunhi finally realized that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. The power and speed of the attack exceeded all his expectations. After the thunder whirlwind, Mugen instantly moved on to his next technique, the lightning discharge. His movements became even more rapid, Blows with such speed and force rained down on Akunhi that he could barely comprehend them, sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss of his defeat. All the warriors around him froze, stunned by what was happening, not understanding what had happened. Their eyes darted between Mugen and Akunhi, trying to comprehend. Mugen's attack was so impressive and swift, the warriors held their breath, amazed by the incredible strength he demonstrated in battle. Akunhi was boiling with rage, but despite all his anger, there was nothing he could do. He realized that Mugen had completely seized the initiative. Then, Akunhi said that he recognized Mugen's strength. Too late, but honestly. However, he was not going to die alone. He would take Mugen with him. Then, clenching his fists and gathering his last strength, Akunhi shouted the name of his forbidden technique, Sea Ghost Palm, and he began to attack Mugen. But Mugen didn't care. The sinister energy of Sea Ghost Palm did not change his determination. He did not retreat. On the contrary, he passed through this wave. Akunhi screamed as he flew to the side. His scream was full of despair and anger. He couldn't believe he had lost. All his life, he had considered himself invincible. Mugen stood silently watching Akunhi writhe in helplessness, unable to accept his defeat. There was neither malice nor pity in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, Mugen raised his sword, and with a clear breath, unleashed the finishing move, the thunder strike of the heavenly sword. Mugen looked down at the defeated Akunhi. He knew that he was not even worthy of a last word. Without regret or doubt in his heart, he passed his sentence. So he simply watched as his enemy disappeared into silence, as if dissolving into the fog over the sea. He himself had ordered him to disappear from his sea. Soon, allies were waiting for Mugen and the others, including Yun Yiong. They stood ready, tense and alert, knowing that he must arrive. Yun Yiong was the most worried, her heart full of anxiety and concern for Mugen's safety. She couldn't shake this feeling. Soon, one of the warriors reported that the warriors of the Pacang family had finally arrived. This news evoked mixed feelings of relief and even hope. Mugen himself and his warriors felt joy and relief at their return. After long and exhausting battles, they could finally feel safe. Muok and Yun Yiong were especially happy, their hearts overflowing with pride and relief for Mugen. In his presence, they felt strength and confidence. Yun Yiong could not contain her emotions and rushed towards Mugen, eager to embrace him. At that moment, all her worries and fears receded. Soon, everyone gathered around a large table. The warriors and allies exchanged stories and laughed, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and comfort. Everyone raised their glasses, ready to make a toast. Their hearts were united as they celebrated their victory. Of course, new challenges lay ahead, but for now, they rejoiced in their victory over the pirate. This triumph was an important symbol of strength, courage, and unity for them. Laughter rang out around the table. And of course, everyone honored the hero of this battle, Mr. Pak Mugen. His name was spoken with respect and gratitude, as a symbol of courage and strength. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted, "Hurrah!" loudly, filling the room with the energy of joy and unity. This powerful cry sounded like a solemn sign of victory. Despite all the congratulations and admiration, Mugen himself remained modest and stood quietly at the table. He did not seek fame or attention. After a few moments of silence, Mugen decided to speak. He raised his hand to get the attention of those gathered. He also decided to make a toast. Mugen then expressed his gratitude to those gathered, acknowledging their support, but noted that he could never have won this battle alone without them. He understood that each of the warriors had made an invaluable contribution to the victory and shed blood for the common goal. Their efforts were an integral part of the overall triumph. He was proud that fate had given him such loyal and strong comrades. For Mugen, their loyalty and strength of spirit were a real treasure. Therefore, Mugen called on everyone to come together to glorify and honor the memory of those who had died in battle. He reminded them that their sacrifices should never be forgotten. He hesitated, but quickly decided not to tire people with long speeches. He believed that actions and the memory of the fallen were more important than words, so he asked only for a brief moment of silence. Then Mugen made it clear that it was now time to continue celebrating the victory. His calm and confident voice eased the tension, allowing everyone to relax. But Yan Huan said he would raise his glass and drink only after Mugen. His respect and loyalty were obvious. He wanted to be the first to acknowledge Mugen's achievements. However, Yan Huan's father was sad. His gaze revealed anxiety and regret. Despite the victory and the joy of those around him, he was very dejected. Soon, Yun Yiong approached and joined the others. She moved calmly, observing what was happening. Mugun and everyone else immediately noticed her appearance. Their eyes involuntarily turned to Yun Yiong, who was very beautiful and elegantly dressed. Yun Yiong noticed that they were paying attention to her and felt slightly embarrassed. She lowered her gaze and blushed, feeling both joy and timidity. Everyone was stunned by her beauty. Her grace and energy attracted attention like a magnet. She captivated everyone who was there. Then Yun Yiong approached Mugu. Her steps were confident, and her gaze was filled with warmth and respect. At that moment, it was as if a mutual understanding arose. She bowed and congratulated Mr. Park Mugu on his victory, expressing sincere respect and gratitude for his courage and leadership on the ship. He also thanked her in return, appreciating her sincerity and support. His words were warm, reflecting the respect and mutual understanding between them. Then they left the hall together to get some fresh air. In the silence of the night, under the soft light of the moon, there was a calm and somewhat light atmosphere between them. He smiled and complimented her, saying that she looked even more beautiful than usual today. It sounded sincere, adding a light note of tenderness. She blushed and reminded him that she had asked him not to say such thing, but he smiled and replied that he always said exactly what he thought. Yun Yiong admired Mr. Mugen's incredible feat. She understood that no one had ever managed to defeat the Heryongbon pirates before. He said that he had simply united all forces, and they were able to become stronger and overcome any difficulty. Such unity was the most important thing for him. She noted that 3 years had passed, and he had truly changed and become a different person. During this time, he had gained strength and wisdom. He admitted that at that time, he was not worthy of her, and that was why the engagement had to be canceled. These words reflected his sense of responsibility. She admitted that he might be angry with her, but despite everything, she had betrayed him. Her words sounded sincere, honest, and full of deep feeling. She admitted that she regretted her past decision. It didn't matter to her now what he thought of her, because deep down, she still loved him. He sincerely apologized, but honestly admitted that he could not respond to her feelings yet. His words were full of respect and caution. He explained that it was not about her, but about the fact that the power of the Park family was concentrated in his hand, and restoring the engagement would be risky for the reputation of their families. She cried because reputation was not important to her. Her feelings came from the depths of her soul. She wanted to preserve the relationship and be with him. He replied that neither she nor he could give in to their emotion. At that moment, it was more important to remain rational and composed so as not to harm their families. He reminded her that with great power comes great responsibility. These words emphasized the gravity of his situation and the need for restraint. She cried, not knowing what to say. The words about power and responsibility penetrated her heart, but pain and confusion overwhelmed her soul and mind. Although they could not be together as they wished, he made her a promise. He promised that the Park family would always support the Yun family. These words symbolized not only personal affection, but also strong family ties. He hugged her, conveying his support and understanding through this gesture. At that moment, words became unnecessary. Their embrace spoke of closeness and trust. Meanwhile, everyone inside continued to celebrate, filling the hall with laughter and merriment. After the celebration, training began. The atmosphere changed from festive to serious, and everyone prepared for new challenges by honing their skills. Their abilities were truly impressive, but behind this visible strength lay other factors, and this was only basic physical training. Mugun understood that it was too early for his warriors to claim the title of the best. Despite their strength, they still had a lot to learn and had to be tempered in battle. They needed to train hard to become the best in Murim. Mugen understood that constant effort, discipline, and improvement were necessary. They needed to forget their past and start all over again. Mugen knew that this was the only way they could leave their past mistakes and weaknesses behind. He wanted to create an army consisting only of brave and strong-spirited warriors who would bring glory to the Pak family. For Mugen, this was more than just a dream. His brother Muok shared the same aspiration and sincerely believed that Mugen would succeed. He supported his ambitions and was ready to work together toward this goal. Mugen told his brother that one must never show uncertainty so as not to become disappointed in oneself and give up. These words reflected his belief. He also said that soon the warriors of Paik would begin a long journey full of trials and changes. However, Muok did not yet fully understand what he was talking about. Yun Ye-san arrived at Mr. Pek Mugun's residence and greeted him on behalf of the Yun family, saying that she had come with an official request. Her visit was important. He said he was already aware of her request and promised to accompany her. This decision showed his willingness to always support and protect her. She thanked him for his support and willingness to help, expressing her sincere gratitude. Then she turned and left. Muok asked if he would really accompany Yun Ye-sang. He replied that he would, and that they would accompany them to Nanjing. Mugen asked his brother if he wanted to go with him. This offer reflected his desire to share responsibility and support each other in the cause. Muok was very happy. For him, it was an honor and an opportunity to walk an important path with his brother, share trials, and contribute. During the meal, Yan Huan asked Mugen if he was going to accompany Yun Yiong. This question revealed his curiosity and desire to understand Mugen's plans. Mugen replied that the best warriors of the Pak family would accompany him. He apologized for not being able to take Yan Huan with him, explaining that Yan Huan had a very important role to play in the upcoming changes in the family. Success depended on the actions of everyone. Yan Huan replied that everything was fine, and acknowledged that Mugen had entrusted him with an important task. He was ready to fulfill his role with full responsibility. However, he wanted to know why Mugen was so eager to accompany Yun Yiong. He wanted to understand his brother's personal motives, which might be hidden behind this. Mugen replied that, first of all, pirate groups such as the Four Seas Pirates were still active in the area. That was why he had decided to go. Yan Huan noted that such groups were quite influential in Murim, and that the pirates of Hyoyo-bren seemed like child's play in comparison. He explained that they had originally planned to join one of the Murin of Zhejiang province, the Fist of Fury. This decision was an important step. Now that all the problems had been solved, and they could move freely across the sea, they could not leave the Murin. They were ready to defend the territory. Moreover, this time Mr. Ying would be with them, and they needed to show their good intentions. They had to continue to maintain good relations. However, he added that there was something much more important than these matters, something that required their full attention and determination. He was hinting at hidden threats. Yan Huan did not understand what exactly was meant, and was puzzled by such a mysterious phrase. His curiosity grew because it could mean something important. Then Mugen declared that it was time for the Beck family to enter Murim. These words signified the beginning of a new phase, when their power and influence were to be manifested. He ordered Yan Huan to return to the Beck family residence, entrusting him with important duties to manage and protect their interests during their absence. He also instructed him to convey his words to his father, along with these notes and the publication. This was important in order to inform the head of the family about current events and plans. Yan Huan warned that Mugen might have problems with his uncle because of this decision, but Mugen still decided to disobey him for the good of the family. He understood that it was time for the Beck family to broaden their horizons, go beyond their usual limits, and strengthen their influence in Murim. It was necessary. He arrived in Zhejiang province, where he met with Zhang Ho. This meeting was an important step in establishing alliances and discussing future plans. Zhang Ho noted that he had heard that Mugen had already died, but apparently he was alive and well. His words expressed slight irony and interest in Mugen's condition, but Mugen noticed that Zhang Ho had gained some weight. Zhang Ho explained that the weight he had gained was muscle, but Mugen warned him to be careful, otherwise everything could quickly disappear as it had appeared. He was happy about Mugen's return, and greeted him enthusiastically. In response, Mugen suggested going for a drink to celebrate their meeting and strengthen their alliance. Soon, Mugen, Chang Ho, and Muok were sitting at a table enjoying each other's company. The atmosphere was relaxed, which allowed them to discuss everything. Mugen admitted that he did not expect him to meet him personally upon his arrival. This admission spoke of his surprise and gratitude for the attention. Zhang Ho replied that everything depended on money and their time. Even some influential families struggled to make ends meet. This underscored the harsh realities. Then Zhang Ho asked if Mugen had already fallen under the spell of the beautiful woman from the Yun family. The question was half joking, but it showed an interest in his personal life. However, Mugen did not understand what Zhang Ho was talking about. His face remained serious, and he was genuinely puzzled as to what Zhang Ho meant. Zhang Ho was sure that Mugen had come to Zhejiang because of Yun Yiong, as if he was afraid that she might be taken away from him. He perceived this as a sign of jealousy, but Mugen calmly replied that he did not think he and Yun Yiong would make a good couple. He made it clear that there was nothing between them. Then Zhang Ho understood the essence of the matter and asked a direct question. Was it because Mugen wanted to increase the influence of the Beck family? He began to guess about the plans, but Mugen sternly stopped him, making it clear that he should not even think about continuing this conversation. His tone became cold and very decisive. Zhang Ho just laughed in response and said that in any case, he was on Mugen's side. Despite his friend's sternness, he respected his choices and action. He told Mugen that he needed to push aside the current leader and take the helm of Muryong himself, and with that, the meeting and meal came to an end. After meeting with Cho Ho, Mugen and Muok continued on their way. Their steps led them where they needed to go. Now they sat and looked intently at something. Mugen said that Muok did not have to stand guard with him. However, Muok objected and said that he was doing almost nothing anyway. Muok asked to be allowed to stay close, even though he couldn't fight alongside Mugen. He expressed his desire to be nearby. Mugen then said that Muok helped him with his resourcefulness, and that he couldn't compare himself to others. He was sorry that they spent so little time together. These words brought tears to Muok's eyes. He felt a confusion he could not hide, and it touched him deeply. Mugen said that he did not need to say anything else, and that this was actually why he had decided to go to Nanjing. He wanted to be with him, but Muok could not verify Mugen's words. His brother had set aside time especially for him. Mugen explained that it was because of his talent. His words indicated that his abilities and resourcefulness influenced the situation and decisions. There is a group of people who gather information from warriors and merchants throughout Murim. This group is called Haomun. It consists of an organization, and it is engaged in the collection and analysis of important information. If you obtain the information they possess, you can gain power over the 7 great families. The headquarters of the organization that collects and analyzes information through the network was located in Nanjing. He wanted to get their support and help. Muok did not understand how he was going to find them and enlist their support. He felt helpless and doubtful, but at the same time, his determination was awakened. But Mugen reassured Muok by taking on the burden of responsibility. He had several cunning tricks and backup plans that he had carefully honed along the way. Mugen said that they had to find the Cheongmiglak organization at all costs. Only 30 years had passed since his previous life, which meant he still had a chance to see Jung Yu Hua, and that chance still remained. For the first time since his previous life, he felt connected to something, not just memories, but a vivid sensation that awakened hope and faith in his revenge. Jung Ho sailed with them to Nanjing, and noted that for the first time, their journey had gone without incident. But Mugen himself did not understand whether he wanted trouble. He replied that he did not want trouble, but at the same time, he felt somewhat bored. Unlike him, Mugen was responsible and took what was happening seriously. Then Mugen said it was time for him to go, and that he would be back in a couple of days. Jung Ho was surprised that he was leaving, but Muok himself wished him luck. Jung Ho wanted to go with him, but he replied that he would go alone. He preferred to act alone, relying on his own strength and experience. He walked through the entire city in search of Jung Yu Hua, carefully examining the streets, alleys, and crowded squares, asking questions, hoping to find at least some trace of her. He had almost given up hope when he noticed someone who looked like her. His heart beat faster, and this unexpected hope rekindled a spark in him. He also noticed several people in dark, closed clothing sneaking across the rooftops. Their movements were cautious, as if they were trying not to attract attention. He watched, not understanding what was happening. Mystery and uncertainty surrounded him, causing anxiety and confusion. He tried to figure out the meaning of what was happening. It turned out that it was her, Jung Yu Hua. She was protecting a girl, standing guard, and ready to fight those people at any moment. They demanded that she hand over the girl, but she replied that she would rather die than let that happen. She had made up her mind and was ready to protect the innocent. They rushed at her, saying she had left them no choice. Their attack was swift and brutal, but Jung Yu Hua stood her ground and was ready to fight to the end. She hid the girl behind her and drew her sword, preparing to repel the attack. Soon, Mugen intervened, appearing suddenly and boldly defending Jung Yu Hua and the girl. His presence brought a new wave to the battle. She did not expect to see him. His sudden appearance was a complete surprise to her, causing mixed feelings ranging from surprise to relief. He thought that at least in this life, he would be able to take a break from the struggle, but fate had other plans, and new trials immediately befell him. Those people could not understand who he was, and where he had suddenly appeared from. His unexpected intervention confused them, and disrupted all their plans. Mugen replied that he was just passing by, trying to hide the reason for his appearance and not reveal his intention. His composure only added to the mystery. He used his lightning technique against them, quick and powerful strikes that blinded and immobilized his enemies. His attack was swift and accurate. They did not expect such a powerful attack, and cried out in surprise and pain. Their cries spread throughout the neighborhood, filling the air with chaos and fear. Jung Yu Hua was also hiding from her enemies, trying to conserve her strength and find the right moment to strike. Her caution and wait-and-see attitude helped her survive. After all this, he asked her if she was okay and if she was hurt. When Mugen looked at the girl who was hiding, he thought he recognized. In her appearance and gaze, he saw something very familiar to him. He realized that this girl was Jung Yu Hua. This realization filled his heart with an unexpected mixture of joy and anxiety, because now everything had become even more important. He helped them get home, accompanying and protecting them along the way. His support was a reliable source of strength, allowing them to feel safe. Then he asked the other girl what had happened to them. His voice expressed his concern and desire to understand what trials they had gone through. She replied that traitors had poisoned the lady and attacked the headquarters. Among them was a very dangerous spy, which only exacerbated the situation. It turned out that many people had sacrificed their lives so that they could escape. Their selflessness and bravery had saved their lives. She cried, overwhelmed by the bitterness and pain of what she had experienced, and he asked her to calm down, trying to support and encourage her in this difficult moment. He said he could help the girl, and offered his support and strength to protect her and help her cope with the difficulties that lay ahead. She saw the sign of the god of thunder and asked if it was him. Mugu replied that it was him. His presence and power were evident, and she recognized him. She also introduced herself, saying that her name was Tan Sol Yan, and that she was the younger mistress of Jung Mil Gak. These words confirmed her important position and authority. He promised her that he would take care of her mistress, taking responsibility for protecting and supporting her in any trials that lay ahead. He immediately began treating her, realizing that there was no time to admire her beauty. At that moment, the most important thing was to save her life. He explained that the symbol on her forehead indicated that the Supreme Lady had been poisoned by the purple flower. This sign was evidence of the danger. She asked if he could help her, and he confidently replied that he could. This gave her hope and confidence that they would be able to overcome the trials. But he warned her that she needed to try not to interfere with the treatment process and give her body time to recover. He emphasized the importance of patience. Yun Yiong suffered greatly from severe pain and weakness. Her condition was critical, and every second was filled with immense suffering. Soon, she began to feel a little better. The pain subsided, and her strength gradually returned, giving her assistant hope and the opportunity to continue their struggle. He said that everything had worked out, but she was still very weak, so she needed to be well cared for. Tan Sol Yan was now very happy. She thanked him, but he replied that it was nothing and asked her to tell him where the headquarters was located. He needed to be there. She told him that the headquarters was on the outskirts of Nanjing, in the Chonghuaru district. This information was important and valuable, paving the way for the next step. She didn't understand why he was asking, and he replied that he needed to investigate the situation. She tried to stop him, believing that going there alone was too dangerous. Her concern was sincere. There were great dangers lurking in these places. But he didn't care. He was sure that these villains were finished, and he was not going to back down despite the dangers and all her warnings. Soon he found himself at the headquarters on the outskirts of Nanking, in Chonghua. The atmosphere around him was tense, and he prepared himself for anything. He quietly slipped inside through a window, trying not to attract attention. Each step brought him closer to solving the mystery and completing his mission. For now, he carefully surveyed the situation, assessing the layout. His sharp eyes and concentration helped him not to miss a single detail. He noticed the Supreme Master and two first-level masters next to him. Their presence spoke to the seriousness of the situation and the high level of security. He thought that if only the Supreme Master were here, he could defeat him with a surprise attack. But the presence of two masters complicated the task. He understood that he would have to deal with them, and thought that using the Thunderer technique could quickly solve the problem. At the same time, he was aware of the risk. But then he realized that he did not yet have enough strength for this technique. He began to observe and think about how to break through the guards with small, precise actions. He was still thinking about the plan, going over the options in his head. Observing the placement of the guards and the rhythm of their steps, he noted their weak spots and also the corridors. He felt that heaven would help him, and he believed in his strength. The Chief Master openly harassed the girls, doing so to intimidate and control them. His actions caused horror and anger, but he was confident of his impunity, not suspecting that he would soon face decisive resistance. Soon, Mugen went on the offensive, and the Master Craftsman did not expect such a blow. His confidence quickly turned to confusion when Mugen appeared. Mugen looked very frightening, his eyes flashing with lightning, and the energy around him seemed to thicken, creating an atmosphere of irresistible force. The Chief Master opened his mouth in amazement, not knowing what to do next. His confidence completely disappeared in the face of Mugen's unexpected and terrifying power. Mugen used a multi-core thunder strike that hit several targets at once. This attack was so sudden that the enemies didn't have time to react. The enemy was struck by this blow. The power of lightning pierced his body, and he fell, immobilized and stunned. The effect of the attack left his opponent completely helpless. Soon, Mugen descended and stood over the enemy, ready for the next blow. But the enemy felt fear and uncertainty in the face of his determination and strength. Mugen's eyes were full of anger, burning with determination. This look left no doubt that he would not stop until justice prevailed. He knew that this fighting technique was one of the strongest, requiring concentration and maximum effort, so he prepared to use it with caution. All of the enemy's minions fled and asked if their master was all right. They were alarmed and hoped that he had remained unharmed after the attack, but they did not expect Mugen to attack them as well. His sudden attack caught them off guard, depriving them of the opportunity to resist and forcing them to flee. But Mugen caught up with them and destroyed them. His attack was swift and accurate, leaving his enemies no chance of escape, and they were unable to attack him. The technique Mugen used was the bloody touch of Sura, a rare martial art belonging to the warriors of the otherworldly gods. 30 years ago, it was this technique that killed them all, leaving not a single one alive. He thought that none of those vile people had survived, but it turned out that they had all somehow survived and returned to life to continue their evil ways. What should have been left behind stood before him once again, but now he was determined to put an end to it. There was no more room for mercy or doubt. Once evil had been resurrected, it had to be destroyed completely. Soon he noticed some women hiding, and they were very frightened. He approached them and reassured them, saying that their mistress was fine and that she had sent him. He realized that everything here needed to be put in order. The warriors could have helped with this, but they had already fallen. Now all the responsibility fell on his shoulders. He began to examine their clothes. Traces of struggle and dirt were on every detail. He tried to understand where they were from and who they were by the symbols and patterns. And he noticed something very interesting on the clothes of one of them. It was a sign. Soon, Tan Sol came running up. Seeing the girls, she immediately ran up to them and hugged them, struggling to hold back her tears. Her relief was evident in her trembling hands. She thanked Mugen and bowed to him, expressing her gratitude for saving them. She said that if there was a way to repay him, they were ready. He replied that the best way to thank him was to help him right now. Time was of the essence, and every minute could be decisive. Instead of words, he waited for concrete actions. He asked them to feed him, as he was very hungry after a long struggle and journey. Simple human care seemed more important to him at that moment. They laughed and asked him to wait a little. They promised to prepare something delicious and filling soon, understanding how important it was to him. They prepared very tasty noodles with herbs, and he quickly began to eat, enjoying it. The food gave him the strength he so desperately needed after the struggle. He said it was incredible, so delicious and nutritious. He said she was beautiful and a masterful cook. His words were very sincere. Then he admitted that he was eating slowly on purpose to enjoy her beauty. Every movement she made and every bite she took seemed like real art to him. She asked if he always treated girls this way, expressing surprise because she thought that the heir to such a family would be stingy and even cold. At that moment, another girl ran up. She looked alarmed and quickly approached, as if she was in a hurry to share some important news. It turned out that Jung Yu Hua had regained consciousness. Her return brought relief, and now they had the opportunity to continue with their plan. Then they all went to see Jung Yu Hua. Their journey had been long and full of trials, but it was their meeting with Jung Yu Hua that became a turning point for them. Turning to Mugen, the Supreme Lady Jung Milgok greeted him, calling him the heir to the God of Thunder. She said she was indebted to him and owed him her life. Mugen replied calmly and without emotion that he was only doing his duty. His voice was steady, without pride or justification. Outwardly, he remained unperturbed, but deep down, a thought flashed through his mind that even after so many years, she was still as beautiful as ever. She looked at him intently. Surprisingly, even though his body had no blood ties to the previous one, it reminded her of the past. Even after living 9 lives, meeting a dear person from the past was still just as difficult. These encounters did not become easier with time. He told her that those who attacked were not just bandits, but key figures in the Sura clan of the Otherworld Gods squad. They used the technique of Sura's bloody touch, an ancient and forbidden art known only to the chosen few. There could be no mistake. She was sure that things were bad. If the squad had indeed returned, they were already hiding among Miram's warriors, concealed under false names and disguises. He was determined to act and proposed to destroy the enemies with one swift blow, relying on his strength, and to destroy all those who were covering for them. He knew that this was the destiny of the heir to the God of Thunder, a burden that was not chosen, but accepted. It demanded sacrifice and fortitude, pushing aside personal feelings. Jung Yu Hua declared that according to their agreement, they would support him with all possible resources and efforts. Her words were confident and decisive. He emphasized that the help provided would be invaluable, expressing his gratitude and awareness of the importance of that support. His emotions were sincere. Then he showed her the medallion that had belonged to the leader of the scoundrels who had appeared today. He asked if she knew what it was, hinting at its importance. She replied that it was the medallion of the Sama family, a symbol of lineage and power that had been passed down from generation to generation. This item was of great significance. The Sama family was located in the Yanzhou Valley, where they had achieved considerable power over the past 10 years. This made them one of the key forces in the region. He reported that a secret investigation had been conducted to learn more about the Sama family, but the motives and reasons for their rapid growth were still unknown. She replied that the Sam family was backed by the otherworldly gods squad. They had been watching them closely, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. He didn't want to waste any time and was ready to take revenge, but she stopped him, reminding him that the Sam family was one of the strongest and should not be underestimated. Tan Sol-yan said that they needed proof of the Sama family's connection to the otherworldly god squad. Without it, they would not be able to enlist Murum's support. He thought about it and admitted that they were right. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he hurried to restrain his impulse and act more deliberately and cautiously. She also added that among the information obtained by Jung Yu Hua, there was one incident related to the Sama family. This fact could be of great importance. Jung Yu Hua realized that this incident was their chance, and using the information they had obtained, they would be able to quietly approach the Sama family and gain access. Meanwhile, disturbing news reached Sama's family. The head of the family, Chung Kyung, learned that the entire otherworldly god squad had been completely destroyed. He couldn't believe the news. It seemed impossible to him that the destruction of the entire otherworldly god squad would cast a shadow over their entire power. Sama Chunhang confirmed that the information was true, and that there was evidence to support it. He emphasized the seriousness of the situation, noting that the information had been verified. He reported that everyone associated with Chun Mil-gak had disappeared, even their key figure. Now they were trying to find some clues to understand everything. Chun Hyung himself was furious. He could not understand who dared to strike such a blow. His rage was boundless, and he felt a sense of loss and helplessness. He gave the order to immediately find and punish everyone involved in the destruction of the squad. He demanded a full investigation and harsh punishment for the guilty. He also stated that he would not allow anyone to interfere with their plan. He was formidable and warned everyone of a merciless response to any resistance. On the way, Mugen asked her if it was too hard for her to keep up with his fast pace. He wanted to make sure she wasn't tired and was ready to continue. Tan Sol-yan replied that she was fine because she had studied complex techniques and martial arts. She was cheerful and ready to continue on her way. He thought to himself that he seemed to have completely exhausted her with his fast pace. Despite this, he was impressed by her resilience and inner strength. Then he sat down on a rock, pretending to be tired, to rest a little. Despite his apparent fatigue, he was ready to continue on his way. But for her sake, he suggested they take a break and rest. He understood how important it was to maintain their strength, and therefore decided to slow down a little. She agreed, and replied that since he had asked, she could not refuse. He asked her if this was indeed the road that led to the Yaquan family estate. She nodded, and confirmed his assumption. The Shandong Mountains were, indeed, as magnificent as they had been described. This route was considered the safest and most reliable way to approach that place. She reminded him that they were not coming here for fun, but for a serious reason. He, in turn, confirmed this without hesitation, emphasizing the importance of the mission. She said that as the youngest lady of Cheongmilgda, she usually devoted all her time to Murum affairs. Her life was completely immersed in her duties. She had almost no opportunity to leave the city, let alone climb the mountains. These restrictions made the journey even more difficult. That's why her heart was racing when she first saw such magnificent views. She even felt a little ashamed of her reaction. He told her not to be upset, because in the future, she would be able to visit a huge number of places and see many different things and places. She explained that the head of the Shandong Chamber of Commerce had a daughter, and the two families, Sama and Huangbo, immediately began discussions about an engagement with Mrs. Sangwon. The problem was that the Sama family was backed by the Sura clan, which meant they were trying to secure the financial support of the Chamber of Commerce and the engagement. However, due to the intervention of the Huangbo family, which had its own political interests, everything had to be postponed, and Mrs. Sangwon ran away with another man. Mugung asked her again, not quite believing what he had heard. He was genuinely surprised. Such a bold move by the head's daughter was unexpected. The man with whom Mrs. Sangwon ran away turned out to be Mr. Sanu, a doctor working at a clinic supported by the Shandong Chamber of Commerce. Sanu is a family name, which means that Mr. Sanu is a member of the Yaquan family, known for its traditions in the manufacture of various elixirs. Mugung felt relief and joy. Everything was falling into place. He had already been planning to go to the Yaquan family, and circumstances pushed him in that direction. At first, they did not understand what it all meant, and considered it a mere coincidence. However, the connection between the Sama family and the God Squad was revealed. Then Tang Sol-yan thought that this incident could be used to expose the Sama family. Everything was fine, and fate gave them a chance. Mugen was genuinely impressed by her courage. He noted that she had done a brilliant job. Not everyone could have come to such conclusions in such a confusing situation. She was embarrassed by the praise, but he smiled and said he would like his younger brother to learn from her. Such recognition emphasized her importance. He added that they couldn't just stand by and watch the Sura clan try to get to the Yaquan family. Such inaction could lead to serious consequences. He set off on his journey and advised them to return to their homeland. This advice was dictated by his desire to protect them all from possible danger. During this conversation, Tan Sol-yan felt anxious for him. Despite her confidence in his determination, she could not shake her uneasiness. Then Yun Yiong expressed her confidence that she could handle moving John Milgok on her own, taking full responsibility for this task. However, she had a request for them. Despite her willingness to take on this task, she wanted to discuss taking Tan Sol-yan with him. Now, Mugung was wondering if the Supreme Lady and the other members of Chong Milgok had managed to escape. Tan Sol-yan reassured him that everything was fine. She was worried that the two they were looking for might have taken a different route, but he replied that there was no need to doubt, and that this road was indeed the only safe route that Mr. Sonu would think to take. She thought he was so confident in his words that it seemed as if Mr. Baek Mugun was never afraid of anything. His determination and courage were impressive. Soon she noticed the ones they were waiting for, and people ran straight towards them. The decisive moment was approaching, when they would have to act very quickly. Mugen asked them if they were Mr. Sanu and Miss Sangwa. He wanted to make sure that they were the people they were waiting for. They were very frightened, mistaking Mugen for a pursuer. Their anxiety was obvious. Fear of a possible threat made them wary and prepared. Soon, their real pursuers caught up with them and told them they had nowhere to run. Surrounded and cornered, they found themselves in a desperate situation. One of them addressed her, introducing himself as a member of the Huangbo family. He said they were there on the orders of the Sangwon family leadership and invited them to come with them. Then Mugun remembered that in his past life, one of his traitors also belonged to the Huangbo family, and this fact aroused strong anger in him. But she said she would not go anywhere with them, and was ready to stand by Mr. Sonu to the end. She said she had already sworn allegiance to him. He did not understand why she was so stubborn. It seemed to him that the situation required obedience, and he could not understand why she was taking such a risk. He gave orders to his men, indicating that they only needed the lady and could do as they pleased with Romeo. This demonstrated his clear intention. Mr. Sonu shouted loudly at Mugen, begging him to help, and saying that he would never forget it. His words were filled with despair and hope. When Mugen heard that Mr. Sanu would never forget his help, he came closer and asked again, to make sure he had understood the request correctly. He replied that if that was the case, he was definitely in. It was not difficult for him to deal with his enemies. His experience and composure allowed him to quickly neutralize the resistance, leaving his opponents defeated. The representative of the Huangbo family was shocked. He was overcome by an unexpected feeling of anxiety, for his opponent's strength and determination exceeded all his expectations. Soon it was his turn, and the representative of the Huangbo family found himself directly involved in the events, and he got what he deserved. All his warriors feared for their leader. They felt anxiety and unease, realizing the threat hanging over him. Their faces expressed utter horror. Mugung loudly declared that they were facing Paek Mugung himself, and if they did not want to die, they should leave immediately. His words were like a warning. Upon hearing the name Pak Mugen, Tan Sol-yan was surprised. The name was unexpected for her and caused a mixture of doubts in her mind. At that moment, Mugen began counting down, demanding that everyone leave the place immediately. His voice sounded stern and decisive, leaving them no choice. He sincerely wanted to punish those scoundrels, but at that moment, he had more important matters requiring immediate attention and decisive action. He clearly understood that first, he needed to separate those connected to the Sura clan. The two expressed their gratitude to him for his support and help, to which he replied that everything was fine. He did not attach much importance to this. However, Tan Sol-yan, noticing their insistence, said that she had a request. She did not hide the fact that it was important for her to discuss certain issues. They replied that they were ready to fulfill any wish of Mugen and Tan Sol-yan. She asked to be taken to the Yaquan family estate, expressing her desire to get to this important place. This request was dictated by their need. They hesitated a little, as if suddenly agitated. Their behavior betrayed their inner tension. Tan Sol Yan reminded them that it was the safest place to be right now. In any case, they had no choice, so it was better to just try to help each other. After a short silence, Mr. Sonu finally agreed. Despite his inner turmoil, he realized that there was no other way out and decided to act together, relying on mutual trust and common interest. Mugen was very pleased with how Tan Sol Yang handled the situation. Her composure, confidence, and ability to find the right words made an impression. Soon they arrived at their destination, the Valley of 1,000 Pine. Quiet and hidden from prying eyes, it stretched between the mountains, filled with the freshness of pine needles. The head of the family introduced himself as Sun Wu Pei and greeted Mugen. He said he was the owner of these lands and expressed his gratitude for saving his son. However, Mugen replied that there was no need to thank him and that he had only done his duty to the Yaquan family. His voice sounded calm and confident, without pride. Sun Wu Pi admitted that his son just wanted to see the world, but ended up getting into trouble. He was ashamed to even look Muguan in the eye. Mugan assured him that everything was fine, but reminded him that the Huangbo family would not give up so easily. Their authority had been undermined, and they would seek to restore it. He noted that the real threat came not only from the Sama family, but also from the squad of gods of the other world behind them, and they would not back down. Sun Wu Pa acknowledged that it was impossible to stop the Sama family and their patrons, the squad of gods of the other world, alone. He stated the scale of the threat. Mugun reassured Sun Wu Pa, assuring him that there was no cause for concern. He confirmed his oath and determination to protect the Yaquan family, promising to be a reliable support. However, Mugen also had a request for Sun Wu Bei that he wanted to discuss before proceeding further. It concerned the divine radiance. Sun Wu Bei understood the significance of this concept and realized that it played an important role in their cause. They arrived at a place of extraordinary beauty. The calm blue water of the lake reflected the sky, creating an atmosphere of peace and the grandeur of nature. This place seemed like a true paradise on earth, so harmonious and magnificent that it was impossible to take your eyes off its beauty and tranquility. However, Ms. Sangwon wondered if there was really a reason to worry. What if enemies could get here without hindrance? She had doubts in her heart. Her fiancé tried to reassure Ms. Sangwon, warning her not to exaggerate the danger, because this place was reliably protected by a veil. He explained that those who did not know the way would never be able to penetrate this place, thanks to its reliable defenses and traps. This gave her confidence. At that moment, it seemed that the defenses had been damaged, but no one could understand what exactly had happened, and who or what had caused it. This caused alarm. Magan approached them and noticed that the veil was indeed collapsing and warned everyone of the impending danger, increasing the anxiety among those gathered. Mr. Sanu could not believe what was happening, but Mugen explained to him that the destruction of the protection was the work of thinkers, masters of all kinds of secret arts. Mugen added that their enemies had been able to track them down by the scent of Lady Sangwon's skin. Tan Sol Yan understood that it would be extremely difficult for him to fight the Huangbo family, but he assured her that if he increased his strength, everything would become much easier. He said that he had already asked Mr. Yang Wan to create a special elixir that would significantly strengthen him. This drink should help him. Mr. Sonu promised to personally create the elixir in 3 days. Mugen was confident that he would be able to hold out for that long, despite all the difficulties. Tan Sol Yan expressed doubt that the veil would be able to hold out for 3 whole days. She understood that the situation was critical and that every hour counted. Mugen understood that in such a critical situation, they needed to buy time. He realized that as long as the veil held, they had a chance to prepare. Huangbo Men was confused. He did not understand who could have secretly infiltrated their camp and launched an attack. This situation angered him. The warriors were exhausted. Their energy had waned. One of those present noted that, in such a state, they were unlikely to be able to do anything. Huangbo Men demanded not bloody reckoning, but urgent measures to restore his people, and to organize care, treatment, and reinforcement. Sama Chun Hen was disappointed in the Huangbo family. He expressed his dissatisfaction with their weakness, emphasizing that their actions did not meet expectations. Huangbo Men responded sharply, condemning his opponent. He reminded him that if Sama's family had sent pursuers after them in time, they would have already dealt with them. He noted with contempt that they had relied on their former reputation, and now the consequences were clear. They were not prepared to have to clean up after them. Sama Chun Hyun noted that despite all the difficulties, the girl had escaped and had not given up. although Hwangbo men insisted that this was impossible. Sama Chun-hyun nevertheless declared his unwillingness to destroy long-standing diplomatic relations because of this incident. Despite Hwangbo men's fury, he calmed down. Chun-hyun decided to increase his support, promising to send more thinkers and, if necessary, an additional detachment of warriors. Hwangbo men rejected the idea of obligations and assistance in exchange, as he did not want to be indebted to anyone and believed that his own warriors were sufficient. Chun-hyun thought about his desire to destroy these people right now and prove to everyone that the Sura clan had returned, but he was sure that they were not yet strong. He wondered what would happen if the enemy attacked and Hwangbo's troops were destroyed, and they would shift the responsibility to the one who pretended to be a member of the Sama family. Tang Sol-yan finished the messages that Mr. Beck had asked her to send. As soon as Tang Sol-yan finished the messages, she saw that Mugun was training. She realized that they had not had a conversation. Despite their desire to discuss important issues, problems prevented them from exchanging thoughts. She hoped that the elixir would be ready on time. It was extremely important, and the entire course of events depended on the successful completion of all the preparations. At that moment, Mr. Sonu was working hard, and his beloved was supporting him. She was there to inspire and help him so that he could concentrate. When Tan Sol-yan arrived, Mrs. Sangwon was already waiting for her and informed her that the elixir would be ready by evening. The atmosphere in the house was filled with anticipation. Then Tan Sol-yan thanked Mrs. Sangwon for her efforts and for passing everything on to Mugun. Mr. Sonu told Mrs. Sangwon that when he was with her, he forgot what fatigue was. Her presence filled him with strength and calm. Tan Sol-yan was upset that she couldn't help Mugun in any way. Her powerlessness weighed heavily on her because she sincerely wanted to ease his difficulties. Now there was only one thing she could do, and that was to watch from the sideline. She wanted to tell him some important news, but as it turned out, he already knew everything. It seemed that the Hwangbo family was already on a dangerous path and had found more thinkers. He knew that this time it would be much more difficult to get rid of them, which meant entering into open confrontation. But he would not have time to get the elixir. She did not believe that he would fight alone. The very thought of it was terrible. But he believed that if the elixir were ready, it would be much easier for him. Tan Sol-yan said that they had prepared in advance, and that it would be reckless to go to them alone. She couldn't accept that he was going to sacrifice himself. She also wanted to fight alongside him. Her heart wouldn't allow her to stay on the sideline. But he said he was grateful for her support, yet she couldn't go there. It was obvious that the upcoming battle would be extremely difficult. Every step would require complete dedication and composure, and there was a risk of losing everything. He wanted her to just believe in him because he was confident in his strength. He needed her faith and support, which would give him strength in battle. He assured her that he would not be alone. Brother Muok was aware of the latest developments. Muok understood that Mugun wanted him to draw his own conclusions and act on his own. Although he was strong, this time he had a worthy opponent in the warriors of the Hwangbo family. The confrontation promised to be particularly tense for him. Muok understood that the real enemy was only the Sama family, not the Hwangbo family as a whole. Their influence and power posed a much greater threat than others. Soon, Muok ran to his brother's aid, sensing that fate was being decided at that moment. He understood how critical the situation had become and was ready to support him. Meanwhile, Mugun had already entered the fray. He stood up to his enemies, not allowing himself the slightest weakness because their lives depended on his actions. Those who attacked Mugun not only fought, but also insulted him, trying to undermine his spirit and confidence. Their words were poisonous and malicious. But Mugun paid no attention to their insults. He was completely focused on the battle, and the words of his enemies could not change his determination and will. He was like a beast, and his every movement was filled with unbridled strength and wild determination. His enemies could not predict his next move. Hwangbo men quickly realized that Mugun was a strong opponent. His skill and tenacity in battle were impressive, and his confidence in his movements spoke of true power. He suddenly attacked Mugun, shouting about how he dared to disrespect the Hwangbo family. The enemy fiercely threatened Mugun, challenging him to a duel, and declaring that he would not leave the battlefield alive. His words were full of anger. Mugun reflected on how well coordinated his opponents were. The Hwangbo family was definitely one of the most influential and powerful families. However, Mugun did not consider himself weak. Despite the family's power, he was confident in his strengths and abilities and ready to face any challenge. Moreover, Mugun knew the history of their predecessors and understood that the current representatives of the Hwangbo family were significantly inferior to them in strength and wisdom. So he stood alone against a whole group. Despite the numerical superiority of his opponents, Mugun showed incredible fortitude and skill. When Hwangbo Mena's warriors began to fall one after another, he was confused. Not expecting such tenacity and strength from Mugen, he lost his confidence. He couldn't believe that none of their attacks could touch Mugen. It amazed him, and his opponent seemed invincible, as if he possessed some kind of power. He understood that Mugen's level surpassed the combined strength of his 3 warriors. Such power seemed incredible to him, and this realization undermined him even more. He knew that Mugen had not yet revealed his full power. What was already happening on the battlefield was only a fraction of his capabilities. This caused men to feel uneasy. He remembered the rumors that the Pisidan family had been destroyed, and wondered if it was really Mugen. The thought struck him. Watching the fight, Tan Sol Yun clearly understood that Mugen was holding back. His movements were precise and measured, but they lacked power. She wondered why, because everything that was happening looked as if Mugen was waiting for something. It seemed as if he was waiting for the right moment, or for someone to appear. Suddenly, Mugen shouted loudly, interrupting the fight. His voice sounded sharp and commanding, and he declared that enough of this spectacle, and that they could not defeat him. Then he ordered the survivors to leave immediately, and convey his words to the warriors of the Huangbo family. He saw that those who called themselves representatives of the great family were still pursuing the wounded and exhausted lover, losing their honor for the sake of a showy victory. He also shouted that they should see that the enemy was the Sama family. The enemy accused Mugen of hypocrisy, claiming that he himself was pretending to be a member of the Sama family. He demanded that they stop feeding them all lies. Then Mugen realized that for the Huangbo family, power always took precedence over reason. Their decisions were born not from wisdom, but from a desire to suppress and control. When Mugen decided to stop delaying the battle and move on to the decisive blow, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Perhaps it was Muok. However, to his surprise, the new arrivals turned out to be members of the Sama family. At their head was Chun Hyuk, who without hesitation gave the order to destroy everyone present. He shouted that today, the warriors of the Sama family and the guy who kidnapped Lady Sangwon would kill each other. Everyone began to look around. Then Men Huangbo thought that this was Mugen's reinforcement. He perceived the appearance of new people as a strengthening of the enemy, which only exacerbated the situation. He tried again to get through to Men Huangbo, explaining that they had been sent by the Sama family. He wanted him to understand that these people had their own agenda and were deceiving them. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The opponents interrupted the conversation and immediately began to attack. The sides now engaged in a fierce battle. Mugen resisted the attack with all his might. He demonstrated incredible endurance and skill, repelling every attack with determination and strength. Men Huangbo himself attacked Mugen, but could not scratch him. Despite all his power and experience, he faced impenetrable defense. Mugen demanded that his opponents stop fighting. He urged them to stop, hoping for reason and the opportunity to avoid further bloodshed. He considered them idiots incapable of understanding a simple truth. In his eyes, their stubbornness and cruelty were merely manifestations of blindness and stupidity. Men Huangbo could not understand what technique Mugen had just used. He could not understand where such power came from and what made him invulnerable. But Mugen remained silent and did not answer Men Huangbo's questions. He did not want to waste energy on explanations or arguments, preferring to act. Over time, Men Huangbo finally understood that the technique Mugen had used was not just a trick, but a true divine intervention. They finally realized that Mugen was the heir to the god of thunder. His strength and technique were manifestations of divine power that set him apart from ordinary warriors. At that moment, the warriors of the Sama family began to attack everyone indiscriminately. Their actions were decisive and merciless, sowing panic and chaos among the warriors. Mugen watched what was happening with complete readiness. Inside him was an unshakable will, and he was ready to act at the most crucial moment. He once again used one of his powerful techniques, demonstrating his outstanding strength and skill. This move was precise and even destructive. No one could resist him. His actions were coordinated, and his enemies were confronted with his power. Each of his actions destroyed the opponent's defenses. It was simply impossible to stop him, as if thunder and lightning were embodied in his movements. His power was an element that could not be restrained. His opponents screamed in horror, struck by his incredible power. They simply fell one after another. It was a defeat from which there was no escape. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Men Huangbo appeared and began his attack again. He sought to turn the tide of battle, despite everything that had happened. He could not understand what was happening or where Mugen got so much strength. His bewilderment grew with each new step, for his opponent seemed to be the embodiment of a rock. He wanted to attack, but now he had no doubts, and Mugu's strength was incredible and unpredictable. His opponent inspired fear in him. Mugu's warriors watched the battle and understood that he was the one in control. His presence was felt in his every movement and energy. They said that Lord Mugen was a true master of his craft. His skill in battle, his determination, and his strength commanded their respect and confidence. However, one of the warriors could not understand how Mugen managed to shoot lightning bolts. It seemed incredible, supernatural, and so unusual to him. When the lightning subsided and the battle came to an end, the warriors decided it was time to come to Mugen's aid. They understood that he needed support. Those whom they had helped expressed their gratitude to the warriors and asked with curiosity who they were. Their actions and strength commanded respect. One of them said that they were guardians of Muram's good name, not just warriors, but true defenders and symbols of justice. M urged them to remember and respect this. Soon, he felt a sharp deterioration in his condition, and blood began to flow from his mouth. This was an alarming sign that his strength was waning. Tan Sol-yan realized that Mugen had reached the limit of his abilities. His condition was deteriorating, and she could clearly see that it could not continue like this. Men Huangbo also watched Mugen with concern. It made him wary and rethink things. This moment gave him some hope. Now he couldn't even move a finger and didn't understand why his body was failing him. His strength was leaving him completely confused and helpless. He was afraid that all his efforts up to this point, including the prepared elixir, had been in vain and meaningless. This thought filled him with despair. Men Huangbo reached for his sword. He considered the moment opportune, as Mugen was exhausted and unable to defend himself. He gauged his breathing and the distance between them. Tan Sol-yan realized that he had to be stopped immediately. She understood that if she allowed events to unfold further, the consequences would be irreversible. He had already lunged toward Mugen like a hyena, ready to attack a weakened and defenseless opponent. His movement was swift and ruthless. Suddenly, Tan Sol-yan stood in front of him, shielding Mugen with her body. She did not allow him to come any closer. She was ready to defend him, even at the cost of her own life. He shouted at her, indignant at her interference. He demanded an answer, asking who she was and why she was standing in his way. He did not understand. Mugen was scared for Tan Sol-yan. He could barely move, but his heart was pounding with fear, and she stood between him and the threat. She could get hurt. Tan Sol-yan explained that Mugen was not going to fight the Huangbo family. She asked him to stop the fight, appealing to his reason and understanding. She tried to convey the truth, because the real threat came from the Sura clan, hiding behind the Sama family. She did not understand why he could not see this, but Men Huangbo shouted back, not believing what he heard. He was sure that the Sura clan had been destroyed many years ago by the god of thunder himself. He didn't believe her. He shouted that he couldn't let a man who, in his opinion, disgraced the power of the Huangbo family live. He felt it was his duty to deal with him, and despite everything, he went on the attack. His eyes were full of determination, and his body was tense. Men Huangbo no longer listened to reason, and did not notice anything else. Tan Sol-yan was already prepared to accept her fate, thinking that she would die at that moment. But suddenly, gathering his last strength, Mugen managed to strike a blow. The man fell, and Mugen, despite his weakness, expressed his gratitude to Tan Sol-yan for her support and timely intervention in the dangerous situation. After these words, he lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. His body, exhausted by battle and wounds, could not withstand it, and he finally allowed himself to be weak. She stood in tears and despair, not knowing what to do next. She was confused and worried about his fate. All paths seemed closed to her now. She did not know if she could carry him to safety on her own. Mugen's weakness and her own confusion created a huge obstacle. They were found by allies who were on their side. These people came in time to support and help them, and gave them hope for Mr. Mugen's salvation. They greeted Tan Sol-yan and immediately announced that they had come to help. They said they had received their letter, and that there was now no reason to worry. They picked up Mugen and began to carry him to safety. The Huangbo family received news that thousands of their allies, including the Huangbo and Huangbo Mina warriors, had been destroyed. This news promised major changes. This news came as a significant shock to the Huangbo family. They realized that the situation was changing rapidly, and that they would now have to face problems. They could not understand who this mysterious and powerful warrior was, who was able to stand up to them and their powerful family. His strength and courage frightened them. The father realized that it was most likely not the warrior who had pretended to be a member of the Sama family who had destroyed everyone. He was sure that it was someone else entirely. According to the surviving warriors, they were suddenly attacked and surrounded. However, a group of unknown warriors came to their aid and helped them fight back. In addition, After examining the fallen warriors, it was discovered that they belonged to the Sama family. This confirmed that they had attacked the Huangbo warriors. The main task was to find the person who had pretended to be a member of the Sama family as soon as possible to find out his connection to this family and his true motives. They realized that finding this guy was a matter of utmost importance. Therefore, the whole team was determined to do everything possible to achieve this. Meanwhile, Maguna continued to receive treatment, but he was still unconscious. His condition remained unstable, and the doctor was doing everything he could. Tan Sol-yan noticed that Maguna had a high fever and seemed to be burning up. She was worried about his health, sensing his weakness and inner struggle. She decided to use a technique reminiscent of the divine power of thunder to ease his suffering and help Mugen finally come to his senses more quickly. Thanks to her efforts, he began to regain consciousness, but his body was still in severe pain and weakness. Every muscle ached from overexertion. He was delirious and asked for forgiveness from Jung Yu Hua. His mind was confused, but deep down, he felt the weight of the past and sincerely regretted something. He promised to return to her, expressing hope for a future meeting. This promise reflected his inner strength and desire to correct his past. Tan Sol-yan heard these words and felt the depth of his emotions. Her heart was filled with compassion. She was ready to help him. She realized that she could transfer the power she had inherited from Jong Milgok to him, to help restore his health and also strengthen Mugu's spirit. She used the Heavenly Thunder Harmony technique to transfer her power to Mugen and help him. This powerful practice filled his body with strength. In the morning, Mugen woke up feeling better than the day before. His body no longer ached, and his head was clear. Looking around, he realized he didn't recognize the place. Tan Sol-yan had fallen asleep by his bed, not straying far after a restless night. She sat leaning on the edge of the mattress with her eyes closed. Then she woke up and immediately noticed that Mugen had regained consciousness. She froze for a moment, staring at his face, and then sighed with relief. Mugen sat up slightly and looked at her with sincere gratitude. He nodded slowly and expressed his appreciation for her help and care. Then she blushed slightly and lowered her eyes, trying to hide her excitement. She said it was the least she could do for him. Mugen felt the weight of his mistakes made out of self-confidence. He wanted to fix everything as soon as possible, but she stopped him because he was weak. He assured her that he was fine. He noted that his body felt lighter, as if the heaviness of the last few days had begun to fade. He wanted to take action. Even though his chi energy flows were damaged, Mugen felt that something important had happened inside him. His inner strength had grown significantly. Mugen realized that his recovery was not simply the result of rest or inner strength. He felt that it was Tan Sol-yan who played a decisive role. She said that she used the technique of internal rebirth, which was passed on to her by the Supreme Lady Chon Milgaka. Thanks to this, he got back on his feet. Mugen understood that the technique was extremely difficult. Realizing its value, he thought about how he could thank her and asked her about it. She blushed when she heard his words and explained that she had simply done what she had to do. She did not expect any gratitude from him in return. Mugen's friend suddenly rushed into the room. His words conveyed joy and relief. Mugen's long-awaited awakening was an important event. When his friend saw Mugen and Tan Sol-yan holding hands, he was puzzled and did not immediately understand what was happening. This caused mixed feelings. Noticing the awkward situation, the comrade decided that he had come at the wrong time. He immediately turned around and began to leave, leaving Mugen and Tan Sol-yan alone. In the Valley of 1,000 Pines, it was necessary to evacuate everyone, and preparations for this had already been completed. The warriors had carefully planned each stage. Mugen watched with satisfaction as the evacuation in the valley was carried out in a careful and organized manner. He appreciated the efforts of all those involved. He entrusted Nakilban and Pek Sang-gun with the important role of accompanying the Yangquan family to Nanjing. Mugen trusted them completely and was confident. He also informed them that the Pak family's fleet in Nanjing would escort them to Wenzhou, where their headquarters were located. Upon arrival, they would be able to settle in. They expressed their gratitude to Mugen and promised not to remain indebted for his help. Mugen assured them that everything was fine and that there was no need for thanks. He handed him a box, explaining that it was the only thing he could offer in return. For Mugen, it was exactly what he needed at that moment. They slowly walked away, and Mugen stood watching them. His gaze was focused and pensive, and at that moment, he realized the importance of what was happening. Mugen expressed his gratitude to his friend for his support and help, but the latter smiled and replied that they were friends, and that helping each other was natural. He also admitted that he was just loitering around as usual, and happened to be useful. He added that it made no difference whether it was the Yangquan family or someone else. Helping friends had always been a natural thing to do. Mugen insisted that he would definitely repay his friend's debt. His friends simply wished Mugen a safe journey. Then Tan Sol-yan approached Mugen. She approached quietly, as if wanting to support him at that moment, and share her thoughts and feelings with him. She was worried that he was setting off alone again. In response, Mugen assured her that he would try to unite with the Hwangbo family to oppose the Sama family. She said that because of the long-standing feud between them, it would be very difficult for them to come to an agreement. This irreconcilability added obstacles to the path to unification. Then Mugen thought about it and realized that she was right. Because of the deep and long-standing feud between the families, it would indeed be difficult to find common ground. She offered to try to negotiate, despite all the difficulties and animosity. She believed that even in such a situation, she could handle it. He replied that he had no doubt about her ability, but still thought it would be dangerous. Therefore, he advised her to go to Nanjing as well. She replied that she was not afraid. As the youngest lady, she was ready to face danger at any moment. For her, it was not just a duty, it was her destiny. But most of all, she wanted to help him. Behind her outward calmness lay a sincere desire to be there to support him and share his journey. He sighed, realizing that it was impossible to change her mind, and with a smile, admitted that there was nothing he could do about it. Mugen said he wanted to trust her. She was genuinely pleased by his words, and a smile appeared on her face. At that moment, it seemed that complete mutual understanding had been established between them. She was truly glad that he trusted her. This trust meant much more to her than words. It confirmed that her efforts had not been in vain. Meanwhile, the enemies arrived at the Valley of 1,000 Pines, hoping to take its inhabitants by surprise. However, to their surprise, they found the valley empty. They quickly realized that they were too late. Traces of recent human presence were evident, but everything had already been abandoned. There was only silence around. The head of the Hwangbo family was furious, his face contorted with rage when he realized that they were late again. It was yet another obvious humiliation. He was not going to waste a minute. In his anger, he ordered all the warriors to immediately set off in pursuit, deciding that the enemies could not have gone too far. One of the warriors, searching the area, noticed an arrow. He picked it up and called the others over. The head of the Hwangbo family carefully read the message attached to the arrow. The letter contained important information, and he headed straight for the location. The head of the Hwangbo family noticed Mugen and said in a tense voice that he was the 9th rebirth, or whatever they called him. Mugen sat calmly. He was angry at Mugen for daring to attack their family. However, Mugen replied that they were the ones who started the conflict. Mugen warned that it was not worth trying to deceive him, because they already understood that the Sama family was acting dishonestly. Therefore, the conflict needed to be ended as soon as possible. The head of the Hwangbo family became increasingly angry. His face contorted into a furious grimace, like a wild beast ready to attack. His teeth were clenched. Then Tan Sol-yan reminded him that they couldn't just mend relations with the Hwangbo family. Despite their differences, they now had a common enemy. Tan Sol-yan suggested that the Hwangbo warriors in the Valley of 1,000 Pines had been killed by the Sama family's warriors. She said this with great confidence. The head of the Hwangbo family admitted that this was indeed the case, and that the Sama family was behind the attack. He sighed heavily, confirming the truth of these words. She said that from the very beginning, they had tried to protect the Hwangbo warriors from attack. Therefore, now was the time to unite against their common enemy. She admitted that she had lost her family because of the feud. If they did not stop the Sama family and the Sura clan, the tragedy could repeat itself and claim the lives of innocent people. The head of the Hwangbo family agreed with her words, but emphasized that they did not know the true nature of their relationship with the Sama family. Therefore, they could not trust them immediately. She asked if they were going to wait for confirmation from the Sama family before making a final decision about uniting with them. She offered to take responsibility and find the squad to determine who they really were. Only then would everything be clear. She believed that after this act, the Hwangbo family would be able to trust them. But at the same time, she realized the complexity of the task, because the path to trust would be thorny. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, she offered to become a hostage of the Hwangbo family to strengthen trust between the parties. She was ready to make sacrifices for the sake of peace. Hearing her proposal to become a hostage of the Hwangbo family, Mugen's eyes widened in surprise. Such an unexpected and bold move struck him. He was categorically opposed to her decision to become a hostage. He did not want to expose her to such danger, and considered this act too risky. The head of the Hwangbo family replied that they did not need any hostages, and that they simply wanted trust. He emphasized that he did not want any coercion. Tan Sol-yan was pleased, and reminded Mugen that she had already said that everything would work out for her. He said that in any case, next time he should be warned in advance, because he was very scared for her. His words were full of concern and anxiety. She was embarrassed to hear that he was scared for her. Confusion flashed in her eyes, It was unexpected and very touching for her. Meanwhile, life was bustling in the main square in Nanjing. People were rushing about their business, merchants were loudly offering their wares, and children were playing in the street. Sam Chunheng watched the scene and thought that members of the Chongmilgok must appear here. He had to catch them at all costs. The image of his brother, Sam Chungjen, came to mind. His brother had warned him that if he failed the mission again, he would be punished to the fullest extent. He realized that failure would mean the loss of his life. He had to catch the girl and the man who was posing as the master of the Sura clan. Suddenly, he noticed Tan Sol Yon and Mugun, their figures standing out among the crowd in the square. His heart sank. These two were the ones he was looking for. He immediately realized that the younger lady in front of him was Jung Milgok. Recognizing her, he felt how important this meeting was and what consequences it could have. He was glad to have found them and believed that now they were in his hands. In fact, Mugun and Tan Sol Yun deliberately flashed before his eyes to attract his attention and test him. It was a cunning move on their part. Meanwhile, they were already being pursued from behind the bushes, trying to catch them. Their enemies secretly followed their every step, ready to suddenly attack and capture them. The pursuers prepared for battle, lying in wait and carefully planning their attack, but intending to take the prisoners alive. When the pursuers ran up, Tan Sol-yeon calmly turned around. Her confident gaze betrayed no fear, and she was ready to face the danger head-on. But at that moment, Mugwang had already activated his Thunderbolt technique. A powerful burst of energy suddenly blinded and stunned all the pursuers. Sam Chunheng himself did not understand what was happening and how it was possible. He was struck by the sudden power of the technique. To him, it seemed incredible. Mugen noticed Sama Chunhen and looked at him closely. His gaze was attentive and alert, trying to assess his intentions. Then Mugen asked who this man approaching them was, and he asked what he wanted. However, Sama Chunhen shouted to his warriors, ordering them to catch these two at all costs. He was not going to miss his target and demanded action. Sama Chunhen's warriors were unsuccessful. They could not even get close to Mugen. His technique and confident defense created a barrier for him. Sama Chunhen was confused. His confidence gave way to confusion and anxiety, because his plans were being disrupted and control of the situation was slipping from his hands. He understood that Mugen was like a real monster, with incredible strength and skill. Such rivalry instilled fear and uncertainty in him. He wanted to run away, but Mugen reacted quickly and knocked him off his feet with a powerful blow. This move stopped him and showed Mugen's strength and determination. Now Mugen believed he had an important gift for the Huangbo family. Yun Yi-san expressed her dissatisfaction and concern about his intention to go to another country, warning that they could be surrounded and in danger. She also noted that he was asking for a cart to transport strangers and expressed her surprise. She emphasized that she was always ready to help him, but not now. She doubted him, saying that bringing this girl could break the strength of their alliance. He replied sharply that he was doing everything in his power for the Beck family. He was not going to justify himself, and made it clear that his actions were correct. He added that everything done for the benefit of the Peck family would also benefit the Yun family. His actions were calculated, and he emphasized that their interests were intertwined. He also said that the young lady was not just some random girl named Kine, but someone who had become very important to him. She had been by his side all this time. He turned to Lady Yun and apologized for his rude behavior, but immediately added that everything he was doing was solely for the good of their families. She was surprised that he said this out loud with such candor. His apology and explanation sounded sincere, and it threw her off balance. After a short pause to consider his words, she replied that she would allocate a ship to them and do everything he had asked. Despite her initial resistance, however, she made it clear that in the future, she would like him to warn her and consult with her in advance. She seemed jealous of him and Tan Sol-yeon. She, in turn, was embarrassed, and although she tried to maintain confidence in her gaze, a flash of awkwardness appeared. This moment became unpleasant for her. He apologized to her for listening to such things. In response, she just said quietly that everything was fine, and that it wasn't the first time she had been mistaken for Kine. She noted that the lady definitely had feelings for him, and said that it was not surprising that she was jealous. She blurted out that she would have done the same. He replied that her words amused him, perhaps because he did not expect such candor, or found it very funny. He smiled and said that she spoke as if she were his girlfriend. There was surprise in his voice, but at the same time, it really sounded like something more. She was very embarrassed. Her cheeks immediately flushed, and she lowered her gaze, trying to hide her unexpected excitement. This moment was unexpected for her. Suddenly, he exclaimed loudly that he had not lied when he said that she was a dear person to him. He was not joking now, but was serious. He counted on her to continue supporting him in the future. She, in turn, was ready to be there for him, to share his difficulties and help him. In the evening, he sat and practiced intently, working on his techniques. In the silence of the room, only the sound of his breathing and the thoughts in his head could be heard. He remembered her words again, that she would do everything she could to help him. These words warmed his heart and reminded him that he was not alone. He couldn't understand why thoughts of her occupied his mind all day, constantly returning and giving him no peace. This feeling was unexpected for him. Even after living so many lives, he still couldn't stay away from human passions. Despite his experience, emotions affected him. He understood that now was not the time to think about. He needed to focus on training and getting stronger to be ready for the trials. This required complete concentration. He realized that without composure and attention to every detail, his efforts could still be in vain. Only in this way could he revive all his skills, focusing completely and putting all his strength into training to regain his former power. At this time, Sama Chun-geng was angry at his brother for failing the mission. His disappointment and anger were strong, because their honor depended on the success of the task. Now the battle with the Huangbo family was inevitable, and the tension had risen to the limit, and everyone understood that a very violent conflict would soon erupt. He immediately summoned his 2 assistants to discuss strategy and prepare for the upcoming battle with the Huangbo family. Meanwhile, his brother was brought before the head of the Huangbo family. As promised, Mugen proved himself through his actions and skill. Now there was trust. Mugen told him that here he was, along with the gift he had promised. He was surprised that Mugen had kept his word, which earned his respect and strengthened his trust, because promises were rarely kept in their circle. Now Mugwan waited for an answer as to whether the head of the Huangbo family would decide to attack the Sama family with him, knowing that the outcome of his battle depended on this decision. The head of the Huangbo family confirmed that they would act together as previously agreed, and realized that Mugen had become much stronger than before. He clutched his head, unable to understand how Mugen had managed to become so strong. His thoughts were confused, and anxiety grew in his heart about the upcoming events. Muok approached Tan Sol-yan and asked if she was worried about his brother. He told her his name was Muok, and expressed his hope that together they would be able to handle everything. He also admitted that he was worried about Mugen. He understood how dangerous the situation was, and hoped that together they would be able to protect each other. Muok admitted that Mugen always exceeded his expectations, demonstrating strength and determination that inspired and instilled hope in difficult moments. She remembered his words that she had already helped him a lot, and that now she could go to Nanjing, but she didn't want to leave him. He promised that he would crush the Sura clan and return to Nanjing, and she believed that he would keep his promise and definitely come back to her. Muok was glad that she would teach him until Mugwan returned, and she replied that she would try to live up to his expectations and not let him down. Yun Ye-san continued to watch her closely, not hiding her distrust. Her gaze was wary, as if trying to read hidden thoughts. Everyone was discussing the news that the Huangbo family had sent a warning to the Sama family. They understood that the conflict was about to escalate into open warfare. Everyone wondered if the Sama family was secretly working with the Sura clan, the troops of the gods of the other world. Distrust and fear crept into their hearts. Sama Chun-gun couldn't understand how they dared to threaten them so openly. Their audacity made him angry. How could they challenge their family? He believed that now they too must fight back. Enough was enough, and the time had come to act decisively and show their strength. Soon, Sama Chun-gen's warriors attacked the Huangbo family residence. The attack was swift and sudden, and the clang of swords and cries filled the house. The head of the Huangbo family and Mugen were informed of the alarming news that they had been attacked. The warriors of the Sama family had launched a surprise attack, and there were already casualties among their people. He could not believe that the enemies had decided to attack first, but Mugen calmly remarked that even a rat cornered in a corner can bite a cat first. The head assured them that their forces were more than sufficient to withstand the enemies. He was determined to repel the attack and protect his people by mobilizing his warriors. Mugen believed that the fact that they had attacked first could mean an attempt to buy time. The enemies were probably trying to distract attention in order to prepare themselves, and to find ways for their leaders to retreat. Mugen suggested striking the enemy base to prevent them from leaving and disrupt their plan. Everything was already in place. They managed to surround the enemy base, and the warriors silently took up advantageous positions. The Namgun family joined the operation, strengthening the encirclement. Their elite fighters took key points, ensuring complete control over the territory. The joint actions of the three forces showed high coordination and power, making the enemy's chances of escape negligible. Mugen and the head of the Huangbo family expressed their gratitude to the head of the Namgun family. His timely assistance and participation in the operation strengthened the entire encirclement. The head of the Namgun Namgun family replied that he was only doing his duty to Morim, because unity is strength, and only in this way can common enemies be opposed. Mugen reported that he had been observing the enemy detachment for a long time, and asked for understanding that in this situation he could not reveal his identity to them. The latter stated that now there was no other choice but to trust him. Mugen understood that now was not the time for personal disputes. He restrained his anger, knowing that he needed to be patient, but he wanted to get even with those who had betrayed him in the past. The head of the Namgun family watched Mugen with interest. Despite his youth, he already possessed impressive strength. They decided to strike the base at midnight. The commanders agreed on a plan. Reconnaissance would go out in advance, the troops would take their positions, and Namgun and Huangbo would synchronize. Soon, they were suddenly attacked by Sama's warriors. The defense built for the offensive was under attack. The offensive turned into a fierce battle. The attack by Sama's warriors was commanded by high-ranking representatives of the Sura clan, Do-chon Sura and Kom-chon. Their appearance meant that the enemy had deployed them. Commanders Do-chon Sura and Kom-chon gave a strict order to attack and destroy everyone. The Sama warriors rushed into a furious assault, and chaos engulfed the battlefield. Mugen immediately realized that this was another trick. The sudden attack was not accidental. Everything had been carefully planned. The head of the Huangbo family was stunned. Warriors fought everywhere, shouting, flashing, and clashing. The ranks were mixed, allies and enemies intermingled. Mugen understood that this chaos was just a diversionary tactic so that the leaders could escape. He was not going to allow this, and immediately focused his attention. The head of the Huangbo family realized that they had to support Mugen. Otherwise, they would not be able to win this battle. He decided to join forces with the head of the Namgun family. They tried to stop Mugen and his allies with all their might, creating obstacles and setting up ambushes. But Mugen was determined, and the other two were also strong. Mugen concentrated and activated the Eye of the Thunder God technique. His gaze became as bright as lightning. Sparks of energy flared around him. Despite the power of the technique, the enemies did not give up and continued to attack, like a wave crashing against the rock. Mugen prepared to meet them and destroy them. The enemies failed to harm him, and his defense withstood all attacks. Mugen stood like a rock, confidently repelling the onslaught and striking back. Then he suddenly ran away, rushing towards the front lines. The head of the Huangbo family covered Mugen, standing between him and the advancing enemy. Mugen broke down the front door with a powerful blow, and it burst open with a crash. He rushed inside, moving at incredible speed. The enemies tried to stop him, but no one could match his power and determination. He noticed that they had prepared a tunnel in advance for a quick retreat, but Mugen was ready for any surprises and was already thinking about how to outsmart them. He laughed, thinking that they would not be able to escape so easily. Mugen was confident that he had enough strength and cunning to intercept them and finish what he had started. The enemies had attacked the wrong person and stumbled upon a real monster. Mugen was ready to crush them all. The enemies were already sailing in a boat through the tunnel, hoping to hide. But Mugen was not going to let them get away, and he followed them, ready to pursue them to the very end. They thought no one was chasing them, but Mugen was much faster and was already closing in. Sama Chunjen stopped abruptly, and someone was following them, hiding in the shadows of the tunnel. His heart beat faster, and it could be an enemy or a sneaky spy. In the end, Sama Chungen saw Mugen, who had caught up with them almost imperceptibly, like a shadow. His appearance changed everything. Now the fugitives had nowhere to hide. Mugen jumped into the boat at that very moment, interrupting their escape. His determination and strength made the enemies feel that their plan had failed. Finally, he had caught up with these rats. Their escape was useless. Now all that remained was to finish the job and put an end to all their intrigues. Sama Chunjen was angry at Mugen, unable to understand how he had managed to catch up with them again and interfere in events. His irritation grew, but so did his fear. He thought that Mugen had latched onto them like an annoying fly and would not let go. Deep down, he could not understand who this man with such power was. Mugen took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and with determination in his eyes, rushed into battle, ready to prove his strength and show who he really was. He loudly proclaimed that he had come to destroy trash like them, and his words sounded like a sentence. Mugen's aura became even stronger, and silence hung around him. In response to Mugen's words, the enemy sharply called him a nameless nobody, not understanding how he dared to speak to him that way. His voice trembled with rage. Mugen knew that the enemy was hiding his true face behind a mask of charms. Realizing that Mugen had exposed him, the enemy threw off the last shackles of deception and revealed his true form. The real confrontation was just beginning. His warriors rushed to attack Mugen. The The battle became fierce, and every blow could be decisive, with the tension growing with every passing second. Mugen stood firm, not allowing anyone to get close to him. His movements were quick, and he parried every attack. He was like an invincible shield. Thanks to his powerful techniques, Mugen confidently held back the onslaught of his enemies. And thanks to the technique of the coming of the God of Thunder, Mugen once again gained the upper hand, and powerful lightning strikes rained down on his enemies, sowing chaos and fear among them all. Soon, the ship was completely destroyed, engulfed in fire and explosions. Now the enemies had lost their last chance for salvation and escape. At that moment, the leader of the surviving enemies, looking in horror at the raging elements that had destroyed the entire ship, finally understood that Mugen was indeed the God of Thunder. Now that the enemy finally realized who he was dealing with, Mugen looked at him through the veil of smoke and spray. He believed that his end had come, and yet, despite the hopelessness of the situation, he continued to fight with all his might, trying to survive. They watched in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Everything happened too quickly, and now the ship was smashed to pieces. No matter how hard they tried to get close to him, it was impossible. Every attack was easily deflected. Every step towards him turned into a mistake. Mugen stood rooted to the spot, not moving, and the enemy's attempts to move him were in vain. Resistance became more and more hopeless. Every time Mugen activated his thunder and lightning technique, the air shook with thunderclaps, and flashes of blinding light reflected off the darkness. The warriors were thrown back as if by a wave. They could neither approach nor stand their ground, and it was as if they were fighting not a man, but the heavens themselves. Seeing his warriors fall, one after another, the bloody blade Sura looked at them with contempt. To him, they were now nothing but pathetic and useless. The magic of blood descended upon Mugen, but he did not allow its power to break his defense. He attacked Mugen, spewing dark energy, but Mugen could not be broken. The battle grew more and more fierce, but Mugen was driven by strength and determination. Mugen confidently repelled all of Bloodblade's attacks. His movements were fast and precise. Every attempt by the enemy to break through his defense was shattered to pieces. Blade. Sura looked at Mugen with his mad eyes full of rage and determination. But Mugen was not afraid. He only clenched his fists tighter. The enemy's assistants tried to intervene, but Mugen instantly overpowered him in a stance. Without wasting a second, they used Sura's all-consuming fire technique. Mugen remained completely focused and mobilized, every movement precise and calculated. He was like steel, ready for any turn of events. They used the Sura blood immortality technique, which increased their survivability and regeneration, making them virtually invulnerable to the enemy. Mugen's lightning and thunder were so powerful that their energy broke through the defense of the Sura blood immortality technique. He turned the enemy's power against them. In his rage, he shouted, demanding that Mugen not look down on the Blood Guardian, for it was their power that sustained the might of the Sura clan. Mugen continued to fight, but for a moment he paused and thoughts flashed through his mind that this battle could be decisive, and that not only his life depended on the outcome. He realized that this opponent was much stronger than those he had fought before, that his strength and fury were on another level, and that the fight would be a real test. The bloody blade gathered all his strength and delivered a decisive blow, hoping to break Mugen once and for all. Bloody Blade's assistants decided to use the 40 Ways of Sura technique. This powerful and rare technique required great concentration and skill. Mugen watched, assessing the risks, and wondered whether to intervene directly, organize a flanking maneuver, or create a diversion to take advantage of the opportunity. Then he soared into the air, pushing off the ground with ease. Rising above the battlefield, Mugen carefully surveyed the situation, looking for vulnerabilities. He used the Thunder Path of Light technique, focusing his energy into the strike and ready to break through the entire enemy formation. He understood where all this was leading. Mugen then used the technique of the striking light blade of the God of Thunder. His body glowed brightly, and a powerful stream of energy burst from his hands. This unexpected blow took the enemies completely by surprise. They did not have time to prepare for Mugen's swift attack and were struck by his power. They screamed in horror that they were facing a real monster. Mugen's incredible speed seemed inhuman and terrifying to them. They now feared him. After the devastating blow with the Thunder God's light blade, Mugen immediately used the technique Moonlight of Heaven and closed in on the enemy. The enemy's last words were insults directed at Mugen. Desperate attempts to fight back were unsuccessful. However, they were powerless against him. Not wanting to die alone, he decided to strike back at Mugen. Despite the superiority of his opponent, he gathered all his strength and attacked. In the end, Mugen wanted to emerge victorious from this battle. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, he showed incredible fortitude, skill, and determination. The enemy struck and wounded Mugen, which came as a complete surprise to him. He did not expect an attack, especially from someone he considered already defeated. The enemy threatened Mugen, declaring that he would send him to the other world. He said that the otherworldly squad would always be there, and now these words made sense. Mugen replied that the enemy could rage as much as he wanted, but it would not change anything. He despised the otherworldly squad, considering it nothing more than trash. He was confident in his strength and declared that he would destroy them and wipe them off the face of the earth. He was angry at Mugen and shouted that glory be to the 9 squads of the otherworld. His cry echoed across the field and reached everyone. Mugen suddenly fell to the ground and seemed unable to control himself. When the ship slowly docked at an unfamiliar shore, a girl sitting on a horse noticed it from afar. Her gaze fell on the ship. Mugen was still lying on the floor of the ship, standing at the shore. His body remained motionless, as if he was unable to get up after the blow. This was the result of a brutal battle at the Sama family's base. The battle left behind traces of destruction. There were many casualties in this conflict. The head of the Huangbo family received a message that none of the enemies had survived. This news confirmed their complete victory in this brutal battle. He also wanted to know if they had managed to find the head of the Sama family. His concern was caused by the uncertainty of his rival's fate after the clash. Suddenly, another warrior ran up and shouted loudly that he had found the head of the Sama family. The head of the Huangbo family asked if the head of the Sama family had tried to escape on a ship. He wondered if there had been a fire or something else. The warrior replied that the lifeless bodies of the warriors who had attacked them in the forest had the same marks. In his opinion, this was the work of the 9th reincarnation. The head of the Namgun family did not understand what the head of the Huangbo family was talking about. His words and hints seemed mysterious and incomprehensible to him, causing confusion. He did not believe that the young Mugen could defeat the entire squad alone. Such a victory seemed incredible and almost impossible to him. They could not understand where Mugen had disappeared to and assumed that the enemy had taken him to the other world. This uncertainty increased the uncertainty among them. They were sure that it was impossible to survive such an injury. But if Mugen was still alive, then Mirim was now facing serious changes. The girl who found Mugen nursed him back to health, and soon he came to. Thanks to her care and attention, he gradually began to return to life. He did not understand where he was or how he had lost consciousness. Everything around him seemed blurred. His memory was confused, and he tried to gather his thoughts together. She was surprised that he woke up so quickly, because she thought he was already dead. She thought he looked pretty good, and was happy about it. His condition gave her hope for a full recovery, and a return to his former life. He didn't understand who she was, but she immediately gave him fish cooked over a fire. This simple act was a sign of care and support for him. She understood that he was probably hungry, so she immediately offered him fish to help him regain his strength after losing consciousness and being wounded. She asked him how he ended up on the wrecked ship. Her voice was quiet, but it conveyed curiosity and a desire to understand what had happened. He noticed her sword and thought she was a swordswoman from the Bota clan. This assumption came to him immediately, as the weapon revealed her to be an experienced warrior. The Bota clan consists only of swordswomen, many of whom are known for their great bravery. This clan regularly sends troops on journeys throughout Marimu. She was surprised by his intense gaze and thought that perhaps she had embarrassed him with her attention. After all, he had probably never seen a swordswoman before. He thanked her for her help and tried to repay her, but she replied that the strong should help those in need and refused to accept any payment. She introduced herself as So Yun Hua and said that if he wanted to repay her for her help, he should first tell her his name. He introduced himself as Baek Mu-gun and added that he did not want to appear arrogant. His words sounded sincere, showing a desire to establish a relationship. She thought that if he had told her his name, it meant he had good manners and respect for others. This made a very good impression on her. He thought that since they were the same age, there was no need to be overly polite with each other. This created a more relaxed and sincere atmosphere between them. She said that fate had brought them together, as if they were meant to be friends. She thought they were destined to be friends, and asked if he wanted that. He replied that friendship with such an amazing girl was an honor for him. These words expressed sincere respect and readiness for this relationship. Then she wanted to know if he was older than her, but he replied that they were the same age. She asked what his plans were, since she was heading towards Hangzhou. He replied that he did not know his future plans, leaving the future uncertain. He thought that the two families would sort things out between themselves, and that he only needed to return to Wenzhou by ship. That seemed to him to be the only important thing. He thought it would be better to go with her to Hangzhou now. Such a decision seemed more reasonable to him than remaining in uncertainty. She noticed that someone was chasing them, and thought that they had followed her after all. That guy was from the 5th squad of the Black Warriors. Mugen was surprised that she knew those people. It seemed unexpected to him, because he did not expect to meet anyone like the Black Warriors here. She explained that he had been pestering her for several days, and she had hit him and run away, but he had found her again, and now he was chasing her. He thought for a moment, and said that the Black Warriors were one of the most influential squads in Shaoxin. This made Mugen take the situation seriously. He considered it despicable that a guy from the 5th Squad was pursuing a girl. For him, such behavior was shameful and unworthy of a true warrior. He jumped off his horse and headed towards her, quickly closing the distance between them. He said his name was Yang Sochu, and that he had been looking for her for a long time. His appearance was unexpected and alarming. She tried to understand the reasons for the pursuit. He said that last time he was very drunk and had committed an unforgivable act. So now he had come to her to make amends. He asked her to have mercy and forgive him for his transgression. These words expressed his sincere desire to mend their relationship and correct his past mistakes. He added that if she refused, he would have to take full responsibility for what happened. At the same time, he asked if she was against cruelty. She stated that she was not afraid of his threats, and that this was unworthy behavior for a warrior of the 5th Squad. She emphasized that she wanted nothing to do with him. He said that he had intended to be lenient with her, but now he had changed his mind. He was prepared to act cruelly towards her. Mugen was not going to just stand by and watch. He wanted to intervene and protect his friend. However, she stopped Mugen with her hand and did not want him to interfere. She thought he might hurt himself, so she wanted to deal with it herself. She was sure she could handle it on her own and did not need outside help. He started yelling at her and insulting her, but then suddenly attacked her, not giving her a chance to respond. His rage was stronger than any words, but she was no pushover either, and immediately joined the fight. Her movements were quick and precise, and she skillfully parried his attacks. She quickly knocked him off his feet, confidently gaining the upper hand in the fight. Her strength and skill left her opponent no chance, and he was disgraced once again. All his warriors watched in amazement and some disbelief. They did not expect her to defeat their comrades so quickly and decisively. He was their commander, and now he was lying on the ground like some girl. This defeat looked especially humiliating, and the warriors could not hide their surprise. Then, the warriors, wanting to avenge their commander, began to attack her. Mugen and Yun Hua understood that their enemies had completely lost their conscience and were now attacking as a mob. Such recklessness forced them to be more cautious. Mugen intervened, attacking swiftly and easily scattering all the attackers. His strength and skill proved decisive, suddenly changing everything. After the fight, he asked her if they were even, because he owed her. This question reflected his intention to keep his promise and support her. She realized that he was not a weak man, but a real warrior like her. She had previously taken him for a rich gentleman who was too cute and spoiled. Now she was convinced that he was a real warrior and was strong. He said that they needed to deal with these people and leave, putting the situation behind them. He understood that if he spared them, he would never be rid of them in his life. Therefore, he believed that harshness was the only way to stop them. He had already drawn his sword and was preparing to deliver the final blow. Each movement was quick and precise, but she stopped him at the last moment. She reminded him that he had no right to take the lives of those who had lost, and that it was not his place to judge and pass sentence. This line could not be crossed. He objected, saying that this man was not just a bandit, but the commander of a special unit. He thought about the consequences of mercy and how much loss and unrest it would bring. She acknowledged that such people would surely torment and seek revenge, but insisted that everyone should have a chance to redeem themselves. She believed in people. He laughed and said that everyone in the Bota clan was like Mother Teresa. She was surprised that he had guessed. He believed that it was rare to meet a lone swordswoman. She apologized and admitted that she could not fully reveal herself before. Her words expressed sincere regret and a desire to be more open. He replied that it was no big deal because he hadn't said much either. Then he reminded her that they needed to head to Hangzhou to continue their business and resolve the important issues that awaited them, rather than standing there. She agreed with him and also went to her horse, ready to continue the journey together. She told him not to fall behind because she wasn't going to wait for him. He replied that he would see which one of them would get there faster. Soon they arrived at their destination and immediately began training. They understood that a serious test lay ahead and wanted to be as prepared as possible. She was a very good swordswoman. Her movements were precise and confident, and her technique was honed to perfection. She was able to quickly assess the situation. She embodied the style of the Bota clan, fast and flexible, but at the same time graceful. He knew this and admired her, realizing that he was facing an outstanding swordswoman. For both of them, this training proved to be extremely useful. It helped them improve their skills, identify weaknesses, and prepare for future events. He was very happy about this acquaintance, It brought new impressions and inspiration, as well as opened up the opportunity to learn and grow alongside a worthy warrior. When they had dinner that evening, she remembered who he was again. This thought crept into her mind once more, evoking respect and amazement at his status. She wondered what could have made the prince leave his ancestral home. He explained that he had a lot of business to attend to, which is why he had to leave home. When she offered to pour him a drink, he replied that he had hardly ever seen a girl pour a drink for a stranger. She replied that she was not an ordinary girl, and that her actions and views went beyond the usual, which made her unique and even unpredictable. She also added that she wanted to try everything in Miram that she had not experienced before, expressing her desire to discover new things and go beyond the usual boundaries. He said that then she should try a drink that could not be found anywhere else, a special, rare, and unique drink that symbolized her desires. She was pleased with his suggestion and gladly drank this rare and unusual drink, feeling the special atmosphere of the moment and new impressions. However, she did not like the taste of the drink, although he was sure that she would try it and like it. His expectations did not match her impressions. Na noticed a crowd of people approaching, moving in their direction. It was the one who had pursued her before, and as it turned out, he had come to take revenge, bringing someone stronger with him so as not to leave them any chance. The commander wasn't particularly interested in the matter, but he came simply to show his strength. Besides, he wanted to see the one who defeated their commander in order to personally assess his strength and understand who he was dealing with. The commander tensed up and, turning to him, said that he could do whatever he wanted, but that he should help him in resolving their common cause. Then she realized that Mugen was right, and that it was useless to pity them, and that they would not change. And he noticed that only the grave could correct the hunchback. He took this problem upon himself, and was going to deal with those who threatened her. Mugen attacked him immediately, without wasting a second. He acted quickly and without warning, simply getting down to business as soon as he realized who was in front of him. The man did not expect such an attack. It was too fast. He was confused for a moment, losing control of the situation, clearly not expecting everything to happen so suddenly. So Yun Hua herself went to attack the one who was pursuing her. There was no fear or doubt in her movements. She wanted to end this once and for all. She was clearly stronger than him, and it remained unclear what he was counting on. Her every move showed the difference in their levels. She had already knocked him off his feet and moved swiftly, almost without pause, as if she knew exactly where to strike. She was unstoppable, and his resistance crumbled. She was very graceful and impressive, each of her movements combining strength and grace. It was a pleasure to watch her. There was not a single unnecessary detail. Soon, he watched in horror as she approached him, and his terror grew with every second, realizing that it was already impossible to avoid the collision. The warrior was distracted for a moment to see how the commander was doing, hoping that he would cope with the rest, but that moment cost him dearly. Mugen immediately took advantage of this moment and, without hesitation, delivered a quick and accurate blow, not giving his opponent time to recover from his distraction. The warrior was unable to resist Mugen, and the blow came too suddenly, leaving him no chance to defend himself or counterattack. Soon, Mugen was already walking towards her without wasting any time. The enemy, defeated and lying on the ground, tried to recover, but his strength was already running out. The commander knelt, cursing her from his helplessness. He realized his defeat and could not accept that she was the reason for it. She was surprised by his behavior, because she was the one who had given him a chance. Her action was an act of mercy, but instead of gratitude, he cursed her. He begged for forgiveness, promising not to pursue her anymore, but soon realized that he would not be able to escape, and that his fate was sealed, and his end was near. She refused him, and declared that he would not get a second chance. Her decision was final. There was no more room for forgiveness or compromise. She swung her sword, ready to deliver the final blow, and said she hoped he would go to heaven. But at that moment, someone stopped her abruptly. It was Mugen who intervened and asked her to let him live. He understood that it was important to stop her now, despite everything that had happened. She did not understand why Mugen was offering to let him go again, considering everything that had happened. Her doubts and confusion were strong. It turned out that he did not pity him at all, but simply wanted to deal with it personally. His goal was not mercy, but true justice. He shouted that he was the commander of the Black Warriors, and that he could not simply be destroyed in an attempt to preserve dignity and power, even in a hopeless situation. He dealt with him himself, and then told her not to dirty her hands with such a scoundrel, showing his attitude towards the situation and his unwillingness to involve her. She thanked him for his help, sincerely appreciating his support and protection from danger. Now they needed to leave this place as soon as possible, before the commotion began and they attracted unnecessary attention. They couldn't waste any time. Her heart was pounding like crazy. She had never felt anything like it before. She didn't understand what this thrill was when she looked at him. It was a new feeling. When they rode past the waterfall, she said it was very beautiful. The sound of the falling water and the sparkling spray created a mesmerizing atmosphere. Indeed, people weren't lying. It was truly beautiful here. And as the saying goes, while he was looking at the mountains and rivers, the years flew by unnoticed. He thought that her beauty was also impossible to take his eyes off. Her charm and grace attracted the gaze as much as the majestic mountains and rivers. In her native land, she could not even dream of such beauty that now surrounded her. All this was new to her, but so was the thrill in her chest. He had already heard similar words from Tan Sol Yan, the same feelings of surprise and admiration. It reminded him of the past and immediately brought a smile to his face. He advised her to gain more experience while traveling through Murim, because such an opportunity was rare. He understood that trials awaited her ahead. She noticed and said that she could see from his face that he was thinking about someone else. Her words hit the mark and were accurate, as if she had read his thoughts. She wanted to know if he was thinking about another woman. This feeling bothered her. In his gaze, she sensed something that made her search for answers. He admitted that it was true, and that he was thinking about another woman who was as beautiful as she was. His words were sincere, but she was angry with him. She thought that he didn't care about her feelings at all. She tried to understand if he had a lover, and if he was really thinking about her now. He replied that he would like to admire the scenery with her, expressing a desire to share moments of beauty and tranquility despite all the difficulties. It was clear from her expression that she was upset. Her eyes dimmed a little, and her smile disappeared, as if something inside her had broken and was causing her pain. Soon it began to rain, and they took shelter in a cave. Outside the walls of the stone refuge, the storm raged, but inside, there was silence and relative calm. She complained that she was soaked through, and he calmly suggested that she take off her clothes to warm up quickly and avoid catching a cold, showing his concern for her. She was very offended, not understanding why he was suggesting she take off her clothes, and he, in turn, couldn't understand why she was going to walk around wet. He reassured her, saying that he wouldn't look and that he would start a fire in the meantime. This helped relieve the tension, and she was able to relax a little. She didn't know what to do, and still didn't want to take off her clothes. Insecurity and embarrassment prevented her from making a decision, despite the cold and her wet clothes. She was afraid that he was a man, and worried that she might give in to temptation. Her fears were related to the fact that her appearance would arouse uncontrollable desires in him. She was red with embarrassment, and her heart was about to burst out of her chest. Excitement and embarrassment overwhelmed her, causing her to tremble and even cry. Then she turned to him and said that he was not like the others. He was different from anyone she had met before, evoking unusual feelings in her. He wanted to understand how he was different. She believed that men were a complete disappointment. After a long search, she still couldn't find her match. She admitted that they either didn't take her seriously or tried to take advantage of her trust. This attitude caused her pain and disappointment. She just wanted to go home, but then she unexpectedly met him. This meeting changed everything and awakened some kind of hope in her heart. She thought he was stronger than anyone she knew, always saying what he thought and caring for her at the same time. He was a person she could trust. She asked if he was going to marry the woman he was thinking about. In her heart, she was anxious that her feelings would remain completely unrequited. He replied that he wasn't, and that there was no romantic relationship between them. She said aloud that it was a relief for her, although she didn't even notice how she breathed a sigh of relief. These words reflected her inner tension. Suddenly, she hugged him, and he didn't immediately understand why she was behaving this way. This sudden display of feelings surprised him and raised various questions in his mind. She confessed that she could no longer hide her feelings, and that she liked him. Her candor revealed the depth of the emotions she had been keeping inside. She said that he was the first person who had made her heart beat so fast. Hearing this, he asked what he should do to make her feel better. She asked him to hug her, feeling a strong need for support and warmth. His embrace became her salvation and gave her a sense of security. At that moment, Tan Sol Yun gazed thoughtfully at the night sky and the bright moon that softly illuminated the surrounding darkness. There was a slight sadness in her gaze. She was informed that Mr. Baek Mugon's whereabouts were still unknown. Despite all efforts, his location remained unknown. She asked to be informed of everything they found out, without missing a single detail. She was worried about Mr. Baek Mugon's unknown whereabouts. She was worried about him, and eagerly awaited any news. Every moment of waiting weighed heavily on her, but she remained hopeful for the best. At that moment, Mugen fulfilled So Yun Hua's request and hugged her, giving her a feeling of warmth and security. She fell asleep in his arms, and then he fell asleep himself. Even after so many lives, he couldn't control himself. Then Mugen woke up and thought as if the weight of the past still lay on his soul. Young Hua may have been the initiator, but he didn't stop her. For some reason, he felt guilty towards the other girl, as if his actions had hurt her feelings. Then she asked him if he was thinking about another girl. There was anxiety in her voice, because she wanted to understand what was really going on in his heart. She was angry with him for thinking about someone else while she was there. Her resentment was obvious, and she felt that her feelings and presence were being ignored. Then he admitted that she was right, and sincerely apologized. Soon she smiled, and even laughed, letting go of her resentment. She hugged him again, and made it clear that she was ready to forgive him, and be there for him, despite everything. He told her that there was no other girl in the world like her. Then they set off again together, supporting each other. Their journey together became a symbol of unity and strength, strengthening their bond with every step. During their stops, they rested and practiced sword fighting, improving their skills together. These moments helped them stay in shape. Together, overcoming all difficulties, they finally arrived in Hangzhou, a city full of new opportunities and unexplored roads. There, the continuation of their journey awaited them. Na was surprised to see Hangzhou, a huge city full of people. The noise and bustle of the streets intertwined with bright colors, causing her admiration. He wanted to know what she would do here and how she was doing. She replied that the Boda clan would not leave its members without money. The reason for her stay here was the need to go to the bank to get her money. She didn't know exactly how to do it, but she had heard that the money could be withdrawn at this particular place. He also thought about trying to find his past savings from previous lives. His finances were scattered across banks across the continent, and Xinhua Bank was one of them. This meant that some of the funds might be available here. He understood that he would have to pay to get information about the affairs of the Yaquan and Cheongmilgok family. Now there was a need for large expenditures. Soon she returned to him with the money, worrying that he had had to wait too long. Holding such a large sum in her hands for the first time, she said with relief that today they would be able to spend the night in a good inn. He had no objection. When he came to Katja, he said that he felt awkward taking advantage of his benefactor, and that he would pay for everything himself. She was angry because she had plenty of money. He approached the cashier to settle all the formalities and obtain the necessary funds. Then he told the cashier that he had come to withdraw his old deposit. He handed the girl a gold seal, a symbol of high status that had been given to guests who had deposited more than 100,000 yangs decades ago. She wanted to understand and asked how much money he wanted to withdraw. He said he had deposited 200,000 yangs and wanted them back, including all the interest accumulated over 30 years. This amount was significant now. The bank employees tensed up, unsure if they would be able to return such a large sum. Their anxiety reflected the seriousness of the situation and the possible complications. The bank owner was also agitated and suspected that they might have serious problems. His concern added to the tension of the situation. Chang Hen-chol, the richest man in town, was angry that his brother had barged in without knocking. At the same time, the bank manager was upset by the whole situation. He was shocked that the depositor was demanding his money back, plus interest. This unexpected situation called into question the stability and reputation of the bank. The director told his brother that the gold seal was not a fake, that the interest was genuine, amounting to 300,000 yang, and that the total amount was 500. The brother believed that even with all the gold in Hangzhou, they would suffer huge losses. He was worried about the future because the consequences could be serious. The interest was also significant because the depositor was not a simple farmer. His capital and savings reflected his high status. The bank director asked what they should do next and whether it was possible to postpone the payment date. At that time, the brother was still considering all possible options. In the end, the brother said that there was no need to pay the deceased. His words sounded clearly dishonest, and it was obvious that he wanted to harm Mugen. The bank director understood what his brother was getting at, because he was trying to avoid payment and possibly harm Mugen and even take his life. He said that it was worth entrusting this matter to the matchmaker and Mu's family, while he would take care of settling the situation, and instructed the director to continue monitoring Mugen. Meanwhile, Mugen and So Yun Hua were eating at the best restaurant in Hangzhou. She really liked all the food, and the variety of dishes amazed her with their taste and aroma. She also believed that food tastes better when you are with your loved one. His presence added a special warmth and joy, making the taste even more pleasant. He remained silent, only smiling in response. His smile reflected the deep feelings and calmness he felt when he was with her, cherishing these moments together. As they walked down the street, He asked her what she was going to do next. She said there was a lot to see and thought she would stay here for a while. He said he would stay for a couple of days until he got paid and asked if they could arrange a tour of Hangzhou. It was an interesting offer. She was worried that he would leave as soon as he got the money. This feeling of anxiety did not give her peace because she wanted him to stay with her. He said he needed to return home to Wenzhou because they were already waiting for him there. She wanted to suggest that they not part and stay together. The thought of him leaving worried her, and inside she had a desire to keep him close. At that moment, the people sent by the bank director's brother were already approaching them. They moved cautiously, trying not to attract attention, but their goal was clear. They began to taunt them, throwing sarcastic remarks and smirking. One of them said with feigned disgust that the couple was too sweet, that it was sickening. Mugun himself looked at them, trying to understand who these people were and why they were suddenly so aggressive. The thought that they were bullies flashed through his mind. So Yun Hua was quicker to grasp what was happening, and she noticed that there were not two of them, but many more. Shadows flashed in the alleys and behind the backs of passers-by. He understood everything instantly. It was obvious that the merchants and the bank's henchmen had come not to bargain but to take him away and, if necessary, kill him. They were already running at him, shouting insults. Their faces were contorted with rage, and their words conveyed not just hostility, but a desire to humiliate him. He realized that these people had devalued human life, and that for them, everything boiled down to profit. Mugen managed to use a technique. His opponent's blades and swords broke. The crowd froze, their amazement replaced by fear. They all didn't know what to do. So Yun Hua did not stand aside either. She quickly joined the battle. Although she was less experienced, her movements were decisive. He wanted to ask her something, but before he could say a word, she already understood everything without unnecessary words. After all, one glance was enough. Soon, he soared into the sky, as if freeing himself from some kind of shackle. His movements became light and swift, and his gaze fixed on the distance. She followed his example and soared into the sky after him. The attackers, confused, did not have time to understand how the two had disappeared from view so quickly. They thought she and Mugen were crazy. So incredible were their actions and speed of reaction. They couldn't understand how two people could be so agile. They wanted to quickly chase after them, trying not to let them get away so easily. But even with such determination, it was not easy to catch up with So Yun Hua and Mugen. The leader of the group was angry at the bank director's brother, believing that he had given him a difficult and dangerous job. He was irritated and dissatisfied with the whole situation. Everyone rushed after Mugen and Yun Hua, not wanting to let them get away. It seemed as if the whole world had frozen in suspense, watching the chase. People were hot on their heels. Soon, their pursuers caught up with them and began to close in from all sides. Mugen and Enwa stopped, realizing that it was pointless to run any further. They were surrounded. But even though they were surrounded, they were not going to give up without a fight. Their every movement showed determination. They could not retreat. The chief pursuer watched them, assessing their every move. There was surprise in his eyes, for this pair was fighting much better than he had expected. However, despite this, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and gave a clear order not to let them escape under any circumstances. He knew they could not be allowed to get away. Yun Hua couldn't understand why they were being chased. It all seemed pointless. They weren't even enemies. Mugen knew everything that was happening because of money. Mugen realized that without weapons, they didn't stand a chance. He decided that they needed to return to the inn where they had left their equipment earlier. Yun Hua didn't understand why he needed a sword. In her eyes, they were just petty thieves. She believed that even without weapons, they had a chance. She thought that they could defeat those who were chasing them with their bare hands through willpower, determination, and courage. Then Mugen noticed that an attack was coming at Yun Hua. He reacted instantly, warning her of the impending danger and urging her to be on guard. The enemy was right in front of her and raised his sword to strike. Time seemed to slow down. Every moment counted. Yun Hua sensed the approaching danger, but Mugen managed to cover Yun Hua in time, standing between her and the enemy. Mugen instantly used his thunder and lightning technique, and a powerful burst of energy rushed around him. The enemies recoiled. This technique was unexpected. After that, Mugen quickly asked if Yun Hua was okay. Although she was shaken, she thanked him for his timely help. He told her not to be so careless, because these guys weren't just ordinary vagabonds. They had to act cautiously and prudently so as not to fall into a trap. Then, Mugen and Yun Hua quickly ran into the inn, trying to get away from their pursuers. There, among familiar walls, they hid. The pursuers soon reached the inn and stopped in front of the building. They took up positions, carefully examining the surroundings, preparing for action. One of the pursuers said that they had completely surrounded their target and that not a single rat would get past them. Their leader knew that their opponents were not weak. The leader of the pursuers thought for a moment and then announced that there was a very simple way to smoke the rat out of its hiding place. He came up with a plan. He gave the order to set fire to the inn to force the enemies out of hiding. The flames would quickly spread, turning the place into a trap. She told Mugun that the inn would be set on fire on purpose, to smoke them out. Hearing this, Mugun thought about how much they had been paid. Mugun clearly understood that innocent people must not be allowed to suffer in the fire. The weight of responsibility squeezed his chest, and he decided it would be better to leave. He noticed that the leader of the pursuers looked particularly strong. He decided that he would take responsibility for dealing with this threat personally. He asked her to deal with the rest. She felt hurt, as if he had left her with some kind of trash, and did not trust her with serious matters, considering her weak. A fire flared up inside her, for she was a warrior of the Boda clan, and would not humbly live under someone else's rule. She prepared to prove her strength with deeds, not words. He tried to stop her, realizing that her pride could lead to rash action. He wanted her to understand that he wanted to protect her from danger. At that moment, the main pursuer, who had come up with the arson plan, was rejoicing in his cunning. He was sure that now they were trapped. She still did not understand anything, and, overcome with rage and despair, swung her sword, believing that this way she would be able to defeat her pursuers. It was her rash behavior that played into the hands of the main pursuer, and everything went exactly as he had planned, now weakening her defense. The pursuer also took up a sword and began to attack her. His movements were precise and calculated, aimed at neutralizing her. She immediately fell to the ground, feeling the power and accuracy of his blows. Realizing that she could not cope in such a confrontation, she went on the defensive. Soon, all the pursuers joined forces and launched a joint attack on her. They attacked from different sides, giving her no time to think. She desperately tried to fight them all off at once, fighting with all her strength and determination. Every move she made was for her own survival. She realized that her opponents were worthy and dangerous enemies, and that her previous confidence had been misplaced. The confrontation required not only strength, but also cunning. The main pursuer ran ahead, thinking about what had happened. He was struck by the courage of the woman who had been the first to attack and fought everyone. He caught up with her and nearly wounded her in the fight. His blow was quick and accurate, but she managed to avoid serious injury at the last moment. He decided to grab the girl first, seeking to quickly end the fight and deprive her of any chance to resist. She could be the key link in the struggle. At that very moment, Mugen intervened and struck the enemy with a powerful thunderbolt. The flash of energy blinded the enemy and stopped his attack. His sword was broken in an instant, and the rest of the pursuers began to fall one by one under the pressure of Mugen's power. The enemies lost their initiative. She was amazed and surprised by the power of his attack. The fact that he was able to so suddenly and effectively change the course of the fight earned her deep respect. The main pursuer opened his mouth in surprise, not expecting such power and determination from Mugen. His plan was now completely ruined. After everything that had happened, Mugen asked Yanhua if she was all right. She admitted that she had acted recklessly and apologized for it. Her words expressed remorse, but also determination to learn from her mistakes and be more careful. Now the enemy understood that they were no match for Mugen. His strength and skill were so impressive that his opponents felt powerless before him. They fell to their knees and surrendered, realizing their defeat. Without further resistance, they acknowledged the superiority of Mugen and Yanhua. Mugen carefully studied their fighting style and realized that their technique was very similar to that of the swordsmen of the Peck clan. The man was shocked that Mugen had figured it out. He turned to them and asked how they could be prepared to take a person's life for such a trifle. He rebuked them and reminded them of their humanity. Mugen clearly understood that many had good reason to hunt him. He saw greed in their eyes, realizing that money was behind the chase. He warned them that if they valued their lives, they should tell him who had given the order to pursue them. His voice sounded uncompromising, demanding the truth. Then the pursuers revealed the location of the person who had given the order. Under pressure, and realizing there was no way out, they revealed the secret and the man. When there was a knock at the door, he was angry and irritated that he was being disturbed at such an hour. His mood was gloomy, and he clearly did not expect unexpected guests. But Mugen did not wait and kicked the door down. His actions were swift and harsh. He was not going to waste time on lengthy persuasion. Mugen immediately asked if he was the owner of Shinhwa Bank. He was persistent, seeking answers and ready to go to the end if necessary. Approaching him, he calmly said that he thought they had important matters to discuss. His tone became serious and collected. In addition, he brought with him the person who had been pursuing him. This was a clear sign that Mugen not only wanted answers, but also wanted to show his power. He stated that the pursuer had revealed all the information at once, as if confessing during interrogation. This revelation meant that the struggle was pointless. Now Mugen wanted to talk about the coveted money and the reason behind the whole chase. He wanted to understand what it was all about. The man admitted his guilt, showing respect and submission. His confession testified to the seriousness of the situation and his understanding of the consequences of his actions. But Mugen showed neither sympathy nor interest in his remorse and was not moved by his apology. He immediately turned the conversation to the main issue, money. The man reported that the deposit with interest amounted to 500,000 yang and promised to pay the entire amount, including compensation for the inconvenience caused. Now Mugen was sure he would get what he wanted, but the next moment he reminded him that there was a limit and that he would, of course, do everything in his power. Then Mugen decided for himself that the compensation should be 500,000 yang, which was exactly how much he estimated everything they had gone through to be worth. He was stunned. Hearing the amount of 500,000, he almost lost his composure. His contribution alone had already dealt a serious blow to the bank's business. Then Mugen slowly stood up, and his face became serious. His gaze was stern, without the slightest hint of compromise. He made it clear that the other man did not seem to understand him. He added that this was not a deal at all. His words sounded harsh, and it was not a bargain, but a fact. Mugen made it clear that the terms had already been determined. Mugen said that if necessary, he would wipe out the bank in one night. It was not a commercial concession, but a threat. He wanted to put the man in his place. The man who had previously persecuted them, and now turned in the head of the bank, quickly realized that Mugen was not joking. His words were too confident, and his gaze was stern. The frightened banker, realizing the scale of the threat and the risk of collapse, became confused and began to cry. He admitted that the payment of 1,000,000 yang would doom the bank to collapse. They clearly understood that they had awakened a sleeping beast in Mugen, and now his cruelty had become uncontrollable and dangerous. They realized the seriousness of the situation. At the very last moment, Yun Yiong intervened and stopped Mugen, realizing that further cruelty could lead to irreversible consequences. She said that in the end, he would destroy people for money just like them. She asked him if he wanted to become like them, a person willing to do anything for money and power. Her words made Mugen think. He admitted that he had expected such words from her. This showed his understanding of her views and inner world, as well as his willingness to accept her words. He could have crushed them to dust, but being a noble warrior, he restrained himself and did not shed unnecessary blood. Instead of retribution, he wanted to show mercy and reminded them of this. He said he was ready to respond to that man's request. He intended to meet him halfway, but only within the limits that corresponded to his principles. With tears in his eyes, the man sincerely thanked Mugen for his understanding and mercy. His gratitude was very sincere. Mugen reminded him that trust is more valuable than words. He demanded specific guarantees and immediate payment. He made it clear that he was serious. In the evening, Mugen sat by the window and looked at the moon. Its cold light filled the room with a bright glow, reflecting his thoughtfulness and inner world. He told himself that he did not intend to destroy anyone. His intention was only to scare his opponents. Everything turned out much more serious than he had expected. She said that he was indeed capable of, and that was precisely why she was worried. She saw a power that could be both a defense and a destruction, and she admitted that he was stronger than anyone she had ever met. All she could do was feel weak in the face of his power and abilities. He apologized for making her worry, explaining that despite everything, he came from a noble family and would never allow himself to do such a thing. She replied that she trusted him. This trust became a source of support for both of them in difficult moments, and a reminder that they could overcome anything. She understood that he would now definitely return to Wenzhou, and that he had nothing left to do here. This realization brought sadness to her heart. However, she said she wanted to go with him. This decision meant not only a desire to be close to him, but also a willingness to go through all the difficulties together. She asked if she could go with him, and he replied that he could not refuse her. He appreciated her desire to be by his side in this new stage of their lives. The next day, he decided to set off by ship, realizing that in the current circumstances, he would not be able to drive a cart full of money. He knew for sure that there must be a large ship here that would sail to Wenzhou. Then, he approached a man to clarify some important details. He said he was looking for a ship to Wenzhou, and the man asked him his name in response. He replied that his name was Baek Mugun. He knew he should be on the list. The man looked at him and said they were waiting for him. He checked the list, and Mugung was on it. He said they could leave at any time, and the ship was completely at their disposal. Mugung couldn't understand who had booked such a huge ship for him. The man replied that the ship had been booked by the heiress of the Yun family. Meanwhile, Eun Ye-sang and Tan Sol-eun were already waiting for him in Wenzhou. She reported that Mr. Beck had boarded a ship that was due to arrive in Wenzhou in a few days. This was a joyful event for them. Yun Yi-san was sure that booking the ship was not a waste of time. Then Yun Yi-san decided to ask Tan Sol-eun a question that had been bothering her for a long time, hoping to clarify an important point and better understand the situation. Yun Ye-sang had long wanted to know why Tan Sol-yong was sharing important information with her. Tan Sol-yong explained that she was only passing on a message for the gentleman, and that she was not allowed to board the ship. She said that she was not a simple woman. However, until that moment, she had not been interested in that, but in another question. Yun Yi-sang wanted to understand why Tan Sol-yong was giving her a chance to please the master. She also told Tan Sol-yong not to think about making excuses because they were both women and understood each other. She admitted that she knew Tan Sol-yong was longing for something. Tan Sol-yong explained that she simply wanted to repay the master for his kindness and asked her for a favor. Her words reflected her gratitude. She also told Eun Yi-sang that she had the opportunity to support the master and that they were perfect for each other. Eun Yi-sang was shocked by these words. In the end, Eun Yi-sang admitted that she was pleased to hear such words from Tan Sol-yong. She apologized and admitted that she was wrong about Tan Sol-yong. Now she was sure that Tan Sol-yong genuinely cared about Mr. Beck Mu-gun. However, she added that Tan Sol-yong had misunderstood her because everything had long been decided and settled between her and Mr. Beck. Of course, she was sad. She noted that Tan Sol-yong was quite naive, despite her remarkable talent for gathering information. But her unique abilities went hand in hand. She then urged Tan Sol-yong to be more honest, encouraging her to be frank and sincere. After that, she left, and Tan Sol-yong was left alone with the realization that she had feelings for him in her heart. This inner confession was the beginning of something. She could only think about him. His image occupied all her thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. This feeling became a trap for her. Soon, the whole family gathered at the pier, waiting for the arrival of Mugu's ship. They looked eagerly into the distance, anticipating the meeting and the joy it would bring. Muok was glad that his older brother had finally returned home. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment, anticipating the reunion and the opportunity to be close again to a loved one who could be a source of strength and support. He wanted to tell him so many things, share his experiences, and find out what he would say in response. Anticipation overwhelmed him, making the moment especially important. Soon, Mugen himself came out of the ship, and So Yun Hua was next to him. Everyone bowed to Mugen and greeted him, expressing their respect and joy at his return. This moment united them, filling the atmosphere with warmth. Mugen admitted that he had not been here for a long time, and that his return evoked mixed feelings in him, including the joy of meeting his brother and memories of the past. Muok immediately ran up to him, feeling joy and excitement at meeting his brother. Their meeting was filled with warmth and a sense of closeness. Mugun's father also greeted him with warmth and care. He immediately asked how he was feeling, showing concern and love for his father. His father replied that he was tired of talking about him, and that he was glad to see his son in good health. Mugen replied that he had grown up, and asked him not to worry about him anymore. His father said that to parents, their children always remain children, regardless of their age. These words expressed his unwavering care and love, emphasizing their bond. Muok hugged him tightly and said that he had waited a long time for his return. This moment was filled with sincere warmth and mutual love. Of course, Muok couldn't imagine life without his brother. He asked why he had been away for so long. Mugen replied that he shouldn't worry because he was back now. Mugen admitted that he felt guilty for not writing, explaining his silence by various circumstances. Muok was overjoyed at his brother's return. Mugen was also glad that his brother had taken up the Chong Milgok case and considered him to be busy, which spoke to his responsibility and serious attitude toward his work. Tan Sol-yong also wanted to meet him and was preparing for this meeting. However, Tan Sol-yong wanted him to meet his brother alone, as she had a lot to do and couldn't stay long, and so he came alone. Then he left, saying that he had to help Mrs. Tan Sol-yong, emphasizing his willingness to support her in important matters and take responsibility. His father proudly said about Muok that his son had finally found his way and expressed deep satisfaction and hope for his successful future. Mugung regretfully said that despite his pride, he was still sad to say goodbye to the small and innocent Muok. expressing his tender affection. Then his father asked where Mugen had found such a beautiful swordswoman, and showed curiosity and interest in her origins and abilities. He replied that their meeting could be considered fate. His father smiled and remarked that it seemed his son had begun a new romantic story. All the warriors also greeted Mugen with joy and respect, showing their support. Their presence created an atmosphere of unity and strength. Mugen noticed that the warriors were well trained, and his father confirmed that they had all been selected on his orders, emphasizing the rigorous selection and training process. Mugen then told her to rest, as he still had many important matters requiring his attention. She agreed, understanding that he needed to attend to his duties. His father believed that Mugen also needed to rest, but he replied that he had matters more important than rest, that required immediate attention and resolution. He wanted to receive his father's guidance, and sought to fight his father to test his strength. His father had a kaleidoscopic blade, a weapon with a surface that shimmered and changed in the light, symbolizing his strength and skill. Mugen also wanted to prove himself worthy, to demonstrate his strength and skill in order to live up to his father's expectations and prove his maturity as a warrior. It was a very beautiful duel, tense and graceful, where every blow and movement reflected the skill of both fighters, creating an impressive spectacle. In the duel, he used the technique of the Heavenly Blade of Moonlight, an elegant and powerful move that combined speed and grace, like moonlight. His father also felt his strength, recognizing in his son a true warrior capable of withstanding any trial and continuing the family tradition. It was like a clash of fire and water, a bright, powerful, and at the same time harmonious confrontation between two forces, each of which manifested its own element. Then Mugen asked his father if he wanted to continue the fight, showing respect. His father acknowledged his defeat, noting his son's strength and skill. He respectfully accepted the outcome of the duel, realizing that Mugen had grown into a true warrior. He admitted that he felt as if he had become stronger, but compared to Mugen, he was only treading water, realizing the gap in strength between them. Mugen admitted that he had not become stronger on his own, but that the experience he had gained from meeting the Yaquan family had contributed greatly to his growth. His father said that Muok had told him about it. His father noted that an alliance between the Paik family and the Yaquan family would be necessary in the future, but Mugen said that this would lead to enormous expenses and asked what they would do. Then Mugen said that, fortunately, the past rebirth of the God of Thunder had taken care of the saving. Now it was possible to use these resources. His father never ceased to be amazed at his foresight. He noted that it would not be easy for the dreamers to cope with the changes, and asked what Mugen was going to do. Mugen asked if his father knew about the troops of the gods of the other world, for they had reappeared. The return of such a dangerous force was a bad sign. His father noted with concern that 9 bands of gods had returned, and that they were a vicious gang whose name had long been synonymous with destruction. He found it hard to believe. In the past, they had almost destroyed the God of Thunder himself. If they were not stopped now, all of Mirim could be drowned in blood. The threat was real, and there was no time to delay. Mugen knew that in order to resist them, it was necessary to increase the number of swordsmen, make their strength superior, and unite the reserves of 7 influential families. His father said that this was his ambition, and that even the Pack family would find it difficult to cope with the troops on their own. He understood that the threat was too great. Mugen intended to make the Paek family the leader among the Cholgang clan, to unite forces to strengthen their position and resist the looming threat. His father thought his son's plans sounded like a fairy tale, but he understood his strength and determination. He believed that Mugen would be able to realize his plans and was ready to support him. Then he asked about the swordswoman who was with Mugen. He said that she was from the Boda clan and that they had met by chance. Feelings immediately blossomed between them. He admitted that he had not promised to marry her, but he had always been honest and sincere with her. Their relationship was special, based on trust and mutual respect. His father reminded him that traditions were important in their family, and that he himself had to choose his bride. He believed that his son was already ready to make such decisions on his own. He came to her and asked if she was tired. She smiled and replied that she was not at all. He suggested that they take a walk and wanted to show her the city. He wanted her to see everything there was to see, especially the streets, markets, and old buildings that preserved memories. She was delighted and gladly agreed to go for a walk. Together, they went out into the streets of the city, where the fresh breeze and the noise of people created a special atmosphere. When it was time to eat, she was surprised, because the dishes were not only beautiful, but also incredibly delicious. Every bite brought her joy. Then they went for a walk in the forest. The quiet paths, the rustling of leaves, and the soft sunlight through the treetops created an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. They came to where those he had saved from persecution were, Mr. Yakwon and Mrs. Sangwon. Their faces expressed gratitude and respect. He said that he was like a fire that could ignite the hearts of many people and breathe hope into them. His actions and determination awakened faith in them. He also noted that for His Highness Mugen, he was like the only true hero, a light in the darkness that could be relied upon. However, Yanhua then told Mugen that when she was with him, she felt lost, as if she were turning into his shadow, always nearby, but barely noticeable. Mugen admitted that he did not fully understand her words, but felt that they contained an important truth that had yet to be revealed. He said that he was just a guy who had been washed ashore, and she was the one who saved him. These words were spoken sincerely, with gratitude and respect for Yanhua. He said he was happy just to be near her, and asked her not to say such sad words anymore. She smiled and replied that it sounded strange, but apologized for her words, admitting that sometimes her thoughts were confused. He took her by the hand and said he wanted to introduce her to an important person who meant a lot to him. She followed him with curiosity. Now she understood that it was enough for her to just be with Mugen, and he really felt the same way. It filled her heart with warmth. He brought her to Tan Sol Yan, and Yanhua couldn't understand who this woman was. Their eyes met, and tension hung in the air. Yanhua was confused. Tan Sol Yan was happy to see him, and there was sincere joy and warmth in her eyes. She greeted him with a smile, as if she had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. He told Tan Sol Yan that he had returned, and his voice was calm, as if he had finally found his way home. She looked at the girl standing next to Mugen with confusion, not understanding who she was or what role she played in his life. They bowed to each other, and Tan Sol Yan warmly said that she was glad to see Mugen alive and unharmed. In response, he admitted that he was also glad to see her. When Tan Sol Yan asked who the girl next to him was, he calmly replied that Yanhua was the girl who saved his life, and that they had arrived in Wenzhou together. Tan Sol Yan invited them in, as there was much to discuss. An important conversation and a plan that required attention after his return awaited them inside. She apologized for not being able to meet him when he arrived, but Mugen replied that his brother Muok had already told him everything and how busy she had been. Mugen apologized for not writing to her during his absence. Yanhua did not understand why Tan Sol Yan was so attached to him, as if she were clinging to him. Yanhua was confused and could not understand why Mugen had brought her here, as she did not know what was expected of her and what role she was supposed to play. Tan Sol Yang said she would finish her business and come back. She also said that the younger master Muok was on the other side. Mugen decided to introduce Yanhua to his younger brother Muok so that they could get to know each other better. Mugen explained that his younger brother helped him with his business, and that was why he wanted to introduce him to her. Only now did she understand why she was here. Muok noticed Mugen and jumped up from his seat, greeting him joyfully. Mugen praised his brother, noting that he now looked like a real tactician. Muok reported that all the information available here concerned Chon Milgak, reports from spies, and various rumors. He had collected and systematized this information. So Yanhua waved to Muok and greeted him warmly, expressing her sincere joy at meeting him. Muok responded with a smile, feeling support and friendship. Mugen smiled and added that he was glad to finally meet everyone. The atmosphere became warmer, as family and allies were close by and ready to support each other. He introduced So Yanhua as a girl from the Boda clan of swordsmen and explained that Muok was his younger brother. He expressed his hope for a strong relationship. Tan Solun joined them, smiling and listening attentively. She seemed pleased with the meeting and ready to discuss important matters. Tan Solun approached them, looked closely, and asked if she had stayed too long. He replied that no, everything had come on time and without any problems. Mugen said he needed to talk to Ms. Tan Sol-yan face to face. While he was busy, he asked her to stay with Muok. She nodded. Although So Yanhua nodded in response, her face clearly showed disappointment. She lowered her gaze, trying to hide the feeling of jealousy that had overcome her. Tan Sol-yan immediately noticed the change in So Yanhua's face and her disappointment. Jung Yu Hua greeted Mugen calmly and invited him inside. She acknowledged his recent actions in Yangzhou, expressing her appreciation for his effort. She thanked him for not perceiving John Milgak as an enemy and for supporting them. Her words were sincere and full of respect. Mugen replied that he had only done his duty. He did not seek gratitude or recognition. He said that the troops of the gods of the other world had become very unruly. After the incident with the Sama family, Even influential families such as the Namgung and Huangbo decided to pay close attention to the actions of suspicious clans. However, no one wanted to take harsh action. Therefore, they found no leads. The caution of the senior clans turned into procrastination. Magoon understood that the situation was more serious than it seemed at first glance. It was not easy to catch them. The God Squad had already infiltrated key structures. Tan Sol-yan researched the clans that had grown significantly over the past 10 years. She took it upon herself to report all her findings immediately. He understood that each clan had its own interests and ambitions. Only by working together could they resist. But first, the clans needed to be united. Young Master Muok had told her earlier that he was already gathering information on 10 clans, but she noticed that it would be better for him to tell her himself when the time came. Mugen then asked her to continue gathering information on the 9 units, and said that she could ask Muok for help at any time. He added that there was one important issue left to resolve, a significant matter between the Peck family and the Jong Milgok clan. He said he wanted to invest in the Jong Milgok clan. This surprised them. They expressed their gratitude for his words, and confirmed that the Jong Milgok clan would not violate the terms of the alliance. Even without payment, they would continue to provide information. Mugung stated that a true warrior should not accept important information for free. His past rebirth had provided for him. He wanted to pay 100,000 yang. They expressed their deep gratitude for the payment, emphasizing their appreciation. This strengthened their mutual trust and cooperation. He announced the end of the meeting and said that he needed to leave, closing the conversation. They said goodbye to him, expressing their gratitude and hope for further cooperation, seeing him off with good wishes. She called out to him, asking him to stay for a minute, as she wanted to discuss an important matter with him personally before he left. He turned around, ready to listen carefully to her request to discuss an important issue that was troubling her. She asked him about his relationship with the girl from the Boda clan. At that moment, Yun Hua squeezed his hand tightly and confessed that they were lovers. Tan Sol-yan was stunned by this statement and became upset. Yun Hua also stated that she had saved his life in the past and that they had gone on a trip as a couple. Tan Sol-yan smiled, skillfully hiding her true feelings behind a smile that betrayed a slight sadness. But she remained calm and dignified. She said that they were indeed well suited to each other. Her voice conveyed support, although deep down she hid mixed feelings. He asked Tan Sol-yang if Yun Hua's confession had upset her. Watching her reaction, she hesitated for a moment, but then smiled. Tan Sol-yan replied that it didn't make her sad, because she and Mugen were nothing to each other. At that moment, Yun Hua was already energetically pulling Mugen along with her. Tan Sol-yan considered herself a simple kind, and was sure that she could never take her beloved away from the lady of the Boda clan. Even though the situation seemed unusual, but Tan Sol-yan's heart already belonged to him, despite all her doubts and circumstances. The head of the Peck clan, Chon-san, addressed the representatives of the 10 Cholgang clans the next day. He wrote that unusual air currents had been observed in the Marima valleys in recent days. Therefore, he considered it necessary to revive the Cholgan community. He proposed to the representatives of the 10 clans to hold a meeting with the younger generation to discuss important issues and strengthen their common alliances. The messenger immediately set off to deliver the important message to the representatives of the 10 clans. Time was precious, for the future of the community depended on their decision. Now the fate of the Cholgan community's unification depended on their answers and their willingness to act together for the common goal and protection of Marima. The Pundo clan and the Chongmu clan also received their letters. Now all 10 clans of Cholgan had been notified of the upcoming meeting, and everything was to be decided. The Peck clan of swordsmen was angry with Mugen, believing that he had wronged them. Tension arose between them because Mugen's past actions had caused discontent. He asked his assistant if he was sure that it was Peck Mugen who had depleted the gold reserves of Hangzhou. The assistant confirmed this and said that there was no doubt about it. The head of the Peck clan said that the assistant was sure that Mugen would remain in meditation for a long time, but had become stronger. The assistant replied that no one had expected this. The clan chief reflected that Mugen had not only regained his strength, but had also unexpectedly acquired a huge fortune of unknown origin. It was clear to him that Mugen would not limit himself to the Cholgan community. He decided to take over the other clans, expanding his influence and power. The assistant believed that there would be terrible consequences, but the chief saw it as an opportunity for the Peck clan of swordsmen. The chief could be replaced at any time, and that worked in their favor. He believed that the in-laws would be happy if they disgraced the Peck family of swordsmen once again. Magoon was ready for anything, and understood perfectly well that the traps had already been set. He remained calm and carefully thought through each of his moves. He knew that now it was their turn to swallow the bait, and he already knew about the traps, and was ready to deceive his enemies by using their own plans against them. Yun Hua had not seen Mugen for several days, and this greatly depressed her. She felt empty and anxious, constantly catching herself thinking about him. It was as if he was deliberately avoiding her every time they met. When they did meet, he spoke briefly, saying that he had a lot to do. His gaze became distant, as if he had grown cold. She increasingly found herself worrying about what would happen if everything remained the same after the wedding. Would he continue to avoid her, finding more important things to do? Having tied her life to Mugen, would she still be able to call herself a swordswoman of the Boda clan? This question haunted her. She felt a sense of inner duty. At that moment, Mugen suddenly appeared at the entrance to the room and called out to Yun Hua, asking her to come out for a minute. His tone was even, without its former warmth. But despite all her worries and doubts, Yun Hua happily ran up to him, as if all her fears had vanished in an instant. His appearance restored her hope. Yun Hua smiled as she looked into Mugen's eyes and asked with a slight note of hope in her voice what their plans were for today, and if he would take her somewhere. But Mugen replied that all their plans would have to be postponed until later. He asked her to take her sword and go with him. Yun Hua felt uneasy, and then wanted to understand what had happened. He confessed that he wanted to ask her for an important favor. He confessed that he wanted her to teach his warriors the sword techniques of the Boda clan. It was a serious request, and Yun Hua appreciated his trust in her. Without a sword, she seemed so sweet. But now that he was asking her to train his warriors, she appeared before him as a strong and serious warrior. Nak Ilban realized that the rumors about the strength of the Boda clan were not exaggerated at all. Seeing Yun Hua and understanding the power and skill she embodied, he was convinced. In the blink of an eye, Yun Hua managed to knock the sword out of his hand, demonstrating incredible speed and strength. This unexpected action showed her skill. Nak Ilban was taken aback, and, to hide his embarrassment, smiled involuntarily. This smile betrayed his true feelings of admiration and awkwardness in the face of Yun Hua's strength. He gave up and said so, and she smiled and replied that she liked his power, but that he put too much force into his sword. That was her observation. Mugen believed that it was not necessary for her to go so far and use so much force. But Yun Hua seemed quite pleased with herself. She believed that such power was her main asset, without which it was impossible to be a true swordswoman of the Boda clan. Next came Pacang. His appearance added a new dynamic to the situation. He was a man with his own view of all events. Pacang had high hopes for Yun Hua, and believed that she could teach him something new. He sincerely wanted to improve, and counted on her experience. Without wasting a second, Pacang immediately went on the attack. His determination made everyone present feel the tension of the moment. However, Yun Hua managed to react in time and fended off Pacang's attack. Her movements were precise. She had the experience and ability to keep her cool. She knew very well that her true strength lay in her quick reactions, precision, and calmness. It was her ability to control herself. Now Mugen understood that something had ignited and flared up inside Yun Hua. Her energy seemed to sparkle, awakening in her an even greater desire to fight. She continued the fight with frenzied fury, driven by inner fire and determination. Each of her blows was precise and powerful, reflecting all her strength and will. Watching this, Mugen realized how much her skill exceeded expectation and how far she had gone in her art of combat. Pacang fought with all his might. He noticed that Pacang was too heated and was putting more force into his attacks than usual. A simple opponent would not have been able to withstand such power for long. But his opponent was a swordswoman from the Boda clan. This explained her amazing resilience and skill, which allowed her to cope with even the most powerful attacks. She also used the White Flower's shadow walking technique, moving with such speed and silence that her movements seemed very inconspicuous. Mugen knew that the two still had a lot to learn to reach his level. His skill and ability were unattainable for them now. Suddenly, someone approached and called out to Mugen. He had to take his mind off the fight. It turned out to be Eun-ye-san, who had come to greet Mugen. Pacang admitted that he had lost, and Yun Hua replied that an opponent cannot be defeated by power alone, so it is worth focusing on technique. She asked how he rated his fight with Pacang, but then her attention was drawn to Eun-ye-sang and Mugen, who were talking amiably about something. Her face immediately changed, and a shadow of irritation and discontent appeared on it. It seemed that Eun-ye-sang's appearance angered her, and she couldn't understand who she was. When Yun Hua approached them, Mugen was telling Eun-ye-san that he was sending soldiers to altar for reconnaissance and to deliver medicine. She immediately expressed her dissatisfaction with the fact that Mugen had asked for training to be conducted but had not watched it himself. Her reaction was full of irritation and complaints. Mugen apologized, explaining that he had to be distracted for a moment due to urgent matters. She continued to express her dissatisfaction, accusing him of not paying attention to her, behaving inappropriately, and flirting with other women. Mugen apologized again and explained that Yun Yi-san was cooperating with the clan, so his attention to her was dictated by important circumstances. She loudly expressed her dissatisfaction, accusing him of constantly hiding behind work. Then she turned away indignantly and said that she had had enough. Yun Ye-song laughed and noted that such behavior was to be expected from the Bota clan. Her words and actions put Mugen in an awkward position. She suggested that Mugen try to talk to Yeonhwa and resolve the misunderstanding between them. She hinted that open dialogue might help. Yeonhwa sat at the table, upset and lost in her thoughts. Her eyes showed sadness and inner turmoil, as if she was trying to make sense of it all. When Eun-ye-san approached Yeonhwa, she did not expect to see her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a mixed emotion flashed across her face. Yun Yi-san sat down at the table and introduced herself as In Yoon-san, the heiress of the Yun family. She said that she already knew that she was the lady of the Bota clan. She stated that she would not waste time on formalities and suggested getting straight to the point. Such a direct approach emphasized her serious intentions. She wanted to find out if Yeonhwa was jealous of her and the attention Mugen gave her. This question was important to Eun Ye-sung because she wanted to understand. She explained that she understood that it was normal for girls to be jealous, but asked her not to worry. Their relationship was long in the past, and now they were business partners. However, she couldn't help but have some doubts. She wondered if Ta would be a good life partner for Mugen. Suddenly, Yeonhwa jumped up from her seat. She started shouting, demanding an explanation and asking what exactly she meant, and if she meant that Ta wasn't right for him. She tried to calm Yeonhwa down, explaining that her words were not meant to humiliate or offend her, but rather to clarify the situation. Then Yun Ye-sun added that she had a very high opinion of Yeonhwa. This admission emphasized her respect and admiration, which somewhat softened the situation. She noted that, wielding a single sword, Yeonhwa was capable of subduing Murim, which was the complete opposite of the girls in their harem. She saw her as a warrior. Yeonhwa did not immediately understand what Yun Yi-song meant by this. Yun Yi-song then explained that Yeonhwa was completely incapable of waiting and was very impatient. She believed that Yeonhwa, by nature, was unable to wait and could not bear it when her companion was not nearby. She saw right through Yeonhwa. Then Yun Ye-song said that Yeonhwa was destined to inherit the clan and that there could be no personal attachment. She had a duty, and it was above her feelings. Yun Ye-san watched Yeonhwa, trying to understand if she could live such a life of self-denial and take on the role of an ordinary woman. Yun Yi-san said that Baek Mu-gun was a national hero and women would always flock around him. She asked if Yeonhwa was ready to burn with jealousy every time. Then, observing Yeonhwa's reaction, Eun Ye-sang came to the conclusion that she would not be able to endure such a life. There was no malice in her voice, only a statement of fact. With that, Eun Yi-sung ended the conversation, having said everything she wanted to say. Before leaving, she only added that Yeonhwa should think carefully. But Yeonhwa couldn't hold back, and jumped up and shouted after her, accusing her of saying all this on purpose to separate her from Mugen. But Yun Yi-song turned around and calmly replied that there was no reason to worry. As she had said earlier, she had no connection with Mr. Mugyun. She admitted that she had loved him in the past and couldn't just stand by and watch what was happening. Her confession conveyed the depth of her feelings. She was simply warning her, not wanting Yeonhwa to suffer the same fate. Her words were filled with concern and a sincere desire to protect her. When her father approached Mugen, he explained the most important thing about the sword floating in the moonlight. Mugen did not expect that the answer to their proposal would come so quickly. This surprised him, and at the same time gave him the feeling that the situation was developing faster than expected. He immediately opened the letter, carefully reading every word. Then he announced that it was time to prepare for their imminent departure. The time for preparation was limited. After that, he went to Enk to tell her the important news. She was also walking towards him. She looked pensive, immersed in her thoughts and feelings. He apologized for not paying enough attention to her. In response, she admitted that she had overreacted a little and apologized as well. When she asked where he was going, he said that he wanted to stop by the flower garden because he needed to convey some important information. She was upset that she would have to wait for him again because the clan was faced with pressing important matters. Understanding her feelings, he tried to explain the situation. He promised that he would definitely spend the evening with her and find time tomorrow to go somewhere together. He tried to smooth things over. She thought to herself that he always made the same promises that were rarely fulfilled. Inside, she wondered if she should believe his words. Mugun, along with Tan Sol-young and Muok, discussed convening a meeting of the Cholgan Community Council, at which they planned to raise issues of leadership and new directions. Tan Sol-young believed that the proposal to elect a leader should be approved. She believed that there were compelling reasons for this, and that some clans were too ambitious to ignore the need for change. Muok noted that attention should be paid to the Mechnikov Pek clan, thanks to alliances with Hangzhou and marital ties. They managed to amass impressive capital, which made them extremely influential. Now it became clear why the Pek clan supported the Hangzhou merchants. Mugun said that on the way to Wenzhou, they defeated the losers from the Pek clan, and at the same time, ruined the local merchants. After all, they asked for it. Muok thought to himself and said that he had no doubts about him, but he understood that now the Pek clan would do everything possible to prevent them from becoming leaders. He noted that the Pek clan had many supporters because of their financial power. He understood that it was impossible to govern the community without them. Tan Sol said that the Pundo clan would not miss the opportunity to take the leader's place. They would unite with the Kang family and the Yeonho gang and try to draw in the Bichan clan. In order to become the leader, it was necessary to obtain the support of at least 6 clans. This was a very difficult task for them. Muyuk was sure that the Jeonmu and Hogun clans would definitely be on their side. He planned to start small and gradually increase the number of supporters. Mugun asked Tan Sol-young to scout out the remaining clans, to find out their needs, hidden motives, and possible points of pressure on them. She was happy to be of service to him and enthusiastically took on the task, understanding how important her role was in achieving the goal. But there was sadness in her eyes. At the same time, she was upset because he was supposed to leave in a couple of days. Despite her inner doubts, she struggled to ask to go with him. Her desire to be close to him and support him was stronger than her fear. However, she was unable to finish her sentence, and he could not understand what she wanted to say. This misunderstanding left a feeling of unfinished business between them. When he left her house, Muok felt the desire to talk to him. It was important for him to discuss some issues and clarify certain points. They settled in a gazebo, where they could talk quietly together. Muok apologized and asked if Mugu knew how fondly Tan felt about him. Mugu admitted that it was unexpected for him to hear such words from his brother. Mugu replied that he was not so foolish as to not notice what was happening. Muok did not understand why his brother did not respond to her feeling, and instead brought Yun Hua here. Muok then admitted that he might be wrong, but he was sure that Mugun had feelings for Tan Sol-young. Meanwhile, Yun Hua was eavesdropping on their conversation. Mugun admitted that he was indeed in love with Miss Tan Sol-young. He explained that he did not reject other people's feelings, and treated them with respect. Ms. Yun Hua was the first to open her heart to him, and he responded in kind. Mugun explained that everything happens for a reason, and that he genuinely cares about the girls who are in love with him. He reminded them that he would soon face his enemies in battle. He acknowledged that the situation was very dangerous, and that he would have to leave his wife alone for a long time. She would have to come to terms with such a life of trials and tribulations. For this reason, he could not take the initiative first, and remained waiting for someone who would be ready to share this difficult fate with him. This was his way of responding to their feelings through waiting rather than hasty actions. He informed Yun Hua that he would soon be going to Jinhua for a community council meeting. He suggested to Yun Hua that if she wanted to, she could go with him. This offer opened up the possibility of spending more time together. She replied that in that case, she would be perceived as part of the Beck family. In response, he assured her that everything would be as she wished. Yenhua asked if he was going to deprive the Boda clan of their mistress, to which he replied that the choice was always hers. This emphasized his respect for her freedom. At that moment, he simply hugged her, expressing his support and feelings without words. In the morning, Mugen woke up and found that Yonhua was not next to him. She left a letter apologizing for her unexpected departure. In a few short lines, she wrote that she believed this was the right thing to do. In the letter, she confessed that being with him made her happy, but waiting for his return caused her pain. She wrote that she probably just didn't know how to wait. She wanted to be his companion, but she couldn't abandon the Boda clan and her duty. These lines spoke of the conflict between her heart and her duty. She wrote that it was wrong to blindly move forward without understanding her feeling. These words reflected her desire to understand herself and not give in to her emotions. At the end of the letter, she confessed that her feelings were sincere and that he was her first and only love. She said goodbye, expressing her hope that they would meet again. He believed that it would be foolish to keep such a girl close. He was ready to wait for a new meeting and for her to finish her journey and grow up. He promised to appear before her in the best light when they met again, ready for a new chapter in their relationship. Mugen quickly arrived at the Pundo clan. He was already met by his old friend. Mugen jokingly said that the relationship between the Chonmu and Paek clans could be considered over. He said that he would have to see that face again. He introduced the head of the Bichan clan, Cho Wan-yi. His appearance attracted the attention of everyone present, as the Bichan clan was one of the most influential families. Cho Wan-yi greeted Pak Mugen with a smile, expressing his respect and surprise at his success in restoring the meridians. He noted the significance of Mugen's achievements. Beyond Cho noted that Mugen had changed and looked better, and her brother was indignant, believing that he would never hear such words from her. Mugen and his allies decided to seize the opportunity and unite the forces of the Cholgan community. To do this, it was necessary to arrange a meeting to discuss the details. Bichan Cho Wan-yi inquired about the severity of the situation in Murom. Mugen replied that it was not entirely critical, but required serious attention and preparation. There were the head of the Mechnikov clan, Pyok Pek Jin-un, the Chonyang clan led by Shim O-kwan, the Choljan clan led by Tam U-gyong, and the Ma family represented by Ma Chang-hyun. One of them asked with surprise and some contempt who this man among them was, as if he were a living corpse and no one else. Mugen replied that he had not seen Pek Jin-woon for a long time. His appearance came as a surprise, as if someone from the past had returned, capable of changing the balance in Murom. Pek Jin-woon expressed doubt about the intentions of the Beck family, who were once again convening a community council. He was sure that their plans would not succeed. Mugen was sure that the Beck clan were masters of intrigue, and always at the forefront of political games. He reminded them only of their usury. The Park clan was angry with Mugen, seeing him as a threat to their plans and influence. They believed that he was interfering with their intrigues, and prepared to oppose him with all their might. He pressed Mugen, wanting to know if he had told everything, and if he was hiding anything, trying to test his honesty and intentions, and he immediately began his attack. Mugen grabbed Pek Jin-un's fist, warning him that he had not yet told him everything he wanted to. He hinted that he had important information. Pek could not hide his surprise, wondering to himself where Mugen had gotten such incredible strength. Everyone noticed that he had changed and become stronger. The head of the Pundo clan, Tae Mungen, noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and suggested that they not start arguing, but try to resolve everything peacefully. Mugen agreed with Tae Mungen, and acknowledged that it really wasn't worth reacting so violently to the meeting, suggesting that everyone remain calm. Despite Mugwan's attempts to keep the peace, the representative of the Pek clan expressed his dissatisfaction, claiming that the position of leader rightfully belonged to them. Mugen considered this man an idiot and asked if they wanted to back down. Others noted that Mugen always reacted to him like a bull to a red rag. A friend said he would always support him, but now it was better to hurry and get reinforcements, so as not to find themselves in a dangerous situation. It was important to be prepared. Mugen decided that today it was worth relaxing a little and having some fun, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and deserved this rest after all the events. Mugen's father held a meeting to discuss the situation. He said that the Paek family's clan of swordsmen had convened a council because anomalies had been spotted in the fields of Murom. The 9 heavenly squads that had once drowned Murom in blood had returned. Mugen had already managed to split the Sura clan, causing internal discord and conflict. Father admitted that in order to defeat the Sura clan, they had to unite with the Hwangbo and Namgun family. They were losing in strength and needed to stick together. The enemy was acting secretly, hiding behind the power of other clans. They could not rest easy because their influence was growing, and they were ready to do anything to achieve their goals. Moreover, Murom's existence was under threat. So was the Cholgan community. They needed to join forces to protect themselves. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Those present at the meeting asked Mugen's father what specific measures he proposed to protect them from their common enemies, and how to unite the clans for this purpose. Father Muguna emphasized that only through joint efforts can we survive, and that the Cholgan community must unite, not only in words, but also in deeds. Thus, the Paek family is putting forward its candidacy for the position of head of the Cholgan community, seeking to strengthen the alliance and influence the further development of the situation. Everyone present was very surprised by the Park family's decision, not expecting such a decisive move from them, and realizing that it could change everything. The head of the Park family's swordsman was confident and believed that everything was going strictly according to their plan, and that they would take the leading position in the community, strengthening their influence. Muguna's father proposed a secret ballot, according to the results of which, the person who received the most votes would fight in a duel for the position of community leader. Muok supported the idea of a duel, believing that it was an excellent way to test the strength and abilities of the clans, and to identify a worthy leader for the community. This way, not only the heads but also their heirs could participate in the competition. The clan head and his heir would form a team and enter the battle. Muguna laughed and said that his father would not need to interfere, because no one could compete with him. But his father asked to be given a chance, too. Muok said that this would give the chief greater authority. Thanks to this plan, they would be able to confidently rule the Cholgan community. There was no need to worry about the trial, but they also needed to get the majority of the votes. They had to hurry and enlist the support of their allies. Mugen said that in order to participate in the trial, he needed to get permission from his father. Mugun's father did not interfere and allowed him to act as he saw fit. He knew that his permission was pointless because Mugun did as he pleased. Mugun emphasized that all his actions were for the good of the community. He wanted to unite the clans and strengthen their position to protect everyone from threats. Mugun then went to his friend's uncle to discuss his plans and enlist his support. The uncle listened carefully to Mugun and realized that he really needed his support. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he thought about it. Hogan was very insistent when he spoke about Mugun. Realizing this, he decided to support him and promised to make efforts to strengthen their alliance, understanding its importance. He demanded guarantees that the Pak family would indeed take part in the competition and win, and asked what benefit the Chongmu clan would gain from this. Mugun replied that he understood the requirements and was ready to answer both questions immediately, demonstrating his willingness to engage in constructive dialogue and seek a solution. Mugun acknowledged that the Cheonmu clan's combat level was not what it used to be, and this worried him. He promised to help restore the clan's skill and strength. As always, Tan Sol Yun came to Mugun's aid at the most crucial moment, sharing valuable information about the Cheonmu clan's weaknesses and needs. Uncle was angry at Hogan for letting something slip, but Hogan assured him that he had not mentioned a word about it. Mugun replied that he understood their doubts, but was ready to prove his intentions with action, to earn their trust and show his determination. Hogan's uncle was impressed by Mugun's skill and acknowledged that even the sword-style characteristic of the Payak clan was not inferior to their clan. The uncle recognized that Mugun's words were not empty. He really had every chance of winning the competition for the position of head and restoring the former power of the Chonmu clan. He realized that without Mugun's support and help, the Cheonmu clan was doomed to decline and loss of influence. Only together with Mugun did they have a chance to regain their former strength. He decided that the Cheonmu clan would fully support the Baek family, recognizing the importance of unity. Mugun was pleased with the support and believed it was an excellent step towards strengthening the Baek clan's position. Now, the alliance with the Chonmu clan opened up new opportunities. Mugun then went to the Bichon clan's house to discuss possible cooperation. He understood that uniting with this clan would help strengthen their position. Mugun brought a small gift in a bag to the Bichon clan's house. The clan chief was surprised by such an unexpected gift. He bent down a little to get a better look. Soon, Mugun offered a direct benefit. If the Bichon clan supported the Paik family, he would guarantee regular supplies of rare elixirs and medicines. The head of the Bichon clan thought about it. Mugun's offer was generous. The elixirs could significantly improve the clan's position, but he understood that this was not a simple deal. Mugun hinted that he could offer the Bichan clan something else besides elixirs. Hearing this, the head of the Bichan clan immediately became wary and asked what exactly it was. Earlier, Tan Sol Yun had told Mugun that all the warriors of the Bichan clan had spears. However, there were no longer any clans in Cholgan that possessed this art. The art of the spear, once widespread, had lost its influence. Therefore, the art of spearmanship was not being perfected, and stagnation was setting in. Without worthy opponents and motivation, the fighters of the Bichon clan were growing weaker and weaker. He then thanked Tan Sol Yun, acknowledging that without her help, he would not have been able to gather such accurate and timely information about the situation of the clans. He realized that if he gave the Bichon clan the opportunity to improve their combat skills, especially in the art of the spear, they would accept his offer and support him. In his past life, he had mastered the art of the spear. This knowledge, which he could now pass on, became his main argument. When Mugun demonstrated his skill with the spear, the head of the Bichan clan was shocked. He had always known the Paek clan as a clan of swordsmen. Now they realized that Muguan's technique and skill surpassed even that of the Bichon clan. His spearmanship was so flawless. Muguan demonstrated a skill that left everyone speechless. His movements were fast, and his technique was perfect. They couldn't take their eyes off him. After his impressive performance, Mugun asked if what they had seen was enough to earn their trust and support. He wanted to know if he had convinced them. The head of the Bichan clan was impressed by Mugen's skill and thought that thanks to his abilities, their clan would be able to improve significantly. In addition, the possibility of regular supplies of elixirs added significant advantages. The head of the Bichan clan realized that such an opportunity could not be missed. He asked Mugen if he would really fulfill his promise, and Mugen replied that he would, without a doubt. Mugen was pleased that two clans were already on their side. There was still one important place left, the Enho gang and its leader, En Chu-sen. Mugen was confident that he would rise to the top by defeating the other warriors with his unique abilities. This was his main aspiration and goal. The decisive battle for the title of head of the Cholgan community had already begun. The entire fate of the clan depended on the outcome of this duel, and every participant understood this. Muok Nak Ilban and Pek Sang Gen came to support Mugen in the decisive battle. Their presence gave him confidence and strength, because together they were stronger. Mugen's rivals cursed him, calling him a scoundrel and unworthy of fighting for the title of community leader. They did not believe in him and tried to undermine his authority. Mugen ignored their words and calmly asked if they were ready to continue the battle or if they were already giving up. The gang leader Yonho and her representatives decided that they would not allow their honor to be humiliated, so they continued the fight. Despite Mugen's pressure and confidence, the opponent used the 18 Dragon and Tiger Blades technique, demonstrating amazing speed and power in battle, trying to gain the upper hand. Mugen was ready for anything. He controlled his breathing and closely watched his opponent's every move in order to parry their attacks in time. Mugen's father also intervened and supported him. At the most tense moment, Mugen's father intervened and supported his son with his wisdom and authority, which gave Mugen confidence and helped him. Thanks to his father's support and Mugen's determination, his opponents were unable to defeat him. Mugen's father demonstrated his power to protect the family's honor and support his son. His strength was undeniable, and his presence changed the outcome of the battle. The judge declared the Park family the winner of the first match of the decisive battle. The head of the swordsmen, Park, was furious. He could not bear to see Mugen display such power. He also knew that if things remained as they were, Mugen could not be stopped. This was becoming a threat not only to his ambitions, but also to the influence of the entire family. After the head of the Paik clan saw Mugen's power and realized the threat, he hurried to his confidant and asked him to bring him his elixir. The man nodded, confirming that everything was correct. He understood that without additional measures, he would have no chance in the decisive battle. The elixir was supposed to strengthen the body. The man shook his head doubtfully. Even with all his strength, status as the best in Cholgan, and experience, he did not feel confident before the fight. The head of the Pek clan said he would not lose. Backup seemed necessary to increase his chances of victory. He replied that first it was necessary to check his supplies, since their storage facility had been completely destroyed by Mugen, who had razed everything to the ground. The head of the Pek clan justified himself by explaining that it was all due to the reckless actions of his foolish brother. He declared that he would not allow any further mistakes. He warned that if the Mechnikov clan, led by Pek, ended up at the head of the community, it would cause serious difficulties for him and the merchants of Hangzhou. He was extremely angry and took this warning as a direct threat. His anger intensified as he felt that the situation was getting out of control. He sharply objected that he was deeply mistaken if he believed that there was only one Pek clan among their warriors. In fact, they had several strong alliances. The head of the Hmong clan apologized for his words and admitted that he had spoken rashly. He realized his mistake and expressed regret, understanding his guilt. Then he replied that there was no need to frown. He agreed that the matchmaker was right. It was necessary to be fully prepared for the coming battle. He expressed his support and promised to come to the rescue. The head of the Pek clan said that he would do everything and would definitely become the head of the community and repay him for his kindness. Deep down, he fiercely despised the merchants and seethed with anger. He dreamed that the Pek clan could take the place of the head of the community, and then they would dance. He decided that the matter could not be delayed. Internal contradictions and external threats forced him to bow his head and act without delay. He was sure that he would make everyone's life hell on earth. This thought burned inside him, and he was ruthlessly determined to regain his lost position at any cost. Soon, a duel took place between the head of the Pek clan and the other clan, an event that would decide the fate of the family. A crowd gathered in the arena, everyone watching intently. In the heat of a fierce battle, when the weapons clanged and the spectators' eyes did not stray for a moment, Imtot struck a powerful blow. The head of the Bichan clan fell. After the fall of the head of the Bichan clan, his son, unable to contain his rage, swore to avenge his father. His heart burned with a thirst for revenge, and to wash away the shame. However, circumstances soon forced them to admit defeat. The Paek clan prevailed, not with the sword, but with cunning and pressure that grew stronger and stronger. Mugun's father and Mugun himself acknowledged that the duel had been a worthy one. However, none of them knew that the head of the Paek clan had resorted to cunning and taken an elixir. Despite the outcome of the duel and his outward compliance, Mugun clearly understood that none of these people were real rivals to him or his father. When the head of the Paek clan left the arena to enthusiastic cheers, his steps suddenly slowed. He staggered, and his face turned pale. His son instantly ran up to him. He was dissatisfied and said that the Paek clan had increased their strength for great profit, but even so, they had barely defeated them. His son asked him not to worry. It was strange and even mysterious to him how the warriors of the Bichan clan, who he considered weak, could become so much stronger in such a short time. Ashamed of the defeat, the head of the Bichan clan modestly admitted that he had disgraced himself, since Mugun had trained them so much. But Mugun said that they simply did not have enough time. Mugun also promised to continue training the warriors of the Bichan clan to help them become stronger and prepare for trials. The latter expressed his gratitude. Mugun went to visit the Yonho gang, and the leader of this group admitted that the rumors about Mugun's strength were true. But Mugun modestly replied that he was flattering him. He also noted that, in the battle with the Paek clan, the Bichan clan held out to the last, never giving up and showing incredible resilience. Their spirit was unshakable. Mugun then admitted honestly that it was he who had improved the Bichan clan's fighting skills. He candidly said that it was his training that had helped the warriors. Mugun also stated that he would improve the skills of the Yonho gang and promised to continue supplying them with elixirs if the Paek family took the place of the community leader. He shook Mugun's hand and agreed to support the Paek family if his words proved to be true. Now much depended on actions and the fulfillment of promises. Mugun felt satisfied, and now he had 3 clans behind him. He knew how valuable such support would be in the upcoming struggle for power. Thanks to the efforts of the Bichan clan, the ranks of the Pundo clan's followers began to weaken. Their pressure tactics and persistence began to bear fruit. Thanks to their tactics and increased pace, the Paek family gradually gained the support of the majority. Their influence grew with each passing day. Soon, the Fundo clan emerged victorious from the battle. Their resilience, agility, and strategic thinking allowed them to overcome their opponents despite the difficulties. Then the Chonmu clan, which had previously been helped by Mugun himself, won. It was Mugun who played a key role in strengthening their position by improving their fighting techniques. Since the Kang family and the Cheonyang clan refused to participate, the quarterfinals ended early. As a result, the following participants advanced to the semifinals: the Baek family, the Baek clan, the Pundo clan, the Cheonmu clan. Now the battle for a place in the final will unfold between them. Each of the participants has unique techniques. At that moment, a pigeon arrived with a message for Tan Sol-yong. The letter was short but meaningful. The battle ended, and the Park family won and advanced. Shortly after the news arrived for Tang Sol-yeon, Yun Yiong approached her. Her appearance was unexpected, but it felt like she had come for a reason, and she asked. Without wasting a second, Yun Yiong said in a serious and tense voice that she had come for a reason and urgently needed to convey important news to her. The merchants of Hangzhou had been acting suspiciously for several days, with overly secretive conversations, strange routes, and visits. Tan Sol-yong was surprised to hear this. Yun Yiong also said that she had been encountering the Hangzhou merchants more and more often lately. Recently, they had been actively searching for elixirs. Tan Sol-yong understood everything immediately. All of this indicated that they were not acting on their own. The goal was obvious: to give the Baek clan an advantage in battle. Yun Yiong reported that she had recently noticed 2 suspicious men who had sailed away on a Hangzhou merchant ship towards Jinhua. They were behaving strangely. Tang Sol-yong clearly understood that everything that was happening was no accident. It was all part of a carefully thought-out plan. Something had to be done. Yun Yiong emphasized that this information was extremely important and that it would be much safer if she delivered it personally. Tang Sol-yong thanked her for this. Yun Yiong said that all her actions were for Mr. Baek. All her actions and efforts were aimed at helping him and providing support to the Baek clan. She explained that her actions were not at all related to her personal sympathy for Tan Sol-yong. She was acting solely out of loyalty to him and for the success of his plan. Tang Sol-yong decided to pass on the information she had received to Mr. Park as soon as possible and immediately sent a pigeon with a message. It was important. Meanwhile, the head of the Park clan obtained an elixir that could significantly increase his power and influence. This elixir could be a decisive factor in the future struggle. The matchmaker brought the elixir to the head of the Peck clan, but noticed that his face expressed dissatisfaction and anxiety. He did not understand why he had such a look on his face, and asked about it. He assured him that everything was fine, trying not to reveal his doubts. But he himself noticed that he had never before encountered an elixir that exuded such sinister energy. The matchmaker became angry and said that if he was not going to take the elixir, he had better leave. However, despite the matchmaker's anger, the head of the Peck clan took the elixir. As he took the elixir, the head of the Peck clan thought to himself that perhaps he had been given poison, but for the sake of the power that could lead him to the top, he was willing to do anything. Shortly after taking the elixir, the head of the Peck clan suddenly felt very ill. His body was seized by violent convulsions, and his breathing became intermittent and very labored. When the head of the Peck clan collapsed to the ground, the matchmaker noted that he did not have to wait long for the elixir to take effect. His voice was tinged with irony and hidden cruelty. Now all that remained was to wait for the results, to see how the effects of the elixir would manifest themselves, and how strong its influence on the head of the Peck clan would be. After the head of the Peck clan fell, the matchmaker calmly left his house and walked away. He showed no panic or haste. His actions showed complete confidence. Soon, Mugun received a letter from Tan Sol Yan. It contained important information about the events taking place, the suspicions, and the interference of the Hangzhou merchants. At this time, his father was training hard, preparing for the upcoming battle. Every movement was calculated, and his body was tempered by continuous exercise. Then, the main battle began, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the clan and the tournament as a whole. Mugen was fully prepared for the test. He stood next to his father, supporting him and ready to come to his aid at any moment. Their alliance and support became a powerful force capable of resisting anything. Mugen's father used the 18 wind blades technique, an elegant and dangerous move that combined strikes like gusts of wind. Each strike was delivered with precision. The opponent's son watched with concern and worried for his father. He saw how dangerous the technique was and understood that his father was in serious danger. He also tried to fend off Maguna's attacks. He understood that defending against Maguna's blows was the key to staying safe and continuing the fight. Soon, the enemy's son made a sharp jump and stood between his father and the attacks to protect him. He was ready to take the blow himself to give his father a chance. The father greatly appreciated his son's action and praised him for his courage and selflessness. He saw in this not only a manifestation of care and devotion, but also strength of spirit. However, Mugen was not ready to stand aside, and immediately began to defend his father as well. His movements were quick, and he blocked his opponent's attacks. Mugen used the Moonlight Heavenly Blade technique, an elegant move. His blade moved smoothly and quickly, creating sparkling bursts of energy around him. The enemy's son noticed that his father seemed to be injured. His face was contorted with anxiety and concern. This moment was like a bolt from the blue for him. At that moment, the enemy's son looked at Mugen's father and seemed to be about to strike. His gaze changed, and he sought to seize the moment. However, Mugen's father was faster and struck first, using the Sword of the Sea and Sky technique. This move combined power and grace. The enemy was immediately knocked back. Soon, the judge announced that the victory went to the Peck clan. Hearing this, Mugen turned to his father with deep respect and said that he was simply magnificent. Mugen's friend joyfully congratulated him on his victory and noted that it was a very beautiful and exciting battle. He admired the skill and courage of the participants. The next fight was to take place between another clan and his friend. Before the battle began, Mugen smiled and warned him not to lose first. But soon Mugen noticed the head of the Peck clan and his son nearby. Their presence immediately attracted attention. Their eyes revealed tension and menace. The energy of the head of the Peck clan was extremely sinister and overwhelming. A dark force seemed to envelop the space around them, causing a feeling of danger and fear. Mugen already understood why everything that was happening was so ominous. He realized that the intrigues of the head of the Peck clan were behind it all. He knew that he was looking for the elixir. He did not remember the head of the Peck clan ever having such power and sinister energy. This unexpected and powerful display of strength surprised and alarmed him. Before him now stood a different man, filled with new strength and sinister energy. His usual appearance had disappeared, giving way to a frightening image. But Mugen was sure that the Chongmu clan would not give up so easily. Despite all the difficulties and threats, they retained their strength of spirit and determination to fight to the end. Both Mugen and the clan remembered their promise to each other to fight fairly but with respect. Also, to support each other. That promise was still in force. But suddenly something unexpected happened, and the earth seemed to shake for a moment, and a powerful wave of energy swept across the arena. Everyone present watched. The head of the Peck clan suddenly began to rampage, as if he had lost all control. His actions became aggressive and violent, and he wounded the head of the Cheonmu clan. The head of the Peck clan looked at everyone around him with contempt. His eyes burned with confidence in his own power, and he considered everyone else to be pathetic nobodies. Even the son of the head of the Peck clan was shocked by what was happening. He looked at his father, whom he no longer seemed to recognize, the man who had recently been his role model. Shocked by his father's change, the clan chief's son watched as he grabbed his sword with rage and malice and rushed at Mugen's friend. Everyone was horrified by his actions. Mugen rushed forward to protect his comrade and stop the madness. He could no longer stand aside. Now he had to act and protect. He declared that the Cheonmu clan could no longer continue the fight and reminded everyone that the tournament was intended to reveal flaws and weaknesses, not to destroy. He ordered the sword to be lowered and announced that otherwise, the Paik family should not expect mercy. The threat hung in the air, and everyone present felt fear. But the head of the Paik clan paid no heed to the threats or common sense. He continued to shout that they were all nobodies, and nobodies, unworthy even to stand before him now. He began to demand an immediate duel with Mugen, his voice turning into a mad roar, and it became clear that something was wrong with him. Mugen warned his father. A fierce battle began between Mugen, his father, and the head of the Peck clan. The enemy's dark energy was felt everywhere, but Mugen and his father were ready. From the very beginning, Mugen sensed a suspicious energy emanating from the head of the Peck clan, which alarmed him. He tried to understand what exactly was the cause. The head of the Peck clan had no intention of revealing his secret. Despite Mugen's attempts to understand the source of his power, he continued to hide the true nature of his energy. Despite the secrecy and mystery of the head of the Peck clan, Mugen did not care. He felt confident in his own strength and skill. He could win. Mugen's father urged his son to stop what was happening, reminding him that such actions were contrary to all moral principle. But Mugen said he was powerless. And since that was the case, all that remained for him and his father was to defeat Mugen and his father. Mugen and his father had no choice but to engage in a brutal battle. Mugen realized that his opponent was no longer able to hear words and arguments. Realizing this, he decided to take matters into his own hands and move on to action. His father offered to take on his opponent's son so that Mugen could focus on the head of the Peck clan. The decision was made instantly, and his father stepped forward toward him. Mugen used the lightning sword technique, a swift and powerful move that combines the speed of lightning and the force of a heavenly strike. His blade flashed. This technique was so impressive and dangerous that the enemy was practically unable to resist. Mugen's strike could have been decisive in the battle. The son of the Peck clan chief tried to resist Mugen's father by engaging him in a tense battle. Despite his youth and inexperience, he showed tenacity. However, Mugen's skill and strength gave him a clear advantage, and each move was aimed at neutralizing the enemy without unnecessary cruelty. In the end, the son of the Peck clan chief could not withstand the pressure and strength of Mugen. His legs weakened, and he began to fall. Losing his balance, he found himself on the verge of defeat. The head of the Peck clan himself scolded Mugen, calling him an arrogant bully. He was angry, believing that the young man had entered the fight too confidently and was stronger. Mugen used the Desert City slash-sword technique, a powerful move. This technique combined grace, allowing him to break through his opponent's defense and deliver a crushing blow. But at that moment, Mugen felt that his enemy's strength had increased and become significantly more powerful than before. It was more difficult for him. Of course, his opponent was still far from Mugen's level of strength, but he had to work hard to cope with the enemy's increased power. He did not relax. The enemy was stunned and shocked that Mugen's shield had easily repelled his attack. He did not expect such power and skill that allowed Mugen to withstand the blow. The one who had previously been so confident faced serious difficulties in the face of Mugen's power. His former arrogance quickly dissipated like smoke. He felt the full force and skill of his opponent. Now he understood that victory would not come so easily, and that he was facing a true fighter capable of breaking him. He could not accept that Mugen was superior to him. Pride and ambition ate away at him from within. Each failure only intensified his rage and despair. Mugen realized that the source of his enemy's strength was the elixir, and made it clear that he knew. He said that although the elixir had helped him, in the end it had proved useless. Mugen stood firm. He made it clear that it was not too late for his opponent to stop fighting, admit defeat, and preserve what remained of the Pet clan's honor. The enemy flew into a rage when Mugen revealed the source of his power. Blinded by anger, he began to hurl insults, trying to hurt Mugen with words and humiliate him. The enemy was like a madman, overcome with rage, stubbornness, and a thirst to prove his strength, and he simply refused to admit defeat. In the end, seeing that words would change nothing, Mugen hurled his shield with such force and accuracy that it struck his opponent with a dull thud. The opponent collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, which became a symbol of his final defeat. The shield that had previously served as protection now became an instrument of justice. It put an end to the insane and stubborn resistance. Mugen was on the verge of madness. Everything was building up inside him. He tried to hold back his rage until the very end. Now his opponent lay on the ground, exhausted and broken. His body no longer obeyed him, and his gaze, which had been filled with rage and contempt just a moment ago, was now extinguished. He tried to move, but his strength had finally left him. All that remained was the dust of the arena, the shame of defeat, and the silence in which the fact itself resounded loudly. Now Mugen demanded again without hesitation, and his words were like a sentence, repeating that the head of the Pet clan must admit defeat and apologize for his actions. The head of the Pet clan was deeply hurt and pained by everything that had happened. He felt not only physical exhaustion and wounds, but also deep inner turmoil. He rose from his seat and let out an animalistic roar, a deep, piercing sound, full of rage and unconquered strength. This outburst was an expression of will. Mugen understood the seriousness of the situation and realized that it could spiral out of control. He urged his father to be careful. Mugen had no doubt that instead of improving his combat skills, his opponent had recklessly used the dangerous elixir of the Dark Ninth Squad. He was like a demon, burning everything around him with his unbridled fury and superhuman strength. His movements were swift and cruel, his gaze detached. Mugen could not understand how the elixir had ended up in his hand. At that moment, the man's son tried to stop his father, trying to keep him from his insane action. However, the father did not spare even his own son and struck him. This act clearly showed how deeply the elixir had distorted his mind. He was increasingly turning into a crazed, hunted beast, his mind clouded and his actions becoming more unpredictable and more cruel. Someone shouted Mugen's name, trying to get his attention and say something, but at that moment, Mugen was already immersed in battle. His mind was focused. The other man also rushed at Mugen with the clear intention of destroying him. His movements were fast and aggressive, each step filled with determination and fury. However, Mugen instantly responded with a powerful blow that knocked his opponent down and instantly knocked out all his pride and arrogance. It was a devastating move. It showed all of Mugen's strength and skill, reminding his enemy that pride hides only a fragile mask. After this blow, the enemy's aggression weakened. Now he was like a frightened rabbit, lost, confused, and stripped of his former audacity. His eyes darted around, and his body trembled with fear. Then, another powerful blow followed, which finally broke the enemy's resistance. This blow was precise and uncompromising, like a hammer. The enemy had already fallen, and was lying on the ground, but Mugen had no intention of stopping. An unbridled energy boiled inside him, and his calmness had now left him. Mugen could no longer restrain himself, and continued to attack, not allowing the enemy to recover. He unleashed all the rage that had been building up all this time. It was a powerful explosion of emotion and strength, like a storm released after a long imprisonment. This outburst was not only a physical attack, but also an expression of his entire will. Soon, the judge announced that the victory went to the Pac clan. This decision marked the end of a fierce and tense battle, confirming Mugen's superiority. The damage was minor, but Mugen expressed concern about the condition of his internal organs and insisted that a doctor be called immediately. His father asked Mugen what had happened to the man, and Mugen replied that it was all due to the destructive influence of the Nine Squad's elixir. He thought that their influence was so strong that they could not help but interfere in the choice of the clan leader. He thought that they wanted to take control of the clans. Mugen even guessed who was behind it. He understood that behind the events lay complex intrigue and someone's well-thought-out plans aimed at weakening them. However, it was better to remain silent and pretend that they knew nothing. This tactic was necessary in order not to reveal their suspicions and scare anyone away. The matchmaker was dissatisfied with the head of the Peck clan and wondered how much money he had spent to see this pitiful spectacle. He considered such expenses unjustified. Those who were close to the matchmaker also felt disappointment. They shared his dissatisfaction and skepticism as they watched the whole situation with the head of the Peck clan unfold. They understood that if the head of the Peck clan really became the leader, their position would become more complicated. His power and influence could could lead to major changes. Now they decided to take action and declared that he was obliged to help them. They understood that in the upcoming struggle, they would have to rely not only on their own strength. At that moment, everyone applauded the Peck clan, and it seemed that they had become the leaders of the community. Their victory earned them respect and recognition, strengthening their position and influence. Maguna's father expressed his gratitude to everyone for their trust and support. He promised that from now on, forces would be united to counter the looming threat. He proposed holding a festive banquet in honor of the renewal of the Cholgan community's activities. The Pak family invited everyone to participate in this event. Soon, everyone gathered in the banquet hall. The atmosphere was filled with solemnity and anticipation. Everyone present felt the importance of the moment. Then a man approached Maguna and distracted him from the conversation. Afterwards, he apologized for his interruption, explaining that the matter required attention. He introduced himself as a merchant from Hangzhou named Chang and apologized for his matchmaker. As a sign of respect and to establish friendly relations, he presented a gift of alcohol. It was a first-class drink. He also wished everyone a good time. His words created an atmosphere of friendliness and hospitality. Magun expressed his gratitude to Chang for the gift. He appreciated the gesture of respect and emphasized the importance of such friendly relations for strengthening the entire community. Magun also recalled that there had been disagreements between them in the past, but now it was time to try to put the past behind them and start with a clean slate. They raised their glasses to a bright future for the Cholgan community and the beginning of a new era of cooperation and unity. This toast was an expression of hope for prosperity. However, deep down, Chan was gloating, believing that there would be no bright future or real cooperation. He saw the situation differently and had his doubts. Then Chang hurried to report everything to his allies. He told them that those idiots had not suspected anything and had all unsuspectingly drunk the offered drink. However, they believed that they themselves had to finish what they had started. They were convinced that only decisive action would achieve the desired result. They believed that everyone should know their place, including Pak Mugun. For them, this meant the need for strict control and subjugation of others. They believed that there would always be a puppet who could replace the Pak clan and do everything in their interests. This belief gave them confidence. At that moment, one of the men reported that everyone who had drunk the beverage had been paralyzed by poison. This gave them the opportunity to proceed with their plan unhindered. It was an excellent opportunity for the conspirators. While the guests were caught off guard and powerless, they would silently and cold-bloodedly get down to business. The conspirators decided to start hunting down those who could interfere with them. Among them were Sura Dokjan and Sura Mojan, the very ones who belonged to the 9th Squad. They instantly broke into the banquet hall. The doors shattered into pieces. Shadows in black entered, and the silence was immediately replaced by the rustle of panic. Suddenly, they sensed that something was wrong, and the atmosphere in the hall changed, as if the air had become heavier and more tense. Their eyes began to dart from side to side. As a result, the door slammed shut behind them, and they found themselves trapped. Nak Ilban appeared before them, and calmly informed them that they were surrounded and had no way out, as all paths were blocked because they had been tricked. They did not understand what was happening. The unexpected trap caught them off guard. Surrounded with no way to escape, they tried to make sense of what was happening. The enemies believed that these people had been poisoned, but they were all standing right in front of them. This misconception made the enemies feel uncertain and doubtful. They did not understand how they could have guessed that the drink was poison, and how they guessed that they would come here. This turn of events came as a surprise. At that moment, Mugen came out and declared that the Park family had eyes and ears everywhere. He emphasized that all their actions were being carefully monitored, as were their plans. Mugun called them petty rats, and said he could see through all their dirty deeds. He made it clear that none of their schemes would remain hidden from him. His opponents were stunned by Mugen's words, grimaced, and did not know what to do next. Their confidence was shaken, and they felt vulnerable in front of him. Then they suddenly attacked Mugen, accompanying their actions with insults, calling him an arrogant idiot. However, their aggression only amused Mugen. Mugen was ready for the attack, and those who were ready to support him stood beside him. Together, they formed a united team ready to repel the threat. When Mugen swung his sword, his enemies were confused, not knowing what to expect from him. Their uncertainty only increased their tension and fear of him. All of Mugen's allies fought actively alongside him, leaving their enemies no chance and destroying them one by one. Their actions were coordinated. The main enemies were very afraid, but they stubbornly held on until the end, trying to withstand the relentless pressure from Mugen and the others. Mugen possessed such incredible strength that no one could get close to him, and he easily repelled all enemy attack. not even allowing them to approach. They could not understand where Mugen got such strength from, and realized that the slightest carelessness would put them in danger and cause serious losses. They could not believe their eyes, but Mugen's sword emitted a bright ray of energy that filled the entire space and instilled fear in the hearts of his enemies. Soon, they quickly realized that they were facing not just a warrior, but a true god of thunder, and that Mugen's power was unimaginably mighty and fierce, unlike theirs. Mugen calmly replied that it didn't matter who he was now. The only thing that mattered was that none of them would get away with it. He wanted to give them what they deserved. He promised that in any case, none of them would leave here alive. His words sounded like a sentence, mercilessly instilling real terror in the hearts of his enemies. They immediately understood that he was the one who had destroyed the Sama clan. Now it was clear that the power they had encountered belonged to the one who had already wiped out the clan. Despite their fear and doubts, two of the enemies decided to attack. One rushed forward, distracting attention, while the second went around Mugen from behind. But Mugen was no fool, and he had already anticipated their plan. Feeling the slightest hesitation in the air and footsteps behind him, he was able to react instantly. He was already fully prepared to meet the attacker from the front as well. His gaze was focused, his movements precise, and his sword at the ready. The enemy rushed forward. Mugen easily parried his attack, as if he had anticipated every move of his enemy. His sword met the blow with such precision and power that the enemy was thrown back. The attempt to catch him off guard ended in failure. He left no opening for a strike. Meanwhile, the second enemy slowly and cautiously crept up from behind. He gripped his weapon, choosing the moment for a precise strike. But even his stealth and cunning could not deceive Mugen, who sensed every movement around him. The two, overcome with rage and despair, rushed into the attack again. One of them let out a wild cry and lunged head-on. They were sure that Mugen was doomed. Mugen simply remained silent and smiled, not allowing them to even get close. The enemies tried to attack again and again, but could not break through his defense. The energy emanating from Mugen was so powerful and overwhelming that it became painful and difficult for his enemies to withstand. It was as if they were burning alive. Mugen just laughed, feeling satisfied with his position. His confidence and calmness increased the pressure on those who did not know how to cope. Mugen easily threw one of the attackers back, as if he were just a minor obstacle. All his energy and power seemed completely insurmountable. Kneeling, one of them could barely control himself, realizing that defeat was inevitable and his strength was running out. The others looked on with confusion and fear. One of the enemies realized that they were no match for Mugen. His strength was too great. They realized that this man was not to be messed with and could not be defeated. He thought that even if they failed to get rid of Mugen, they would still have to report his appearance, because the consequences of such power were very dangerous. He was confused and could not understand how Mugen had so deftly dodged his brother's attack. It seemed as if he had anticipated every move, as if he could read minds. He gathered all his remaining strength and rushed at Mugen again, trying to strike with all his might. Mugen was ready and easily repelled the attack as if playing with a mouse. The enemy, throwing threats at Mugen, tried to show that this was his last chance. He said it was pointless to fight and that it would be better for him to leave before it was too late. Mugen ignored the threats and continued to follow his plan, confident in his strength. He did not allow pressure to change his decisions, but Mugen could not retreat. Too much was at stake. His eyes burned with determination, and his heart beat in time with the energy that emanated from him. He used the thunderstorm technique. Lightning flashed around him. Everything around him froze in tension. The enemies did not dare to move, struck by Mugen's power. At that moment, it became clear that the battle would be decisive, and the outcome depended only on him. They no longer dreamed of victory. Their only desire was simply to survive. They were no longer a threat, now only begging for mercy. But Mugen was unyielding, and had no intention of letting his enemies live. No mercy for those who dared to attack. Mugen said he would not leave them alive. But despite this, the enemies continued to beg for mercy, hoping for a miracle. There was no room for pity in Mugen's heart. All the others had also been neutralized, their resistance broken. Now Mugen and his allies were in complete control of the situation. It was clear that everything had been decided. Pacang stood nearby, watching closely, waiting for the moment to tell Mugen something important. Then he called out his name. He reported that they had found and detained a group of rebels who posed a threat to the Payet clan. Mugen's friend had caught Chan and those who had let the enemies in. Now they were bound by revenge and responsibility. The Pek clan could begin to eliminate internal threats. Mugen himself was pleased with his friend's work. Thanks to his actions, the threat had been neutralized, and now it was possible to focus on strengthening and protecting the clan. Mugen then explained that the forces of the Ninth Squad were behind all this, and their deliberate actions and hidden manipulations had led to the current crisis. He compared the Ninth Squad to a disease that had struck all of Muram, destroying it from within and threatening the peace and unity of the clans. He wanted to get rid of them. They use lies to manipulate those who invite them in any way possible. Their goal is to destroy Muram from within. The Ninth Squad does not fight openly. In the end, they show their true colors and cause bloodshed similar to what happened. The Ninth Squad knows no mercy. There is no way to defend against them. Then Mugen said that he was the god of thunder, and that his path was dedicated to finding evidence of the revival of the 9 clans. Now the threat has become particularly critical. He declared that he would fulfill his duties as the true god of thunder, protecting the world and Muram. He reminded everyone that even Cholgan was not immune to this threat. He stated that, in his opinion, even the Peck Sword clan had fallen victim to their manipulation. To defeat them, it was necessary to join forces. He called on everyone to help the Peck clan. He emphasized that only through joint efforts could the influence of the 9 clans be resisted. Everyone present expressed their willingness to support him without hesitation. When Mugen returned home, he told Tan Solyan in detail about everything that had happened, and so it all ended. The Cholgan Union was finally united. It turned out that the head of the Piok clan really knew nothing about the 9 gods squad. Everything that happened was the result of outside manipulation. He became a pawn. Despite everything, the head of the Piok clan showed courage and took responsibility for what had happened. He did not make excuses, but openly admitted all his mistakes. Chang Hyun Chul turned out to be Sura's puppet. All those responsible were punished, and the money illegally obtained during the conspiracy was confiscated and transferred. The community leaders proposed to renovate and build a large mansion that would become a symbol of unity and a new era. Mugen's father took part in the project. He will soon be working on it together with the craftsmen. Mugen's uncle is leading the Pak clan's investigation into the events that took place. Muok also analyzes and shares information with Jung Milgok to improve cooperation and work together to confront all dangers and enemies. All that remains for him is to drink soju and tea as he is doing now, while the information is being transmitted and analyzed. She thought he should take a little rest. She timidly admitted that she wanted to spend more time alone with him to get to know each other better and strengthen their bond. In her heart, she hoped for this. She smiled and added that she had something for him, a small gift that she had prepared. It was her way of expressing her feelings. She told him the exact location of the messenger Nanchan. Now they needed the strongest masters. Therefore, they were looking for the most talented ones. Nanchan had fought against demons in the past. They were allies of the god of war, joining forces to protect the world from darkness and chaos. He already knew all this. He knew these guys from his past life, and it was amazing that they were still alive, retaining their strength and especially their experience, despite the trials and tribulations of time. He looked at her intently and asked whose location she had managed to find out. This information was very important for their further actions. When she reported that she had found Hanbek's location, his eyes widened in surprise, and this news was unexpected and even significant for him. Tan Solyan said that he had gone into seclusion and now lived in Dochang, Jindengzhen province, but she had not been able to find out the location of the other messengers. He said that if this was true, then that was enough. He was satisfied with the information he had received and acknowledged that she had done a good job. She cautiously asked if he was leaving right away. He answered her question confidently and without a shadow of a doubt that he was leaving immediately. She felt awkward, but embarrassed and avoiding his gaze, she admitted that she would like to go with him. The words came with difficulty, but her desire to be with him was stronger. Then he looked at her and smiled, and she continued speaking. She thought that the idea of going together was reasonable. She promised to take care of her own safety. He watched her closely, and a little later asked an important question. Would she be able to cope even if the journey proved difficult? It was a test of her readiness. She was ready to follow him without hesitation. There was no fear or doubt left in her eyes, only the desire to move forward, wherever the path might lead. He took her with him, and their journey together began immediately, as mutual understanding arose between them. Together, they set off into the unknown. They arrived in Pyongyang, the city where a new stage of their journey began. This place became the starting point for important events, filled with challenges and trials. And they came to the house where Tan Sol-yan thought he was. Obviously, this was the very place where Hanbok Tae-hyup was. Mugun agreed with her. He introduced himself as Baek Mugun and said he had come to see Tae-hyup. He asked him to come out, expressing his intention to meet him in person. His words were clear. No one responded to their calls, and they began to suspect that no one was home. The silence and lack of response made them think that the meeting would not take place. However, soon the person they were looking for appeared before them. His appearance dispelled all doubts and confirmed that their expectations were justified and that he was there. He asked them who they were and why they were spying on other people's houses. He was wary and very suspicious, showing distrust of strangers. Magoon smiled and said his name loudly, trying to defuse the situation and establish contact. He seemed to want to show that their intentions were peaceful. He was very happy to see his friend. His heart was filled with warmth and joy from this meeting, which reminded him of their long-standing friendship and mutual support. Mugen thought that old age would soon come, and this made him think about the changes that time brings. But even after decades, he remained the same. He expressed how unpleasant and disturbing it was to notice someone spying around the house, and thinking they could simply investigate everything. At that moment, a boy ran up and told Hanbyok that they had a problem. He was looking for help to resolve the situation as soon as possible. The boy added that bandits had appeared in the village. He described the alarming situation that threatened the safety of the residents and required intervention. Hanbyok was agitated and rushed to the scene without delay. His decision showed his willingness to protect the village and his sense of responsibility and loyalty. He told the boy to stay where he was and wait. He wanted him to be safe and out of danger while he went to deal with the threat. Tang Solyan and Mugung were convinced that Hanbek was a true representative of Nanchong. Mugung knew of his good reputation and trusted him. They were confident in his strength. It seemed that bandits had appeared in the village. All the rumors indicated that a group of bandits from Guryongchan was approaching the village. Mugung also quickly went to help. His determination and willingness to support Hanbyuk were obvious, and he told the two to wait there. The bandits were already rampaging through the village, spreading chaos and fear among the residents. Their arrogance and cruelty increased the tension, making it difficult to intervene. The people begged to be spared, asking for mercy and for no harm to be done to them. The bandits stood over them and mocked them, saying that the village could use a defender. The bandits said that this was the price of the soldiers' arrogance. According to them, the suffering of the village was justified. They considered their behavior justified and had no regrets. But soon, the one who uttered these words got what he deserved, for a defender arrived in the village. His appearance was swift, and he intervened without delay. All the other robbers stopped when they saw their comrade being punished. Fear and confusion overwhelmed them, and they realized that there would be no more impunity. Hanbyuk shouted, ordering them to leave, calling them a band of robbers. His voice sounded menacing, leaving no doubt that he would not tolerate them. He threatened that anyone who did not leave immediately would lose their life. He offered a choice: salvation for the peaceful and retribution for the violator. The bandits felt fear. They began to beg for mercy, promising to leave immediately. In front of the defenders, they admitted their guilt and swore that they would never return. But Hanbyuk was angry. He made it clear that they had no right to give him orders. He would not allow the criminals to dictate terms after all they had done. The bandit continued to beg Hanbyuk not to take his miserable life. With every word of his plea, panic and remorse could be heard in his voice. He fell to his knees. Hanbok still ordered them to take the rest and get out of there as soon as possible. He made it clear that if they dared to return, there would be no mercy. At that moment, those who were going to attack again were already sneaking up behind him. The robbers, not resigned to defeat, tried to seize the moment. Fortunately, Mugen arrived in time and noticed them. He quickly took control of the situation and dealt with the bandits, preventing them from repeating their attack. Mugen told Hanbok that he had almost been captured by the bandits during the assault. He told him about the brief skirmish that could have ended badly. Mugen smiled and told Hanbek that he was getting old. These words were a friendly joke, expressing his warm attitude despite the seriousness of the situation. Hanbok became angry and asked Mugen what exactly he meant by his words. His irritation was noticeable. He was not used to hearing such remarks. At that moment, another bandit appeared and addressed Mugen threateningly. He said that if Mugen dared to lay a finger on him, there would be trouble. Mugen quickly grabbed the bandit and covered his mouth to prevent further threats. His decisive actions disarmed his opponent, and he controlled him. Mugen covered the bandit's mouth and asked what would happen if he tried to touch him. He demanded that all the bandits be quiet and leave the village immediately. He demonstrated his intention to use force if necessary and destroy them. Hanbek was also furious. His gaze was stern and unwavering, ready to act against the threat. He was like a beast ready to rush into battle without hesitation. Mugen noticed that even at 60, Hanbyuk remained as energetic and strong as ever. He respected his old friend's endurance and fighting spirit. He thanked him for his help, but noted that Magoon was still wet behind the ears, and wondered how he dared to speak to him like that, since he didn't recognize him. Magoon said that sounded hurtful, and asked if he still didn't recognize. He wanted to understand if his interlocutor realized who he was dealing with, and hoped to learn something. He said he could tell him how many times he had been expelled for flirting. These words reflected their long history and mutual teasing, showing their connection. Hanbyok recognized him and said his name was Guianhui. He was very surprised. This unexpected confession awakened memories in him and made him rethink things. He remembered the moment when they first met, and the images of that first encounter came vividly back to him. This memory evoked mixed feelings in him. Then he told Mugen that when they won, he would definitely introduce him to his younger sister. It was the time of their youth and the prime of their lives. He also remembered the moment when his friend died and left him alone. This memory was heavy and painful, reminding him of loss and hardship. And then he told him that he had promised to give his sister to him as a wife, and he had to find a partner for Hanbek. But now his friend was dead, and it was unbearable for him. He couldn't believe that his friend was standing in front of him, even if he looked different. It shocked him, causing doubts and joy from the unexpected meeting after so many years. He called him by the name Gu Hyanghui, the name by which Mugen was known in his past life. This name awakened memories and tears in both of them. In the evening, as they sat at the table, Hanbyuk still said he couldn't believe it, wondering if it was real. If it was really his rebirth. Mugen said that this was something that could not be achieved at the usual level. Hanbok said that no matter how many times he was reborn, he always became more beautiful than before. Magoon also said that these bandits were much more dangerous than he had thought. The village was too open and vulnerable. It needed to be secured and protected somehow. Hanbyuk replied that the whole situation was his fault. Last time, he left too many enemies alive, and now he was paying for those mistakes. Mugen said that he thought that after Hadaine and Tan were rescued, they would start dating. Hanbyuk did not expect this topic to come up, and his face turned red. Mugen also noted that the reason was clear. If Hanbuk got involved in a romantic relationship, it would weaken him and ultimately prevent him from saving his own life. Hanbuk himself admitted that he was happy to see that he had a girlfriend, but that they still had to unite to destroy these gangsters and save Tan. But Mugen believed that with his abilities, Hanbyuk could easily deal with the gangsters. He believed in his strength, and that his friend could overcome any difficulties. He said that this was a gang that could be found anywhere. His words emphasized their danger and unpredictability, making the threat even more serious. He added that they were backed by 72 dense forests and were the largest gangs around. They were dangerous, and their power and influence instilled fear even in the bravest. But for Mugen, this was not a problem. He remained confident, knowing his strength and experience. Even such large gangs did not cause him fear. Mugen asked since when the great Hanbyuk had become afraid of a group of bandits. He wanted to remind his friend who he really was. He said he had a woman he loved, but he was also worried that the city might suffer. It was a conflict between personal attachment and responsibility. Mugen said that Hanbok had something to protect, and that he would protect his beloved. He asked him not to worry, showing his willingness to always stand by his side. They went out and began to survey the enemy's territory, paying attention to vulnerable spots. They looked for places where a threat could come from, so that they would be ready for anything. Hanbek said that it was not worth thinking that everything was so simple. According to rumors on Jeju Island, the leader Guryong de Menghik possessed high-level abilities. Mugung just laughed and said that they were just a gang of bandits. His attitude toward the threat caused concern for Hanbek, who thought that his friend was overconfident. Still, Hanbyuk didn't understand why Mugen had brought Tang Sol-yeon with him. It seemed strange and even dangerous to him to involve her in such a risky situation. She said that they were both excellent martial artists, but the main problem was that the gang had taken hostages. They had to act cautiously. They didn't know where the hostages were, or if they were in danger. This feeling of uncertainty and responsibility for other people's lives made them nervous. She believed that if those skilled in martial arts joined forces, they would be able to rescue the hostages. She seemed to lift their spirits by instilling confidence in them. Hanbek asked how they would do it. She replied that they obviously had the necessary combat skills. The order of actions was a matter of their practice and experience. She supported them as best she could, helping to maintain their fighting spirit. Her support was important for the team, strengthening unity and making everyone believe in success. Tan Sol-yeon believed that with the warriors of Cheongmilgak, everything would surely work out. Encouraged by her words, the warriors went out ready to face any difficulties. Mugen was surprised and impressed by how quickly she had managed to rebuild Cheongmilgak. He noted that in such a short time, they had achieved significant success. Moreover, they all possessed a high level of skill. This inspired confidence and belief in success, because there were experienced and strong warriors nearby. He saw her talent and said that he believed in her and trusted her. This trust became an important source of support for her, giving her strength and confidence and strengthening their alliance. They immediately launched an attack on the enemy. Working together smoothly and decisively, using their skills and tactics, they sought to suppress the enemy and free the hostages. Soon, the enemies were caught off guard. Their unexpected attack caused confusion and disorganization in their ranks, which now gave them the advantage. Some were still unaware of the attack and, surprised by the noise, asked each other what was happening. Their confusion and misunderstanding of the situation only worsened. While they were trying to figure out what was going on, they were all neutralized. The quick and coordinated attack allowed them to seize the initiative and neutralize the enemy. When the warriors came for the hostage, she was frightened, but they reassured her, saying that Tan Sol-yan had sent them for her. Now she trusted them and felt protected. The girl said that the others were also in captivity, but she had been told that they had already been rescued. This news brought her relief and joy in her heart. Then one of the warriors went outside and waved a torch, signaling something. Mugen and Hanbyuk were ready to launch an attack. Combining their strengths and experience, they carefully planned their next steps to secure the territory. All those who had not yet been captured were terrified of Mugen and Hanbuk's power. They scattered in all directions, trying to escape inevitable defeat and death. But Mugen and Hanbuk did not let them get away. They persistently pursued their enemies, not allowing them to escape, and also demonstrated unwavering determination and skill. Soon, the entire territory was almost cleared. Thanks to the coordinated actions of Mugen and Hanbek, the enemies were either captured, expelled, or destroyed. Those who remained prepared for battle. They gathered their strength and fortified their positions, hoping to resist, but they realized that they were facing experienced warriors. However, Hanbek left them no chance and immediately went on the offensive. A swift and decisive attack broke the enemy's resistance and neutralized them. Mugen looked up and noticed figures hiding on the balcony, watching the battle closely. These observers remained out of reach, but Mugen quickly found a way out of the situation and threw his shield at the observer. This unexpected move distracted the people hiding on the balcony. Moreover, the shield knocked them off their feet and they fell from the balcony. This unexpected maneuver allowed Mugen to neutralize the hidden threat and strengthen his position. Hanbuk was in high spirits and fought easily and confidently. His movements were precise and swift, which allowed him to control the entire situation. Soon, an enemy appeared and tried to attack Hanbyuk from behind again. Hanbyuk did not notice the attack immediately, which put him in danger. As before, Mugen covered Hanbuk in time and neutralized the attacking enemy. His quick reaction saved his comrade from an irreparably dangerous situation. But the enemy was not weak and replied that it was bold of them to attack Men-hyuk-san together. He wanted to get rid of Mugu and Hanbuk. His intentions were clear. Men-hyuk-san doubted that Mugu and Hanbuk would be able to cope with such a group of opponents for long. At the same time, he was confident of his victory over them. But it didn't take long for Mugen and Hanbuk to defeat the enemy group in an instant. Their coordinated actions and skill allowed them to quickly suppress their opponents. After quickly defeating the enemies, Mugen turned to Men-hyuk-san, pointing out his mistake and saying that he had messed up by underestimating the strength and unity of his opponents. Soon, Mugen himself prepared to attack Men-hyuk-san, intending to stop his actions and prevent further threats, ready to defend his allies. Men-hyuk-san was unable to resist Mugen, who quickly and confidently suppressed his attempts at resistance, proving his skill and, of course, his experience. Mugen then immediately made it clear that he had no intention of wasting time on Men-hyuk-san and would quickly end the confrontation without unnecessary delays or conversations. But despite his defeat, Men-hyuk-san still threatened to destroy them all. His voice sounded angry and stubborn, full of rage and wounded pride. Men-hyuk-san considered Mugen and Hanbek to be fools who were confident in their victory, but too early. He was convinced that reinforcements would soon arrive to help. Then he laughed, looking at Mugen and Hanbek with contempt. Through his laughter, he shouted that they were fools if they thought he wasn't ready for such an outcome. Men-hyuk-san threatened that he had already taken Hanbek's girlfriend hostage and would punish her in front of him for his mistakes in order to break his will and spirit. But Mugen and Hanbuk only laughed at his words. His threats did not cause fear, only contempt. They made it clear that his tricks no longer worked. At that moment, Men-hyuk-san's soldiers ran up to him and reported with alarm that they had serious problems because all the hostages had escaped. The news shocked him. He clearly did not expect such news. His confidence instantly wavered, and his face froze in disbelief and confusion. What he had hoped for was destroyed. Then Mugen looked at Men-hyuk-san with anger and rage, and immediately asked if he seriously thought that they had not thought everything through in advance before the battle. Hanbek intervened and declared that Hyuk-san had crossed the line and gone too far by threatening someone dear to him. He made it clear that his patience had run out. Realizing that the situation was out of control and that there was no chance of victory, Hyuk-san quickly turned and ran to save himself. For him, all was lost. Mugung noticed that when his friend behaved this way, he himself began to resemble a gangster, quick and decisive, but forced to deal with the consequences. In the end, Mugen threw down his shield and knocked Hyuk-san off his feet. Hyuk-san lost his balance and fell without even having time to react. Hanbek was already preparing for the final blow. He quickly found himself next to his defeated enemy, giving him no time to recover. Mugen was ready to support his friend and looked in that direction. Hyuk-san tried to stop him, saying that there was someone behind all this and that he was ready to reveal the truth. But the situation was already out of control. The blow to Hyuk-san was precise and powerful. He lost his balance and consciousness. His resistance was over, and nothing could stop Mugen and Hanbek. After the blow, Hanbek kicked Hyuk-san powerfully, and he flew into the air, flying far away. The battle was coming to an end, and everyone was satisfied. At the end, Mugen asked the falling man if he would reveal the name of the enemy, since they already knew who was behind everything that had happened. All that was left for him was to accept his fate. But he was too weak and unable to answer Mugen's question. His body no longer obeyed him, and the words stuck in his throat, forcing him to remain silent. Finally, Hanbek and his beloved were reunited. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited in both their hearts. After all those trials, they were together again. Mugen approached Tan Sol-yan and told her that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He assured her that the danger had been eliminated and now she could relax. Thanks to her efforts and ability to gather all the members of Cheongmilgok, the situation was quickly resolved. The combined forces defeated the enemy without significant losses. She was sure that it was thanks to his strength and leadership that they were able to defeat the enemy so successfully. Without his support and determination, victory would have been impossible. Hanbek couldn't hold back his tears and apologized to his beloved. She tried to comfort him, saying that she knew he would definitely come and save her. For Mugen and Tan Sol-yan, this scene was touching and unusual, and they now watched with surprise as deep feelings and sincerity were revealed. Hanbek then apologized to Mugen for involving him in the problem, and admitted that he had previously been unable to deal with the conflict with the people from the 72nd Forest. But Mugen replied that sooner or later, someone had to deal with the gang, and asked him not to worry about it at all. Soon, Mugen said that the main thing now was to think about the fact that they would not be able to hide from the bandits, because behind these scoundrels stood the heavenly gate of demons. Mugen thought for a moment and asked his friend if the cruel ghouls he had fought in the village were actually dressed as bandits. He had no doubt. He was convinced that those guys were just minions of the heavenly gate of demons, carrying out their dark orders and spreading fear and chaos throughout the village. In addition, they specialized in such attacks and destruction of people, acting cold-bloodedly and methodically. Their cruelty knew no bounds. Hanbek agreed with Mugen and wondered why he hadn't figured it out before. Now he realized the seriousness of the situation and understood what lay ahead of them. Now they had to carefully consider their plan and target the enemy in order to deliver a precise and decisive blow. The enemy turned out to be stronger and more cunning than they had seemed. These guys were gradually becoming aggressive. First of all, they would deal with those who stood in their way. They had to be ready to face them. Hanbek said that if they tried to crawl out, he would end this threat with one move. He was no longer going to tolerate this insolence. Mugen warned that they would return anyway. He wanted his friend to be careful. He didn't want to lose him. The thought of possible loss was alarming. He believed that they should carefully prepare, gather information, strengthen their defenses, and work out a clear plan of action. And complete preparation would give them a chance. After that, Mugen instructed Tan Sol-yan, along with the members of Cheongmilgok, to check and organize the evacuation of the entire village. The heavenly gate of demons would attack again. Mugen apologized to Tan Sol-yan for the difficulties she had to go through because of him. He acknowledged that the situation had become complicated and thanked her for her understanding. Tan Sol-yan assured him that everything was fine, that all the members of Cheongmilgok were already in place and ready to act. Her calmness and confidence helped him calm down. Suddenly, Tan Sol-yan couldn't hold back, stepped closer, and kissed Mugen. He didn't expect this, and his eyes widened slightly. He froze, surprised by her actions. Realizing what she had done, she quickly turned away, her face reddening and her gaze lowered. Her heart was beating fast, and she muttered something under her breath. Then she told him to be careful and take care of himself. There was anxiety in her voice. Despite her embarrassment, She wanted him to know that she was worried about him. He replied that she needn't worry, that he had always taken care of himself and would not take unnecessary risks in the future. His calmness and confidence reassured her a little. When Tan Sol-yan and her people left, Hanbek watched them go and asked if they would arrive safely. Mugen replied that it was their job and they would manage. Hanbek understood that the enemy's goal was to capture the village and that they would return. He told Mugen that even in the past, he shared his affection for Jung Milgak with him, and despite everything, his tastes remained the same. Mugen nodded in agreement with his friend's words. Regardless of time and appearance, their essence had not changed. Mugen asked if the one who had previously burned with jealousy could now calm down because of the new girl. His friend confirmed that the situation had not changed and remained the same. By that time, the enemies had already approached their house. Mugen and Hanbok spent all this time reminiscing about the past and the moments that had brought them together. Xinqian came with the intention of capturing the old man Hanbyuk. His determination was evident, and he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal, despite all obstacles. He knew that one of their groups had gone missing before and considered it incompetent. Now he was sure that he would not make similar mistakes and would be careful. He told his assistants that this would be another easy prey. Confident of success, he had no doubt that they would be able to catch him without much difficulty. Soon, he gave the order to his men to begin the attack, expecting minimal resistance and a quick and successful mission for himself and all his warriors. They immediately surrounded Hanbek's house, carefully blocking all exits and leaving him no chance of escape. Their coordinated actions created an atmosphere of menace. However, none of the enemies suspected that Mugen was inside the house. At that moment, he had already used the power of thunder and lightning, instantly striking his opponents. Xinqiang could not understand what was happening, and this power of thunder and lightning seemed unimaginable and supernatural to him. He stood there in confusion. Then it dawned on Xinqiang that they knew about their arrival in advance. This realization made him understand that they were already waiting for them and had even carefully prepared for the attack. Then Mugen and Hanbok left the house. Mugen reminded his friend that he knew in advance about the arrival of the enemies and therefore asked his friend to prepare for their attack. Now Mugen immediately understood that Xinqiang was different from anyone he had met before. He sensed a special power in him that set him apart from the rest. He also knew that the warriors of Jomaregi were high-level masters. Their strength and skill made their opponents particularly dangerous, requiring maximum effort. The leader of these warriors was probably a man of the Mahjong class. He was a difficult opponent whose strength and experience made him dangerous and capable of inflicting serious damage. Hanbok suggested that his friend fight the enemies in the same way as 30 years ago. Mugen nodded in agreement, ready to repeat the old battle. Then, Mugen immediately used the wind blast and moonlight technique. These techniques merged into a single, swift burst, creating a dazzling attack. The warriors could not break through to Mugen. His technique created an impenetrable barrier of wind and light that reflected all attacks and kept enemies at a distance. Mugen took charge of the left flank of the battle and warned Hanbek so that he could focus on the other side and act in a coordinated manner as well. The warriors who came trembled with fear when Hanbek approached them. His imposing aura and determination terrified them, undermining their confidence. They didn't stand a chance of winning. Faced with Hanbek's power and skill, their strength quickly evaporated, and fear and despair completely paralyzed them. Mugen also performed very well, his skill and strength complementing Hanbek's actions to create an unbeatable duo. Together, they became a veritable wall. One of the warriors tried to show off, loudly proclaiming that he was an extraordinary guy and they couldn't defeat him. However, his words sounded more like an attempt to raise morale. The guys from Heaven's Gate were slow on the uptake, and so it was completely unclear to Mugen why they were participating in the resistance at all. He saw all their stupidity. He believed that they did not understand real combat and attacked their opponents as if blindly throwing themselves into the fire. Their actions were rash and chaotic. He was like an unshakable rock, steadfast and impenetrable. His power created a huge barrier around him that was impossible for enemies to break through. Xinqiang initially intended to neutralize Hanbyuk, the one with the sword, but then realized that the real threat to him was the one who wielded lightning. He watched as Mugen dealt with his enemies with his bare hand, and was amazed by his incredible strength and skill. This sight caused Xinqiang fear and anxiety. One of the warriors threatened to wound Mugen, declaring that he was ready to sacrifice himself and die only after striking him, and it would not be in vain. Mugen prepared for the attack, sensing that his opponent was very stubborn. He concentrated and prepared himself for a difficult fight, realizing that a serious test lay ahead. Suddenly, Mugen noticed a strange weapon in the enemy's hands and was very shocked. He did not expect to encounter such an unusual and dangerous tool. Without wasting a minute, The enemy rushed at Mugen with this strange weapon, ready to strike first. Mugen had to react immediately and dodge. For some reason, Sin Cheong unexpectedly approached the warrior from behind and struck him, saying thank you to the Sama clan and adding that white did not suit him. Mugen still could not understand what was happening and why Sin Cheong had turned against his own ally. This unexpected situation called the entire battle into question. Then Mugen shouted that using his warrior's life in this way was disgusting and a real betrayal. His voice reflected shock and indignation. Sin Cheong considered himself right and claimed that it was just a lucky coincidence. His confidence in his righteousness and justification of his actions only exacerbated the conflict. Mugen refused to listen to his nonsense any longer and immediately used his power. His lightning and thunder left no chance for further resistance. He was as invincible as ever, his strength surpassing all his opponents, and his self-confidence making him a veritable impenetrable wall against all enemies. The enemies fell one after another, unable to find the strength and courage to continue the fight. Their spirit was broken, and their hope completely disappeared in the face of their opponent's power. Sin Cheong could not understand who this incredibly strong warrior was. His power and skill surpassed anything he had seen before, causing him to be amazed. Lightning and thunder still shone around Mugen, as if nature itself supported his power. This energy was a shield and made him virtually invulnerable. While Sin Cheong was trying to comprehend what was happening, Mugen attacked again, not giving the enemy a second to breathe. His actions forced his opponents to retreat. When one of the enemies did manage to attack Mugen, he already had a shield that reliably protected him from blows. This barrier reflected all possible attacks. Sin Cheong was unable to accomplish anything, which made him angry. His attempts to defeat Mugen constantly failed, which only exacerbated his situation. Mugen remained calm and unperturbed despite the fury of his enemies. His confidence and composure only strengthened his position, making him even more invincible. Soon, Sin Cheong managed to get behind Mugen, but Mugen already knew his intention. He was ready to react instantly. Sin Cheong realized he had made a mistake. His attempt to catch Mugen off guard had failed, and he realized that his opponent was one step ahead and ready for anything. At that moment, Sin Cheong was struck by a lightning bolt directed by Mugen. This powerful and precise attack was instantaneous and left the enemy no chance to resist. Then Mugen reminded Sin Cheong of how he boasted about his reputation as the best mercenary. This reminder sounded like a rebuke of his excessive pride. Sin Cheong finally realized that Mugen was none other than the god of thunder. The realization of this truth shook him to the core and explained his incredible strength and power. By that time, Mugen was already growing tired of Sin Cheong's words and presence. His patience was gradually running out, and he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Mugen knew that if anyone found out that he was the god of thunder, none of his enemies would survive. Revealing the secret would mean certain death for everyone. After Mugen's words, Sin Cheong ordered all the soldiers to retreat. He understood that continuing the battle was pointless, and that the power of the god of thunder was too great. Hanbok himself did not understand why all the soldiers were suddenly running away from him. This unexpected panic and retreat caused him some confusion. Seeing the soldiers flee, Mugen said that it was a wise decision to run and save themselves, because the forces were clearly not on their side. Sin Cheong himself realized that he was facing the god of thunder, and felt the full power of his strength. This moment was a turning point for him. He realized who he was dealing with. Struck by Mugen's power, he desperately wanted at least one of his warriors to survive and be able to tell others about their encounter with this phenomenon. It was important to him. However, Mugen shouted that not a single scoundrel would leave alive. His voice sounded menacing and unyielding, promising merciless punishment to all who dared to come. Thunder and lightning struck all the enemies at once, crushing them with powerful and relentless force. This storm of the elements destroyed the resistance in an instant, along with the warriors themselves. Hanbok believed that Mugen had done an excellent job. His power and skill had completely overwhelmed the enemies, ensuring their victory. He respected his friend. Sin Cheong was unable to escape, and now Mugen approached him closely. His body loomed over his opponent, leaving no chance for escape or resistance. Mugen leaned over Sin Cheong and made it clear that he would spare no one and send each of them to the other world. His tone was cold and even ruthless. Sin Cheong still couldn't believe that the god of thunder was standing right in front of him. His mind couldn't accept this reality and was unable to comprehend the truth. And so his end came, sudden, inevitable, and final. The powers of the god of thunder proved too mighty, and Sin Cheong fell, a victim of fate. Hanbok was pleased with his friend, and respectfully noted that Mugen had single-handedly defeated all their enemies. He admired him, for not everyone is capable of such a feat. Then, Mugung immediately told him that they had to go. If they left right now, they would be able to reach Tung Sol-yan before she reached the border. Hanbek apologized and said he couldn't go with him. He expressed his regret and understood the importance of the journey, but he knew that his place was not with him now. Mugun immediately turned around and looked intently at Hanbyuk. His gaze was serious and penetrating, full of silent questions and incomprehension. He asked Hanbok directly, and without emotion, what exactly he meant. Mugen wanted to understand why he had suddenly refused and what was behind this decision. Hanbok replied that he would like to go with Mugun, but there was something he could not avoid. His voice was calm, but there was an inner heaviness to it. He had made his decision. Mugun nodded and said that if that was the case, then they would have to part ways here. Perhaps they would see each other again someday, if fate allowed it, of course. Hanbek wanted to say something, trying to explain himself, but Mugun did not let him speak. He said that he was not obliged to keep someone who was leaving out of fear of enemy. Then Mugun laughed when he heard Hanbek respond with dignity that he was not afraid. Hanbek said that Mugun had not changed at all since his previous life. Hanbek said that even though Mugun possessed the incredible power of the 72 Forest Gang, it was something else entirely. They possessed tremendous power. It would be a dangerous mistake to underestimate them. And if the three kings of the 72 Forest Gang gathered together, Mugun alone would not be able to deal with them all. Mugun replied that he knew this too. Although they were working to strengthen the power of Cholgun Muryong Chongruk, there were still a few high-level masters. Hanbyuk thought that Mugun missed the days when they fought side by side. In response, Mugun nodded, showing that he had no intention of leaving his friend here. Then, Hanbek said with determination that he would definitely defeat all the enemies. His voice was filled with confidence and fighting spirit, and he was ready to defend himself. When Mugun asked if Hanbek knew the location of the enemies, he replied that he had a rough idea of where they were. He was not entirely sure of the accuracy. Hanbok also reminded Mugun that even if he did not follow the teachings of Confucius, it was important to at least listen to his words. He wanted to convey something important. He said that if anyone dared to say that Gaianhui had been reborn, that person would suffer from the senility of an old man. Mugun reminded him that he had called him an old man. Mugun warned that if a messenger came from Nanchong, they would have serious problem, and he placed the responsibility for the mission on Hanbok. His friend calmed him down and promised that if he couldn't handle it himself, he would drag the enemy to the afterlife with him. He spoke calmly and decisively, because it was better to die together. Since Hanbyuk left on his quest, much has happened, and circumstances have changed. New threats have arisen, and the fates of both of them have begun to change rapidly. It was inevitable, and had to happen sooner or later. Now they can take the initiative and start acting to change the course of events. He no longer wanted clashes with the demons of the Heavenly Gate. Fatigue had done its job, and the desire to fight numerous battles had given way to the search for other ways. He decided that they would stand up and spread out to strike first, and destroy the enemy before it could gather. Everyone prepared for a merciless attack. When he came home, Tan Sol-yan ran out to meet him. Her eyes shone with joy, and her heart was filled with relief. His return was long awaited. When she ran up to him, her face was very confused. She didn't even know what to say or how to greet him after everything that had happened. He turned and smiled at her calmly and warmly. There was something peaceful in his gaze, as if he wanted to say that everything would be fine for them. Then he approached her and said he was back. Tan Sol-yan was still confused, but his presence calmed her. Now they felt joy. She hugged him tightly, as if afraid to let go. In this embrace, there was relief at his return, fear for the future, and hope that they would be happy. He responded to her embrace with a kiss that spoke more than words and expressed gratitude for the deep connection between them. The moment was filled with tenderness. This kiss marked the beginning of their story, which would include trials and victories, but most importantly, they would go through it together, supporting and protecting each other. Finally, they were able to spend time together, forgetting, at least for a moment, about battles and danger. At that moment, it was important for them to simply be close to each other. Now he had to go. He needed to make sure she got there safely, so he went in. And now he had to gather the strength of Chongal Murin. She was upset that he was leaving so soon. There was sadness in her eyes, and she wanted to spend more time with him, but his mission could not wait. Then he promised her that he would try to return as soon as possible. She understood everything and just nodded in response. Her gaze showed agreement and support. Mugen told her that the next enemy was the Heavenly Gate of Demons and the bandits of the Green Forest, and that it was now impossible to avoid conflict and struggle. Mugun informed Tan Sol-yan of the need to leave immediately. He understood that delay could lead to disaster. He wanted to fight as soon as possible. He apologized that, as soon as he confessed his love for her and his heart, he had to leave immediately. It was as if life itself was not giving them a chance. She replied that it was okay, and added that she understood that it was his duty. She knew that he was leaving not because of her, but because he believed it was the right thing to do. She said she could wait for him forever if he wanted her to, and he promised to return no matter what, and overcome everything that stood in his way. Soon, his father and brother Muok found themselves in Cholgon, on a high mountain shrouded in fog and wind. There, among the harsh rocks, they had to make a decision. He did not expect to end up here so quickly. This was only possible thanks to the use of the old Soken estate, hidden from prying eyes. And although the path he was following seemed right, he felt that he was far from perfect. His father knew the price that had been paid to achieve this result. In order for everything to work out, he had to inform the General Corps in a hurry. The bandits of the 72 forests were already a serious threat in themselves. But what was even more dangerous was that behind them lurked the heavenly gate of demons. His father understood that the coming struggle would not be easy. This struggle would require everything. But Mugen blamed himself for what had happened, believing that it was all because of his actions. But his father said that they had returned early and were dangerous. Mugen knew that their strength did not exceed that of the others. Muok suggested using every known tactic of destruction, leaving the enemy no chance of recovery. He proposed holding a meeting of the 72 forests before the attack by the bandits, organizing detachments, distributing roles, and capturing the approaches. He noted that this would preserve their numerical advantage and minimize losses. Control of the approaches and strikes would allow them to maintain the initiative. Mugen acknowledged that the idea was good, but impossible to implement. He said that Muren's warriors, having traveled a difficult path, would be forced to fight while exhausted. Secondly, while all the main forces were searching for the bandits, there was a high risk of a sudden attack on the temple. This endangered not only the temple, but also the people. He noted that this was a more important reason than the previous two. The third reason was much more significant. It concerned the very essence of their struggle and security. If they acted as Muok suggested, Mugen would have to report a complete defeat. Then they would need to immediately pacify the people and hide in the forest again. But to do so, they would first need to learn to suppress their palpable fear. They were afraid of their enemy, and to overcome this fear, they had to strike first. Mugen understood that only a decisive attack could break their fear. A total struggle against the dark power was the only way to open the heavenly gate of demons behind them. This required complete mobilization of strength and readiness. Muok understood that Mugen was right, and respected him for it. He recognized him as an outstanding leader, a man with a clear vision and the ability to make difficult decisions. Muok was upset, and then Mugen said that his tactics were good. He encouraged him, explaining that despite this, it was his strategy that would give them a chance of victory. Mugen thanked him for his help, and acknowledged that their chances of success had now increased. Mugen then noted that it was after hearing his plan that the idea had come to him. Muok had helped him in many ways after all. When his father approached, Mugen said that the basic concept of the strategy was complete, and that they could now move on to discussion. He ordered the warriors not to waste time, and to quickly gather all the leaders of Cholgan Muren. The time for action was coming, and they had to act quickly. Meanwhile, the three kings of the forest arrived to discuss the plan with their allies. Their presence gave the meeting special importance. Joining forces was the key to successfully fighting their enemies. The one who sat on the throne said that he had gathered them together for a reason. His words sounded serious. Behind them lay an important goal that required unity and action. He addressed the three kings of the forest with respect, emphasizing the importance of their unity and joint efforts. Chancel Takasin listened attentively, staring intently at his face. He understood the seriousness of the situation and realized that their fate depended on this meeting. He told them that Kuryongche had been destroyed. This news was a serious warning to everyone, and a sign of the danger posed by the enemy. He said that no one knew how Kuryongche had been killed, because he was a true master. One of the factions, Cholgon, was suspected of being behind the operation. He asked the three kings of the Green Forest if they were really not worried about this incident. The question sounded insistent, urging them to honestly admit their anxiety. They were clearly upset by these words. Their eyes reflected their anxiety and awareness of the depth of the threat. Despite their power and experience, the news shook them. One of the kings, feeling the weight of it all, said he wanted to do something important. His voice was calm but determined. He wanted to avenge their comrade. The one who had gathered them together said that the warriors of Cholgan Muryan had been receiving much praise lately. Most likely, they were the ones who had defeated Kuryonche's detachment. He ordered that all forces be gathered immediately to find every warrior and unite them into a single fist. The goal was to destroy the enemy, every last one of them. One of the kings addressed the assembled, and reported that rumors had recently spread that there were two great masters in Cholgan Muran. He grabbed him by the neck and expressed his bewilderment at his thoughts, emphasizing that there should be no desire to surrender. He despised him for being afraid. He asked if they knew why the Heavenly Gate of Demons had taken care of them. He expressed his will, and ordered that under no circumstances should Gwanghul Shinma's words be disobeyed. Then he ordered the two kings to immediately remove the traitor from there, as he was afraid and did not want to remain in his presence. He saw him as a weakling. Changzal Takasan stopped him by standing between them. He did not allow the traitor to be dealt with immediately, and expressed his desire for him to be released. He explained that if they crippled the traitor and each other now, it would only benefit the enemy. Therefore, he demanded that he be released, and not crippled. He acknowledged that he was right, and that before entering into a decisive battle, they could not relax and fight among themselves. Therefore, he let him go, knowing that his help would still be needed. But he warned that if he showed fear again, he would break his neck. His words were a harsh ultimatum, and an attempt to suppress doubt and impose discipline. He called on the kings and troops of the wild forests to unite and destroy Cholgan Muryong together, assuring them that he himself, Gwanghul Mun, would be on their side. Everyone bowed and confirmed their intention to carry out the order. Their humility and determination created a sense of unity. Everyone was ready to do whatever was necessary. After that, Changzal Takasan looked at him and calmly said that he would have to pay for the food that these bandits would eat all this time. But he really just wanted to know who had destroyed Kuryongche. Then Changzal Takasan, without hiding the truth, replied that it was Hanbok from Nanchang. He said that it was hard to believe that a man who had been in hiding for 30 years had destroyed Kuryongche alone. He was filled with doubt and amazement. He did not believe that Hanbok had acted alone. Doubt was evident in his every movement. It seemed too incredible that one man could defeat a master. In the end, he said that it did not really matter, because now there was a compelling reason to destroy the factions. There was now a motive for fighting. Changzal Tokusan suggested that he give the order to prepare a strong detachment, an elite group capable of capturing or destroying Hanbek immediately. He said he would send Gwanghul Chilpe, an experienced warrior and special operations agent. This man was to either capture Hanbek or destroy him. Chancel turned and warned that he had doubts about who the other had decided to send, but the decision always rests with the one who sends the warrior. But the other replied that it was better not to waste energy worrying about the Heavenly Gate, which had lost all its silver and its squad in attempts to catch the old man. He suggested not making a scene here, and simply going their separate ways for the sake of relations with the Heavenly Gates of Demons. Soon, a meeting of warriors took place. It became clear that a battle with the bandits of the 72 forests was inevitable. Mugen's father spoke of the need to gather the combined forces of Cholgan Muran. One of those present noted that the bandits of the 72 forests were far from simple bandits, but very strong opponents. He expressed his doubts. Mugen acknowledged that the enemies did indeed have more strength and skill than their warriors. He realized the seriousness of the situation and the need to think through a strategy. He noted that by looking at the situation from a different perspective, they would be able to crush entire mountains of bandits and enemies. All that was needed was to give them a chance to present their plan. It was precisely this new vision that could turn the tide of battle. Mugen called on Muok to continue. Now his brother had to explain the strategy in detail. Muok stood up, looked carefully at those gathered, and began. He announced that he would now explain the current situation to those present. Those gathered fell silent and concentrated. He prepared to present the facts and the plan of action. He reported that the No Krim Mountain Detachment would concentrate its forces in the village of No, located on Mount Tianmu near Hangzhou. This place would become a key point. They needed to mobilize the military forces of Zhejiang province, located in Hangzhou, from where it would be easy and quick to transfer to their ships. However, according to intelligence reports, the forces of the 72 detachment from Mount No Krim outnumbered them by about 50%. This drastically changed the calculation, and a direct attack became too risky. Reinforcements, cunning, and the use of cautious tactics were required. One of those present asked incredulously, "Is the difference in strength so great that even masters of the art of combat cannot change the situation?" Muok replied that among the masters they had been able to confirm were the battle king of Mount No Krim, Li Da Kung, one of the 3 kings. All of them were masters. Although they had not yet joined the village of No, according to confirmed reports, there had been significant movement on the part of the armed forces in Zhejiang. It became clear that these mountain bandits would definitely seize the moment and invade their headquarters when all military forces in Zhejiang were mobilized. Everything confirmed that their forces were half the size of the enemy's. The headquarters could be in danger if they transferred all the troops of Zhejiang province to the front. They faced a difficult dilemma. Muok stated that there would be no changes to their plans, and that they would continue to mobilize forces in Hangzhou as planned. One of those present stood up and demanded that the previous course be stopped, calling the transfer of all forces to Hangzhou a reckless and dangerous undertaking. Muok was surprised. Then Mugen intervened and told everyone to wait until Muok finished his speech. Muok continued, explaining that the enemy was trying to scare them away by exaggerating their strength in order to confuse them. He noted that the source of the information was questionable. The number of mountain bandits in the forest could not be as large as claimed. This gave hope and required a more thorough analysis of the situation. Mugen added that it was unlikely that all 72 no-crim detachments would be mobilized, so the chances of their armed forces outnumbering them were slim. He warned that the threat of an attack on their headquarters could not be ignored. In a battle with fully prepared bandits, they risked suffering losses. He emphasized the need to develop a strategy that would protect their headquarters and instill fear in the careless 72nd No-Crim unit. First and foremost, it was necessary to mobilize forces in Hangzhou before the enemy captured the city, and they needed to focus on increasing their military power. Mugen announced that they would begin the operation immediately after mobilizing the 72nd unit, and that preparations must be completed by that time. At that moment, Yun Hua was riding in a carriage with a coachman. The road was narrow, framed by old pine trees and fog. Suddenly, an obstacle crossed their path. The coachman pulled hard on the reins, stopped the horses, and, sitting in the stirrups, carefully examined the surrounding. Fresh tracks stretched across the ground. He told her that they were surrounded by mountain bandits, so they had to flee immediately. She was surprised by his words, not expecting this, and thought about it. Her heart beat faster when she realized that danger was indeed near. They got out of the carriage and hid on one of the mountains, hiding among the rocks and trees. Holding their breath, they watched the warriors, assessing their numbers. The coachman panicked and warned the young lady that if they were caught, it would lead to big problems and serious consequences for them. She asked the coachman if bandits always traveled in such large groups. The coachman tensed up and admitted that he didn't know, and that this was the first time he had seen such a large gathering. She also wondered about this, looking down at their organized movements. Something was strange about why simple bandits were acting like well-trained soldiers. She felt that everything that was happening was abnormal. The bandits, moving in unison like an army unit, caused her great anxiety. Yun Hua took out a bag of coins and handed it to the coachman, thanking him. She said decisively that their paths would diverge here, and she would go on alone. She quickly realized that now was not the time for leisurely walks or observations from the sideline. The situation demanded action. Hanbok quickly made his way through the thicket, looking around. He knew that Jin Yu Ra was somewhere nearby, but the fact that she lived in such a remote place angered him. Suddenly, Hanbyuk stopped. He heard the sharp clang of swords, then the smell of blood hit his nose. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, pushing through the bushes and thickets. Hanbek rushed forward, his heart pounding loudly and rapidly in his chest. With each passing second, his fear grew. Not for himself, but for the possibility that he might be too late. However, when he finally reached his destination, the scene before his eyes was completely different from what he had expected. She stood among the warriors she had defeated. Seeing that the danger had passed, Hanbok finally allowed himself to catch his breath. She looked at him and asked why he was so upset. At first, she thought he had come back to confess his feelings to her, as he had done before. But instead, he explained that his life had changed, and he was now married. He said he had come to tell her that people living in seclusion like them were now being targeted. He thought he was very late. The warriors sent by the great group from the heavenly god Mamun had also come to him. These warriors had appeared, and their appearance was an ominous warning. She asked a question, wanting to understand whether these enemies had truly been reborn and returned. He replied that these soul killers had been operating secretly, had returned, and were once again expanding their influence, but that she had nothing to worry about. His words were meant to reassure her. She tried to understand whether he had managed to mobilize the 9 factions. This was important for strengthening and preparing for the trials, but he wanted to say something else. He happily announced that Guanghui, or Mugung as he was called in his previous life, had returned. She thought that the poor guy had gone mad. His words seemed too incredible and strange to her, as if he had lost touch with reality. It angered him that she treated his words with disbelief. He felt that his sincerity was being ignored, and this irritated him. He said that it would be better for her to go with him, and she agreed, realizing that they would now be under constant attack. She decided to accept his offer. Together, they set off, knowing that many trials awaited them ahead. They were united by a common desire to survive and face danger. She was surprised by Guanghui's return, but if it was really true, everything could change. They headed for Yangcholgon and then Huangli. Yura knew that then these people from their past would reunite. This meant that the threat could be revived, and they would face trials. In Huangzhou, Mugung and his father trained intensively every day to become even stronger. They also prepared their warriors for battle. His father believed that it was good to conduct joint training from time to time. He believed that such practice helped strengthen their bond and improve their skills. At that moment, Muok ran up and brought new information that could change the situation. It was information from the secret house in the heaven. Mugung thanked him. Then he opened the letter and began to read it carefully. Every word caught his attention, because this message could contain important information. The letter said that the main forces of the No-Krim mountain bandits had arrived in the village of No. As expected, the rest of the enemies had infiltrated the entire province of Zhejiang. Everything was happening as they had predicted. The time had come for them to take action, and it was their turn to move forward to resist. He ordered the military to proceed slowly but surely, according to the chosen strategy. This meant that their plans were developing according to plan. Muok was worried that 4 of their warriors had not yet arrived. This caused him anxiety and concern for the safety of the group, as their absence could weaken them. Mugun reassured him that everything was fine, and that the warriors would arrive at the right moment. However, Muok was worried that there would not be enough time to explain everything. Mugen said that these people were the ones who would understand his intentions and read the situation. He believed that they would be able to quickly grasp the essence and act correctly. He knew that the 4 external warriors were fighters who had made a name for themselves in this world. Their strength and experience were important to the cause, and they would play a key role. Now one of the warriors came to Master No-Krim. His appearance was important. He reported that the Zhejiang armed forces in Hangzhou were leaving. With the exception of the Biokgom clan and the Cheonyang clan, all the fighting forces of Zhejiang province had left Hangzhou. This meant serious changes in the deployment of troops. The Pekakgom clan also boarded a cargo ship leaving Hangzhou. He said excitedly that it was amazing and that they were waist-deep in water and ran away when they encountered enemy armed forces. He was glad that even high-level martial arts masters, such as the Pekagam clan, had retreated. Now the remaining forces were insignificant and humble trash. He wanted this news to be conveyed to the Allies and was confident that they would destroy all remaining enemies. His faith in the strength of the Allies was unshakable. Soon, everyone gathered at the battle site. The Allies and warriors prepared for the decisive clash, feeling the tension and readiness for the upcoming battle. Mugen also remained calm, for everything was happening exactly as he had predicted. His confidence in the plan and the events unfolding helped him. The master of Mount No-Krim believed that all the enemies had fled as soon as they saw them, and that few remained. He was sure that they were cowards, incapable of resistance. Kangmu believed that they should not fight at all and waste their strength. He was sure that the enemy was too weak, so he preferred to conserve resources. The master replied that even in such conditions, the enemies were using their brains. He did not expect them to overcome their numerical disadvantage in such a narrow area. He believed that their strategy was still useless against their superior force. He was confident that the time had come to finish off the enemies once and for all. To his comrade, something seemed very questionable, but he could not understand exactly what his concern was. He had no logical basis for it. Ma Yongsang thought it was reckless to act this way. He did not believe that their opponents were so stupid and thought that they were hiding something. He thought that he was slightly alarmed and exaggerating the abilities of these rats. Although they did arouse suspicion, he was sure that everything was fine. If he was still so alarmed, she suggested that he just stand and watch. He was sure that they would easily deal with these fools. Ma Yongsang expressed the idea that if this was the battle that King No-Grim wanted, the consequences would be far-reaching. For him, it was not just a fight. Then he shouted loudly that the time had come, and it was time to start the battle. His voice sounded decisive and impressive, like a signal to action. He considered these opponents insignificant, merely empty obstacles that could be easily and ruthlessly destroyed. Mugen and his men quickly realized that the enemy had launched an attack. It was not unexpected, but it still brought tension to their ranks. Mugen himself felt relief and joy. Finally, it was all beginning. The moment he had been preparing for so long had become a reality. His plan was beginning to take shape. He believed that he was the only one destined to emerge victorious from this battle. In his opinion, everything that was happening was leading to an inevitable outcome. The warriors on the opposing side were full of rage. Their faces and movements expressed hatred and malice. They had no intention of retreating and pressed forward. Magun's warriors rapidly closed the distance, faster than expected. This caused surprise among the warriors watching their advance. The enemies were unable to advance, finding themselves stopped by the dense ranks of Maguna's warriors. Their onslaught was met with steadfastness and coordinated defense. The enemy warriors themselves were confident that they would be victorious. They believed in their strength and training. However, despite their onslaught, they were unable to break through the formation. As a result, the Maguna warriors counterattacked, descending upon the enemy from above with unexpected force. This maneuver proved decisive. The enemies did not expect it. At that moment, they realized it was a carefully planned ambush. Everything that had happened before was only part of the trap. Panic seized them. The master's assistant suddenly appeared and delivered the news. He reported that Qian's armed forces were hiding nearby and were preparing to ambush them. He also realized that this was only the beginning. After all, the Baek-ga clan had gathered their elite forces and were preparing to ambush them. Their actions were incomprehensible, but clearly reckless. He yelled at the Mugen warriors, accusing them of madness. He considered them arrogant upstarts who had already arrived, and everything that was happening seemed like a foolish move. He was no longer going to wait for the attack, and the decision was made. He would go himself, without delay. His warriors had to follow him. He shouted in rage, ordering them to wait for his arrival. His voice carried far. Let them stay where they are. Soon they will see for themselves what will happen to them. Nak Il-ban heard his cry, but did not pay any attention to it. He knew that he was short-sighted and foolish, deserving neither respect nor attention. Soon, Master Bak Sang-kung began his attack. Without warning or hesitation, they moved forward. It was the beginning of a clash that could no longer be avoided. He wished death upon all his enemies, and therefore decided to attack. Confident that the death of his opponents would eliminate the threat and restore control, he was enraged. His motives were revenge and fear of losing influence, and they determined his action. They did not understand him or why he was behaving this way. Then Mugen appeared. He looked closely, trying to understand his true intention. Without saying a word, Mugen asked where he was going. He declared that he was the only one they would have to face. These words were spoken with confidence, as if he knew the outcome of the coming battle in advance. Magun's warriors watched them and saw that they behaved like savages, destroying everything in their path, sparing nothing alive. Their fury was blind. They followed their commanders like blind executors of someone else's will. Among them, a young gentleman stood out, whose presence gave them confidence. The enemies were angry at the commander of the opposing side, blaming him. Their fury grew with every passing minute. Everything happened exactly as Muok had predicted. What King Mountain Nokrim had said turned out to be true. Chechen was completely empty. The warriors of Mugen did not want to miss such an opportunity, and wanted to destroy everyone. Their cries were filled with determination and fury. They did not want to lose. They could not retreat because they were obliged to protect the people. This created additional pressure, but strengthened their determination to stand to the end. Both sides fought fiercely, each showing unyielding will. Each sought to destroy the other. The enmity turned the battle into a fight to the death. Fury, fear, and despair went hand in hand with the determination to win at any cost. Of course, the Mugen warriors proved to be more successful in battle. Their discipline, determination, and coordinated actions gave them an advantage over their opponents. They were true masters of their craft, and their skills and experience allowed them to easily overcome the resistance of their enemies. Every movement was precise. One of the warriors asked Yang Chol-gon how he was feeling and if he was okay. Yang Chol-gon replied that he was fine, but admitted that he did not know who this warrior was, and asked about his identity. They had not yet had a chance to meet. Huang Rei also asked if it was true that the fools from Nogrim had rebelled. Hanbok suspected that the heavenly god Mamoon was behind it all. Yu-Ra reminded them that they needed to hurry, emphasizing that they needed to deal with the fools from Mount Nogrim as soon as possible. She insisted on urgent action. She decided to go into battle herself and asked them to take care of the others. Yu-Ra took responsibility for the battle, entrusting the protection of the remaining comrades to them. Yang Chol-gon bowed in respect, demonstrating his loyalty and respect for his elders. He asked their names, wanting to know who they were. She replied that they were the four heavenly waves. This name symbolized their strength and unity, emphasizing the importance and special role of the group. Then he realized that he was facing not ordinary fighters, but those to whom the righteous forces had sent their power. This realization inspired deep respect in him. From the moment the great people of Garno began to fight alongside them, everything changed. And Yanhua understood well that this battle would be decisive. Her presence also helped. because she knew well what and for whom it was worth fighting. Yun Hua was ready to protect all innocent people, even at the cost of her own life. Her eyes burned with determination, and her heart was filled with a tremendous belief in justice. They all knew that they would defeat evil. It was not just belief, it was an inner conviction born of battles, trials, and mutual support. Master Pacang asked Mugen if he was a member of the Betrayal clan. Mugen said that he was not talking about trash, so he could speak about it without fear or concern. His words called for respect and reverence for that clan. After these words, Mugen immediately launched his attack without wasting a second. His actions were swift and demonstrated his readiness to act without delay. The other also believed in his strength and rushed into the attack without hesitation, relying on his skills. Both fighters rushed into battle with complete confidence in victory. Pacang shouted that he would finally die by his hands. His voice was filled with rage and reflected all the tension and seriousness of the battle between them. But Mugen was not so simple. He met the challenge with courage and skill, not allowing his enemy to win easily. Their struggle was intense. At the same time, Mugen carefully analyzed his opponent, assessing his strengths and weaknesses. He was too impressive for a simple bandit. He continued his attack without slowing down or easing the pressure on his opponent. His attacks were persistent and well coordinated, showing his determination. He even laughed at Mugen, asking where all his strength had gone. His mockery was an attempt to break his opponent's spirit and show his superiority in the fight. The enemy's assistant suddenly jumped on Mugen from behind and shouted that he wanted to help King Nokrim. His attack was swift and very unexpected, but Mugen's father managed to intervene in time and stopped the attacker. His speed saved his son from the unexpected attack and gave them a chance to continue the fight. After Mugen's father intervened, 2 more warriors followed him, ready to come to his aid. Their help was very important support for him. Mugen was sincerely grateful to them all for their support. Their help gave him strength and confidence that together they could overcome any difficulty. Pacang asked him how he dared to behave so arrogant, looking him straight in the face. His words showed irritation and anger. He was told that they were 12 beasts of the king of Nokrim, lowly creatures. They believed that they did not even deserve to be called human beings. Such contempt expressed the extreme degree of hatred, alienation, and disregard for the enemy. The enemy said that Mugen had brought too many subordinates with him and laughed at it, considering it unnecessary. His mockery was an attempt to show superiority. Mugen calmly replied that he was just afraid and warned that soon this place would become their graveyard. His words sounded confident and even threatening, but the enemy replied that Mugen was just a mere brat, hinting at his inexperience and weakness. These words were a mockery and an attempt to humiliate him. He shouted that Mugen must learn to respect his elders. He declared that he would teach him to respect his elders and show him who was really in charge here. Mugen realized that his opponent was not weak and sensed danger, for his last attack had been powerful and devastating, forcing him to be on guard. The enemy thought that Mugen really believed he could repel his attack simply by using this insignificant shield. Disbelief and contempt were written all over his face. Then there was a loud bang, and the enemy thought that Mugen had died, but it turned out to be just an illusion. The fight was not over yet, and the outcome remained unknown. Soon, Mugen was already rushing towards the enemy, ready to strike back. He humiliated Mugen, calling him petty, while at the same time acknowledging that he was quite impressive. Such strong contempt with a hint of surprise. And he promised to destroy him along with his shield. These words carried a clear threat, for the enemy intended to break not only Mugen, but also his defense. Then he noticed with surprise that Mugen had blocked his blow, while he himself could not move his axe. The defeat made him realize that Mugen was no ordinary opponent. He thought about how Mugen's energy was stronger than his own. This realization made him anxious, and forced him to rethink everything. He stopped bragging about his strength and belittling his opponent. Realizing Mugen's superiority, he became more reserved, understanding that the battle was not over yet. He couldn't believe what was happening. Everything was going completely differently than he had expected. His confidence was shattered, and reality was harsh. Mugen was finally able to wound him with his lightning and thunder technique. The powerful blow pierced his opponent, causing serious damage and demonstrating his full strength. The blow sent him flying backward, losing his balance and feeling the full force of Mugen's powerful strike. He wondered if this man could be the one who had destroyed the huge group of the Chansol clan. The thought of this caused him a mixture of surprise. One of the enemy warriors called out to his comrade, urging him to hurry and help. The two standing aside realized that if they did not intervene immediately, no Krim would be defeated. They realized the threat and knew they had to act quickly. They did not want to allow defeat, and at this stage, they were determined to remove all obstacles in the way of the heavenly god, Mamun. Mugun noticed that the enemies were sneaking up on them. He instantly realized the danger and prepared to defend himself, understanding that this was a surprise attack. He could already see the enemy jumping into the air and rapidly approaching. Mugun tensed, preparing to meet this sudden blow. Soon he was able to repel the enemy's attack. His reaction was quick, allowing him to maintain control of the battle and avoid serious damage. Mugen was glad that he was able to go on the offensive and use his strength. He was also glad that the heavenly god Mamun had finally begun to act. He also knew that, judging by the enemy's strength and valor, he seemed to be a master of martial arts of the highest level. When Pacang Kung thanked him, he replied that the fact was that he could not take care of his own business properly, and that he had to get involved. He promised to destroy these enemies, and then see how the other would take responsibility for what had happened, so that it would not happen again. There were 2 martial arts masters of the highest level here. Given their experience and skills, it was safe to assume that the task would be difficult. Mugen was well aware of the complexity of the challenge ahead. However, despite this, he was not going to back down. His will to win would not allow him to do so. Pacang Kung rushed at Mugen, filled with rage and madness. He threatened to take his opponent's head and give it to his comrade as a token of gratitude. But at that very moment, Mugen threw his shield at the attacker. Heavy and thrown with precision, it struck Pacang Kung's chest with a dull thud, knocking him off his feet. Mugen declared that this was enough, and that he had no time to waste on a weak opponent. He was confident of victory, and had no intention of lingering. The attacker was seriously wounded and could no longer speak, having completely lost his ability to fight. The situation was resolved, and further fighting was pointless. But soon, 2 more attacked Mugen. Despite his fatigue and injuries, he had no intention of giving up his position. The new threat demanded his full concentration. Immediately after the attack by the 2 new opponents, Mugen began to use his fighting technique. He did not give his enemies the slightest chance to get close. The 2 attacked immediately, wanting to capture Mugen and avenge their comrade. A warrior named Mad Blood suddenly launched an attack on Mugen. His movements were sharp and frenzied, full of rage and wild strength. Mugen was ready. However, in the midst of the attack, something suddenly stopped Mad Blood. His movements slowed down and then stopped altogether. He did not understand what had happened. It turned out that Mad Blood's attack was stopped by Hanbaek, who had come to Mugen's aid. His sudden appearance changed everything and interrupted the enemy's attack. Hanbaek turned around and said he had come to help. His confident voice and determined gaze gave Mugen strength, showing him that they were now together. Mugen was genuinely happy to see his friend. His face lit up with a smile because, with Hanbaek, he had new strength to continue the fight. Yura was worried that they might have arrived too late. She looked around carefully, assessing the situation and trying to evaluate the circumstances. 2 more of their comrades apologized for being late, as they had been delayed by other obstacles along the way. Despite the delay, their arrival was important, but Mugen immediately reassured his comrade, saying that they had arrived just in time. His words eased the tension and gave confidence to everyone there. The enemies were angry and irritated that the reinforcements had arrived in time. Their plan had suddenly been thwarted, and now they had to face stronger resistance. They knew that the 4 heavenly waves were strong and experienced warriors capable of changing the course of any battle. Their reputation inspired fear and respect. The 2 friends were surprised to see Mugen. They thought Hanbaek was out of his mind when he said that Guanghui was alive. Their doubts were replaced by unexpected relief. After meeting Mugen, they finally believed that Hanbaek was telling the truth. Their doubts were dispelled, and now they were sure that Guanghui was alive. Mugen told one of them that he understood how difficult it would be to believe this, but he was also sure that he would come and help at the right moment. Hanbaek laughed and said that he had warned them and told the truth. His loyalty was so strong that he was ready to force them all to come, even by force, to support the fight and help Mugen. They were angry at Hanbaek's words, blaming him for the enemies attacking them. They accused him of searching everywhere for them and bringing them to them. Hanbaek justified himself by saying that it didn't matter now, because the 4 great clans had come together again. He emphasized that the main thing now was to unite. Mugen's father knew that these people were the very ones who had fought the devil himself alongside the god of thunder in the past. Their strength and experience were legendary to all. He couldn't understand how, for heaven's sake, people who hadn't been seen in Murim for decades had suddenly reappeared, and all together at that. Maguna was lost in memories of the past for a moment. The memories made him feel nostalgic, warm, pleasant, and a little sad at the same time. However, he quickly realized that the guys were still the same as before. Despite the passage of time and changes, Their spirit, strength, and loyalty had not changed. He was happy to be with them again. This feeling of unity and support gave him strength, reminding him that together, they could overcome any difficulties. The enemies still could not accept the truth that the four great clans had reunited. It came as a shock and a serious threat to them. Mad Blood was confident that if he fought Muguo one-on-one, he would surely defeat him. His belief in his own strength and determination was so strong. He ordered his comrades to delay the four heavenly clans so that he could fight Mugu one-on-one. That way, he would prove his superiority. So he decided to go to Mugu and fight him face to face. Mad Blood was confident in his strength and wanted to prove it in that battle. Yu-Ra understood that Mad Blood's techniques remained the same as before. His style had not changed. Mugen said that if they detained the others, he would handle it. He and Hanbyuk were to detain Mad Blood. One of the enemy warriors rushed forward with wild fury, shouting all sorts of malicious words. Despite the fact that the four heavenly warriors stood before him, he did not hesitate. He shouted that even if they were legends, to him they were just old, past their prime fighters. The warrior threatened to destroy them, and was full of rage and madness. Yu-Ra was outraged when she heard the shouting. His insolent words hurt her pride, and that of her comrades. The others were not going to listen to this nonsense either. They clenched their fists and were ready to put an end to all these provocations once and for all. Yu-Ra instantly went on the attack, her movements sharp and precise. Following her, her comrades also began their attack. They were outraged that they had been called old men. Mugun noticed that his comrades were embarrassed about their aid. He understood that such words had hurt them, even though they tried not to show it. Mad Blood was preparing to attack Mugun. His body tensed and his breathing quickened. He concentrated, intending to put all his strength into the first blow. Mugun warned Hanbok that Mad Blood should not be underestimated. This opponent was dangerous, cruel, and unpredictable. His strength was impressive, but Hanbek replied that as long as they were together, no one could defeat them. His words expressed his belief in the power of camaraderie, and that unity was stronger than any threat. At that moment, the enemy launched his attack. Mad Blood lunged forward at breakneck speed. His blow was powerful. Mugun and Hanbek instantly took up their fighting positions. Hanbek immediately parried the enemy's blow. His movements were precise and blocked Mad Blood's powerful lunge, thanks to his quick reflexes and experience. Then, Mugen instantly went on the counterattack. His movements were swift, and each blow was aimed at breaking the enemy's defense. Mugen understood that most of Mad Blood's chi had already been spent in the previous battle. He doubted that he would be able to use so much energy again. Despite his depleted chi, Mad Blood was extremely dissatisfied with the situation, and tried with all his might to withstand Mugen's blow. His resistance became fiercer. Mugen laughed sarcastically, and asked what had happened to his face, which had so confidently displayed his power just a moment ago. This made him doubt himself even more. Mad Blood remained silent, and continued to resist the pressure with all his might. Despite his fatigue, he did not give up, and stubbornly tried to maintain control. In the end, Mad Blood realized that Mugen was not weakening at all, but on the contrary, he was only getting stronger with every passing minute. By this point, Mugen had almost broken his enemy's resistance and spirit. Mad Blood gradually lost hope, feeling his will to fight slowly fading away. Suddenly, Mad Blood gathered his last strength and pushed Muguan away with a powerful thrust. This unexpected move gave him a little space and time. Mugan realized that he needed a little time to gather his chi and regain his strength. He decided not to rush and took a defensive position. Hanbek declared that he would delay the enemy and rushed forward. He intended to distract Mad Blood and give Mugen time to recover. When Hanbek attacked the enemy, he felt something unusual. It was a powerful energy emanating from Mad Blood. He realized that he was very good. At that moment, one of the warriors rushed to Mad Blood's aid. He rushed towards him, ready to support his comrade and fight back. It was Black Devil, Mad Blood's ally. He suddenly attacked Hanbok, seeking to support his friend and turn the tide of battle. The attack was unexpected. He managed to defend himself from the blow, but immediately realized that he was in a difficult position, even though he had managed to avoid serious injury. At that moment, Mugen jumped forward sharply, standing between him and his opponent. His movement was swift and decisive. He took the blow without hesitation. Mugen asked if he was okay. He nodded, breathing heavily, and with a strained smile replied that everything was fine. He had just lost his vigilance for a moment. He smiled briefly and praised his friend for his timely reaction. Then he added that he would take care of the rest himself, making it clear that he would take control of the situation. The enemy understood the truth, and that he was facing not just a warrior, but the reincarnation of the god of thunder himself. The power emanating from Mugen was undeniable. Mugen looked cold and calm, knowing full well that no one lived long after learning this, and he immediately made it clear to the enemy that he would die. All those who revealed his past identity faced the same fate. All the warriors of Mad Blood momentarily lost sight of what was happening. They stopped fighting, lost their rhythm, and one by one began to turn around. Something had changed, and they did not understand what was happening, but they felt that something beyond their comprehension was happening in this battle. Mad Blood struggled to contain Mugen's rapid onslaught, feeling the full force of his blows. He clearly understood that Mugen's level was beyond absolute. He was truly the reincarnation of the god of thunder, who had once destroyed the devil himself. He was well aware that Mugen was not just a warrior. He realized that his level was insufficient to oppose Mugen. Mugen's strength and skill surpassed anything he had ever encountered before. He focused on one thought, and that was to survive. Even if he didn't have enough strength to win, it was important to stay alive, so that he could later tell others what he had learned. Mugen told him that all endeavors involving the god Mamoon always end the same way. Those who encounter this power always choose to flee. At that moment, Hanbyuk quickly neutralized one of the enemy warriors. His actions were decisive and precise, which significantly weakened the enemy. Hanbyuk then threw the shield to Mugen, passing it to him with confidence. Mugen deftly jumped onto the shield that Hanbyuk had thrown to him. This moment was decisive, allowing him to use the shield as a support for further action. Using the shield as a support, he rapidly approached Mad Blood, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Each step brought him closer to his goal and to victory. He managed to catch up with Mad Blood and finish what he had started. Mugen's determination and skill left the enemy no chance, and the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. All the enemy warriors were frozen in horror and shock when their leader fell in battle at the hands of Mugen. No one expected such a swift outcome. They couldn't comprehend how this could have happened, because the legendary and ruthless Mad Blood had fallen at the hands of Mugen. It seemed impossible. At that very moment, while the shocked warriors were still reeling from the fall of Mad Blood, Yura appeared. She approached confidently and swiftly. As a result, it was Yura who delivered a powerful blow, and the enemy warrior fell at her hands. With a quick and precise movement, she put an end to his resistance. No one survived after learning who Mugen really was, and he warned them about it right away. He spared no one after they exposed him. Suddenly, Mugen was overcome by a sharp feeling of weakness, and his body betrayed him after intense overexertion. Everything around him seemed to slow down and spin. Hanbyuk came closer and asked if everything was okay. Mugen struggled to straighten up. He admitted that he still couldn't control his martial arts for long. When Yura saw Mugen for the first time after everything that had happened, she couldn't believe her eyes at first. She remembered Hanbyuk's words and thought he had gone mad. But now, seeing the form he had just used in battle, Yura no longer doubted that he had truly returned. It was the same martial art. They all thanked each other. After so many years, the meeting itself seemed impossible. But now they were together again, and happy. However, he also understood that he could not relax and forget about the battle. It was not over yet, despite the joy of the reunion and the support of his friends. Fortunately, Maguna's father and the other warriors were able to defeat the enemy. Their joint efforts and bravery turned the tide and strengthened their position. The 12th Division of Mount Nokrim was completely destroyed by them. The enemies could not withstand the onslaught and were crushed, losing all their warriors. Now they watched as the remaining enemies fled like the last cowards. Fear and despair overwhelmed them, and they had no courage left. Mugen told Hanbyuk that the enemies must be pursued. He understood that only decisive action would prevent them from recovering and avert a new threat. He called on everyone to come to the rescue and get rid of this band of bandits once and for all. Those gathered were concerned with one thing: ending the threat forever. Victory was approaching, and even desperate enemies could no longer stop the advance. Mugen acknowledged that thanks to the forces of Zhejiang, they had achieved results. Everyone supported Mugen and chanted his name. The air was filled with the energy of victory and mutual respect. Everyone felt that they were united by a common goal. Muok received important news from Mugen. A bird delivered a letter to him. The message contained details about the course of the battle and the state of the Allied forces. He confirmed that the letter had indeed come from Mugen. He carefully checked the details, after which there was no doubt that Mugen was the author of the letter. Muok said that it was an indisputable victory. The main forces of the 72nd Unit, located in the area of Mount Nokrim, had been defeated. The battle was not yet completely over. The 72nd Unit had been destroyed, but the forces that had penetrated into Zhejiang still posed a threat. He apologized to Muok for rejoicing too soon. It became clear to him that the enemy had not yet been broken, and that the celebration was premature. Despite this, he could not hide his joy. Deep down, he knew from the very beginning that they would win. His confidence in their strength and righteousness never left him. At that moment, the battle was still raging on the field. No matter how many enemies were destroyed, it seemed to the Mugen warriors that there was no end to them. The enemy was advancing. Behind them was a small village. The warriors understood that their steadfastness determined not only their own fate, but also that of the civilians left behind. They could not surrender. Even when their strength was leaving them, and the enemy was advancing with redoubled fury, the thought of surrender was unthinkable. Behind them stood their homes and families. Unexpectedly for them, Yun Hua appeared on the battlefield. Her arrival was like a light in the gathering darkness. In a serious voice, she asked if they needed help. The next minute, Enhwa rushed into the enemy ranks. With ease and precision, she dealt with the main forces of the enemy. Then she turned to the astonished warriors and asked if they were all right. She noted that Nokrim's attack had been fierce and brutal, causing them to endure considerable hardship. That was why they were so exhausted. Yun Hua decided to help restore justice by taking responsibility for rectifying the situation and supporting those who found themselves in a difficult position. The soldiers ran up to them and reported that reinforcements had arrived. This brought hope and new strength to continue the fight. The soldiers quickly organized themselves. The commander announced that the 72nd Unit had been defeated. He called on the soldiers to be brave and prepare for battle, instilling confidence in them. The enemy soldiers could not believe their ears after hearing this. They were shocked and stunned by the news that their main group had been destroyed. Overcome with fear, they dropped their swords and ran away. Panic seized them, and they retreated rapidly, unable to resist the enemy forces. Yun Hua watched their flight, feeling confident that she was right. As expected, they were just mountain bandits who ran away when threatened. As expected of Mugu, he knew how to win an impressive victory. His experience and wisdom inspired the warriors, helping them to act decisively and confidently. Now the military forces of Zhejiang would become widely known throughout Mirim. Their fame and achievements would inspire many, and their strength would serve as an example to all. Mugen's father and some of his warriors returned home safely. After long battles and trials, they finally found peace, bringing victory with them. News also came that thanks to the young Lord Muo, the capture of Nokrim had been successfully prevented. This news spread quickly, bringing joy. All of Nokrim's forces heading to Zhejiang for the invasion were successfully blocked. Their plans were disrupted, and the threat was repelled thanks to precise actions. Despite the successes achieved, the forces of Zhejiang are still unable to locate and destroy the remaining enemy forces. What has been done is not enough. As long as the sky god Mamoon still controls Nokrim, he can use the mountain bandits scattered throughout Mirim to raise a rebellion. They must be tracked down and destroyed, one by one. Tan Sol Yan suggested that the water bandits and the ocean group could also be used against them. Agents conducted surveillance. Mugen was surprised that Sol Yan was always one step ahead and knew what to do. Her insight and strategic thinking commanded respect. He was amazed by her wisdom and determination. He couldn't help but admit that her intelligence and strength of character made him feel weak in comparison to her. All he could do was fall in love with her, unable to stop his feeling. However, there was still one important task to complete, but it did not require immediate intervention, so Mugung decided to use this time to make up for all the time she had spent alone. At that moment, a letter delivered by a pigeon arrived at the Namgung house. The bird landed on the windowsill. The contents of the letter were very important. The head of the family learned that Magun's family and the forces of Zhejiang had ultimately won. However, they urgently needed the help of the 7 great families in their clash with the 72nd Division of the Nogrim Mountains. Without support, victory might not be possible. His daughter had heard and knew that Pak Mugun was a strong and determined warrior. However, she wanted to meet him in person. Her interest in Pak Mugun went beyond respect for his strength. It was important for her to see the real person. At the training ground of the Bet-Ga clan, the training of warriors was in full swing. Each of them worked hard, preparing for the upcoming trials. Mugen's friends helped the warriors become even more experienced. Now one of them was urging the fighters not to be held back by fear and doubt in order to unlock their potential. The warriors listened attentively to the master and followed all his instructions. They trained hard, following his advice to become stronger and more agile. Mugen thought that his friend Huang Lei should not underestimate his warrior, otherwise he would regret it. He himself had long known their capabilities. After all, Mugen himself had personally trained these warriors before. Thanks to his guidance, they had become strong and experienced. Now Huang Lei used the technique formation of 3 absolute destroyed souls. This powerful attack required maximum concentration and strength. Huang Lei himself was not weak either. His skill and strength made him a formidable warrior. But now, Nakyilban still managed to avoid his strongest blow. Then, Paik Sangun attacked Huang Lei, His swift lunge forced Huang Lei to react quickly and prepare to parry the powerful blow. Huang Lei himself realized that the young master had trained them well and that they possessed great skill. He realized that they had become serious opponents. Mugun's father said he couldn't believe they could stand up so well to one of the 4 heavenly warriors. Mugun was also surprised. Then his father asked Mugen if he thought these requirements were too high for them. He doubted whether they could withstand such a difficult struggle. But Mugen believed that if they wanted their clan to occupy a worthy place on the Marima mainland, they had no choice but to strive for a high level. His father agreed and said that the participation of the Zhejiang military forces in the meeting was a necessary step. Responses from the 9 factions and 7 great families had already been received. They wanted Zhejiang to participate in their meeting to resolve the incident in Nokrim. He also noted that the prestige of the Zhejiang army was growing. Wasn't that good news? Mugen had expected this turn of events, although he couldn't say he was happy about it. It might play into the hands of the united great factions. He remembered well from his past life how they had once done something similar, and now there was no guarantee that they wouldn't do it again. His father believed that these forces represented a faction that stood guard over Marima, and therefore deserved to be trusted. Mugen said that they would need strength to oppose Nokrim and the sky god Mamoon. Nokrim had been purged by the destruction of the village of Gui Ho, and it was believed that there were no threats left. However, Mugen was still anxious. He did not trust many people and felt that something was being hidden. Therefore, he decided to go to Uchan to make sure. Father wanted to send an escort with Mugen for safety, but Mugen objected. He did not want to cause trouble for the clan and believed that he should go alone. His father also believed that Mugen was an important person and that his safety was a priority. However, Mugen himself believed that excessive precautions were unnecessary. Mugen's warriors had a difficult time fighting Master Huang Lei. His technique was precise and lightning fast, the result of many years of training. Master Huang Lei was clearly ready to continue training, his eyes burning with excitement. However, Mugen stopped the session, saying that it was enough for today. He even allowed himself a joke and asked Master Huang Lei if he enjoyed fighting with children. There was no malice in his voice, only irony emphasizing the difference. Huang Lei replied that the students were indeed capable, and that he himself had not noticed how carried away he had become by the fight. Inspired by this, other masters began training. Hanbek was completely absorbed by his feelings for his beloved. He enjoyed the rare moments of peace and closeness. The decision to take him with him seemed unnecessary. Soon, Mugung became interested and asked Huang Lei if he was busy. When Mugung realized that Huang Lei was not busy, he suggested they go together. They had one common task that required immediate attention and resolution. They arrived in Tongling, Anhui province, hidden among hills and ancient buildings. The place seemed quiet and had a calm atmosphere. Muok informed Mugun that the meeting with the necessary people would take place in the largest tavern in this remote area. He knew exactly where they needed to go. Mugen had to deal with scoundrels. Since meeting with them was inevitable for many reasons, it was easier for them to cooperate than to resist. As they headed for Wu Chang, they could be sure that other guests, in quotation marks, would soon appear to watch them. Huang Lei asked if Mugen was referring to the Yangtze River waterway leak. If so, they essentially had nothing but a large number of people. They had already arrived and expressed their joy at meeting Mugen and the Baek-ga clan. He also added that it would be better to say that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mugen and Muok bowed and expressed their sincere apologies, showing respect and a desire for reconciliation despite the situation. He also bowed and acknowledged that now, having witnessed all the incidents that had occurred, he understood why Mugen had hidden his identity from everyone at the time. He then announced that since he had reserved a place at the tavern, it would be best for them to go first. He invited the assembled guests, expressing his respect on behalf of the Namgun clan. Huang Lei was very angry, and Mugen could clearly see it in his expression. His tense features and flashing eyes betrayed his inner irritation. He asked his friend to make his face look simpler, noting that even the members of the heavenly god Mamoon would run away in fear if they saw his current expression. However, he could not pretend, and deep down he understood perfectly well that those people had betrayed Mugen and caused his death in his past life. He thanked him, acknowledging that he appreciated his friend's anger. However, now they needed the power of the 7 great fires to achieve their goal. He also promised that he would take revenge on everyone. Then Huang Lei realized that Mugen was right. True revenge was not only about physical retribution, it required the power of wisdom and patience. Mugen knew that true revenge would not be bloody retribution, but rather the surpassing of the 7 great families by their clan and military forces. He knew that in order to carry out his plan, it was necessary to eliminate the selfish interests of the 7 great families and undermine their their economic mechanism. The young master stepped forward and greeted the warriors of the Baekga clan and Mugun. He introduced himself as Namgun Min, the young master of the Namgun clan. Before taking action, they had to establish cooperation with their opponents and make the most of their resources and influence for their own benefit. Mugun then officially introduced himself as Master Mugun of the Baekga clan. Huang Lei was furious at what was happening, but did not say a word. His silence hid the storm of emotions that were raging inside him. He was sickened by the pretense. Master Namgun Min spoke of Huang Lei, calling him the Nine Dragons' Fist. She expressed hope that they would be able to find common ground and come to an agreement. While Namgun Min was angry that Huang Lei did not recognize him, his sister said that he was considered one of the unsurpassed 4 heavenly winds. She asserted that it was natural for him to show his strength, emphasizing his power and influence. Then she said that her name was Namgung Hen, and that she was the daughter of the head of the clan. She asked him to lend them some of his strength so that they could safely reach Uchan, especially given her inexperience and clumsiness. Mugung agreed to accompany her, but he had previously thought that the daughter of the Namgung clan was a cowardly girl. But she turned out to be much braver than he could have imagined. Her brother became even more irritated and angry because of her words. His anger intensified because he could not accept that anyone would doubt him. Namgun Hen thought to herself that Mugun seemed not as simple as he appeared at first glance. Behind his calm exterior lay strength and wisdom. He seemed struck by her beauty. Namgung Hyun's appearance inevitably attracted attention, and even his usually reserved gaze could not hide his admiration. At that time, intelligence reported to the bandits that Baek Mugun and the Nine Dragons' Fist Huang Lei were heading for Uchan. They were able to intercept this important information. In addition, they learned information that could change the course of events. Something happened that no one expected, because they joined the Namgung clan. The gang leader said that even if their clan shrunk, the Jeongsal clan would still face serious difficulties, and it would be difficult to fight alone. He thought they could enlist the help of the 3 rulers of the Yangtze River from the Waterways League. The assistant thought it was an excellent plan. It foreshadowed a battle of revenge for the wrong. The idea sounded intriguing and dangerous. For those who thirsted for retribution, the plan seemed fair. Then the leader gave the order that they must obey and unquestioningly follow all instructions from their ally. He demanded immediate and coordinated action. Lady Namgung arranged a private meeting with Mugung, and he asked her why she needed it. He wanted to understand the girl's true intentions. She was embarrassed and lost her voice for a moment, not knowing what to say. The internal tension and this question made her feel vulnerable. He was silent, looking intently at her face, waiting for an answer. His gaze was serious, as if silently urging her to open up and share her thoughts. Then he said that if she had nothing to say, he would leave. Hearing this, she hurried to stop him, afraid of losing the opportunity to explain herself. She grabbed his sleeve and said she wanted to say something. She didn't want to miss the chance to express what she had been holding inside for so long. Lady Namgun opened up to Mugun and confessed her feeling, telling him that she loved him very much. Mugun was shocked and completely unexpected such a confession. He was overcome with a feeling of confusion and was not ready for such revelations. At that very moment, when Mugun was trying to comprehend Lady Namgung's confession, bandits suddenly attacked the residence. The bandits' goal was to distract the residence's guards with a quick and unexpected attack, so that they could then break in and destroy all the strong warriors. Among them were the Yangtze River Guard commander Huang Chi-su, a skilled and brave fighter, and the mountain warrior Nokrim, the wise Se Guang. The attackers looked at each other and were confused. There could be 2 clans inside, and they were unsure which one to destroy first. It was decided that the first target would be the young lord of the Baekga clan. His elimination would weaken the enemy's position. At that moment, Mugung said to Lady Namgung, assessing the situation, that everything was happening so quickly, and that he admitted he did not expect such words and was shocked. She confessed to herself and to him that she loved him. Her feelings arose at first sight, and she could not hide them. He sincerely did not understand how she could fall in love when they had only just met. To him, it seemed inexplicable, and even a little strange. She had long dreamed of meeting the man who was called the best in the world for his fighting skills, his good looks, his strength, and his talent. She repeated over and over that she loved him and couldn't stop herself. Her feelings were sincere. Most of all, she was afraid of being rejected by him. She wanted to hear from him that he liked her too. This desire burned inside her, giving her hope. She looked for hints in his every glance. He replied that he would not refuse the one who approached him first, of course, but he thought that she had some reason that she was hiding. This made him doubtful. He felt that there was something more behind her words. He couldn't accept the confession of a woman who he felt had hidden intention. It was difficult for him to trust her, and his inner voice was telling him something. She was genuinely surprised by his words. She didn't expect to hear such frankness and directness. She thought he was very smart and a true young master of his craft. His abilities and mind impressed her and commanded her respect and admiration. He was talked about as a hero of lust, who easily fell in love with many women. Rumors circulated that his feelings flared up quickly and often without depth. He was disappointed by what he saw in her eyes, which reflected an image of him as a hero of lust, a man who fell in love easily and often. She openly expressed her thoughts, emphasizing that her words were sincere. She did not think that her confession could be taken as a bad proposal. He became interested and asked her why she thought so. It was important for him to understand the reasons behind her words and the motivation behind this confession. She stated that if he married her, the Baek-ga clan would receive protection from the Namgun clan. The union between them could become a strong support for both clans. She noted that he wanted to increase the clan's strength and combat power, and that he had the martial arts skills to do so. She offered her help in this matter. He replied that trying to help him would not improve his plans, but only worsen the situation. He admitted that this was not something he usually said to anyone, but he felt the need to say it to her. Mugang never wanted anyone, including the Namgung clan, to interfere in their military affairs. It was important for him to maintain independence, and he said so. He asked her if she would be okay if she had to participate in political tricks. This emphasized the seriousness of the situation and the importance of her position. He asked her if her heart would change under the influence of the complex relationships between the clans. And weren't her feelings and her heart more important than the relationships between the clans? Suddenly, she demanded that he stop pretending that he didn't care about her. Her words were direct and emotional, reflecting her sincere feelings. The daughter of the Namgung clan emphasized that even though he was now at the top, she did not need his pity. Her words were firm and proud. However, deep down, she was falling more and more in love with him. Despite her pride and independence, she considered him a wonderful person. After that, he noticed that the bandits had begun their attack. The sudden danger interrupted their conversation, and he had to instantly switch to defense mode. He immediately rushed towards them, without a moment's hesitation. His reaction was instantaneous. He understood that there was a lot at stake, and there was no time to waste. He had already managed to neutralize the first attacker. His actions were quick and precise, which allowed him to stop the threat at the earliest stage of the attack. After that, he immediately asked if she was okay. His concern was evident in his tone and gaze, despite the tension between them. She replied that she was fine, but at the same time, she admired his strength. He explained that someone was trying to attack them, but she couldn't understand who it could be. For her, this threat remained a mystery, causing anxiety. He warned her that there was a high probability that enemies had infiltrated the building. In such a situation, she would have to follow him. Soon, one of the bandits began an attack, shouting Maguna's real name. Maguna was very surprised that his real name was mentioned in the midst of the attack. This caused him to react instantly, and he immediately began to act. The man shouted that he would make Maguna pay for everything today. His words were filled with rage, as if this day was to be a moment of retribution. Mugun realized that he had no sword, and his only weapon was his shield. This made him think about how to effectively resist the enemy. Hen Namgun, who was closely following the events, noticed this. The young warrior Beck was in a bad position. He had no sword. All she could do was find his sword. Realizing the importance of this, she immediately set out to search for it. Her desire to help made her act quickly. He noticed her intention and immediately warned her that it was unsafe there. He understood that searching for the sword could lead to a new threat. The enemy, annoyed that he had been distracted from the fight, retreated for a moment and asked with a dissatisfied look on his face where his opponent was looking. Magun immediately turned around and focused completely on the fight again. He quickly returned to the battle, not allowing himself to weaken for a second. Despite the intensity of the battle, Mugen was completely confident that his opponent would not be able to hurt him. He felt his superiority. Mugun considered his opponent's actions to be nothing more than pathetic magic. His opponent could not get close to him. Each of his steps and each of his attacks were blocked with remarkable precision. Mugen kept his distance. As a result, under the influence of Mugen's technique, the enemy could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground. His strength was gone, for the blows were precise and confident. But unexpectedly for Mugen, another enemy appeared from behind. His steps were quiet, and he crept up. Mugen did not have time to react immediately. Despite the sudden threat, Mugen still managed to dodge in time. His body reacted faster than his mind. His reflexes saved him at the last moment. Following this, a new warrior appeared, calling herself a fist fighter from the mountains of No Krim. She was going to defeat him with her own fists, but Mugen managed to react and instantly raised his hands to defend himself. He realized that he was in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Two martial arts masters, both on the same level as him, were fighting against him at once. Just in time, Lady Namgun appeared and brought him a sword. Her appearance was like the sun coming out during a storm. He was very surprised by Lady Namgun's unexpected help. Receiving the sword he so desperately needed, he felt relief and gratitude. He realized that, despite the danger, she had decided to help him anyway. Now he knew that the situation was under control, and told her not to worry. He knew that with the sword, everything would be resolved quickly. He felt that now he would be able to end the threat with a single blow and regain control. After all, he was strong. They decided to be cautious. Although it would not be difficult to defeat Namgun's swordsman, Mugen himself remained the main obstacle. To achieve their goal, they first had to get rid of him. However, the swordswoman suddenly rushed towards Mugen, exclaiming that he was just a novice. She attacked him without hesitation. Her actions were impulsive. Despite the sudden attack, Mugen managed to react. His movements were quick and precise, and he repelled the blows of both opponents almost simultaneously. The attackers were stunned. They couldn't understand where Mugen got such strength. Everything that was happening contradicted their expectation, and they didn't like it. Even Namgun Hyun, who was always confident in her judgments, was amazed. She watched Mugen with interest. Shocked by what she saw, Namgun Hyun quickly pulled herself together. She warned Mugen that everything that was happening was extremely dangerous. They began to attack again. They hoped to catch Mugen off guard. However, he seemed to have anticipated the attack and reacted instantly. The opponents felt their attempts at resistance becoming weaker and weaker. Each of their blows was met not only with powerful resistance, but also with a strange pressure. It was as if Mugu's own power was pulling them in, drawing them deeper and deeper, robbing them of their will to fight. Mugen understood that these people were like dung beetles getting in his way. Their constant resistance became nothing more than an annoying obstacle on his path to his goal. He decided to use another powerful technique. Realizing that the usual methods were not producing the desired result, and that his enemies continued to interfere, he concentrated. His opponents finally realized that Mugen possessed enormous power. They noted his abilities. They needed to gather all their strength together and attack. At that very moment, Mugen used the White Lightning Golden Ring technique. Powerful energy flared up around him, filling the space with blinding light. They tried to resist, but all their efforts were in vain. Mugwan's technique was too powerful, and each of their blows was met with an insurmountable barrier. Complete despair was reflected on the faces of his opponents. They felt their hope slipping away with each passing second, and their strength rapidly dwindling. Lady Namgun approached Mugen and asked what had just happened. She wanted to understand how he had been able to suppress the resistance of his enemies so easily. She was shocked that he had managed to neutralize them with a single blow. She did not expect him to be able to display such strength and withstand their attacks. She realized that Mugen was stronger than her father, brother, uncle, and all of them combined. She came closer and asked if he was okay. Her voice was very concerned after such powerful clashes. She wanted to make sure he was feeling well. He replied that he was just a little tired. According to him, he was too aggressive because he felt that she was watching him. She knew that there were still many enemies in the building, and this frightened her. However, Mugen asked her not to worry, assuring her that he would take care of everything. At the same time, Mugen noticed that his friend Huang Lei had already entered into battle with other enemies. Seeing how confidently he was fighting, he realized he was not alone. He was ready not only to confront his enemies, but also to completely destroy those who remained, wiping them out. Lady Namgun's mouth fell open in surprise when she saw Huang Lei's skill in battle. His confident and precise movements impressed her and showed his level of skill. Huang Lei realized that Mugen had already dealt with all the opponents. Then Mugen admitted that he had gone a little too far. Lady Namgun's father realized that these three swordsmen were much stronger than those they had faced before. He also thought that when Mugyun worked for the Sama family, he already knew that he was dealing with an outstanding person. This made him stay alert and not underestimate them. At the same time, he couldn't help but notice his daughter's affection for Mugen. It annoyed him, but he couldn't ignore the obvious affection his daughter had for Mugen. He had a very bad feeling about everything that was happening. He felt that the situation could get out of control and foresaw a serious problem. Soon, all the representatives of the Muram faction gathered at the Hubi clan's fortress. The atmosphere was tense, and they were thanked for traveling such a long distance. Everyone gathered here to discuss the necessary measures to counter the units of Mount Nokrim and the evil spread by the heavenly god Mamun. During the journey, representatives of Cholgon and the Namgun family were attacked by the Yangtze River Waterway League. The Yangtze League had become a servant of the heavenly god Mamun. It was actively working in his interest, but among those present, there was someone who found this situation ridiculous. Dang Qinyo believed that this information should be ignored. When he was traveling through Zhejiang, they simply looked at him and then suddenly attacked. He asked Mugu if he was the young man who had been appointed representative of the Zhejiang Union. He believed that Mugu looked down on him. Mugu replied that even though he was one of the 7 heavenly rangers, he was still disappointed in this representative. Hearing Mugu's words, he flew into a rage. His irritation and anger immediately manifested themselves, as he took the criticism as a challenge and a personal insult. He considered Mugu to be an arrogant boy, but Mugu replied that the Zhejiang Union had opposed Nokrim and the heavenly god Mamun more courageously than anyone else here. This was the reason why they gathered here, to assess the risks and take the necessary measures against those who pose a threat. Mugung added that age and youth should not be grounds for doubting the abilities and value of a representative. He emphasized that it is not only experience and age that are important, but also the determination, intelligence, and contribution of each participant to the common cause. He believed that it was not worth participating. The head of the Namgun clan said that those who attacked them were high-class swordsmen from the Nokrim Mountain League of Yangtze, and Mugun dealt with them all. Another representative stated that this meeting was held in response to a letter sent by the Baekga clan, which acted as a representative of the Union. Moreover, the young master of the Baekga clan deserved to be present at the meeting, as his experience and skills were of considerable value. He was angry and felt disgraced. He thought that if the situation continued in the same vein, Mugung would soon face the consequences of his actions. It was decided that the remnants of the Yangtze League and the Nokrim League would be attacked separately, led by the Namgun family. Now Muguang was telling his brother Muok about this. Muok questioned the distribution of forces for attacks on each area. Muguang wanted to focus his main efforts on an offensive against the central forces. It was established that the Nokrim League and the Yangtze Waterway League had a total of 17 powerful detachments. The areas were divided between them. The distribution of responsibility by area would avoid the concentration of enemy forces and maintain a strategic balance between the clans and the alliance. At the next meeting, they planned to discuss which group would take which area, so they still had time. Mugen asked if he would go with him. Muok replied that he was waiting for a letter from the secret house of heaven, so he would stay here. When Mugen was leaving, Lady Namgung tried again to say something to him and stopped him. She wanted to know if he was leaving for good, and received confirmation from him that he was indeed going to leave. He had to continue with his business. A little embarrassed, she asked if they could go to the Yellow Crane Tower together. Mugen replied that he was on his way there, and that it was on their way. He thought about how he had been here several times in his past life, but this time he had come with the purpose of finding and retrieving the hidden token of Dongdu's battlefield. He even liked the fact that he had come here not alone, but with such a girl. Muok had received important news that could not be delayed. The information was so serious that he understood it needed to be conveyed as soon as possible. Soon, Mugen and Lady Namgun were called out to. A ringing voice sounded behind them, interrupting their calm walk to the tower. They both turned around almost simultaneously. The man noticed that the daughter of the Namgung clan was walking with the young Master Beck, and noted with surprise that he had never seen them together before. He looked at Lady Namgung and said that she felt safe with Mugen, but he also knew that he could easily make her cry. However, Mugen immediately realized that this man was hiding his true identity. From his gestures and movements, Mugen recognized him as a warrior from the Sichuan faction, the very same faction with which he had previously had a conflict. Lady Namgun responded to the man by calling him rude, and stating that it was none of his business who she chose to walk with. She demanded that he apologize for insulting Mugen. Lady Namgun made it clear that such behavior was unacceptable. Mugen thought that, as expected of the daughter of the Namgung clan, she was confident. The man just smiled and said that Lady Namgung had fallen in love with the young master. She became angry, feeling that she was being mocked, and sharply expressed her dissatisfaction. However, Mugen approached her and attempted to calm her down. He thanked her for defending him, but he added that they would lose if they started quarreling and fighting. The man continued to tease them, noting that they looked good together and asking if their clans knew about it. He said that the lady who was supposed to be a gift to Guangdong had fallen in love with someone else. Then Mugen could no longer restrain himself and rushed to put the man in his place. Mugung quickly grabbed him by the neck, and the man didn't even have time to understand how it happened. Soon, he was lying on the ground, overwhelmed by the force and suddenness of Mugung's attack. Mugung shouted that the man had crossed the line. His voice was loud and authoritative, expressing indignation and dissatisfaction because such behavior was unacceptable. He said that people could say whatever they wanted about him, but not about the Namgun clan. He sternly warned the man not to get out of hand and not to speak out of turn. Those who were standing next to this man decided to act according to a pre-planned plan and seemed to be preparing to launch a surprise attack. They were angry because their friend had been wounded, Anger and rage were evident in their eyes and actions, and they were ready to do anything to take revenge. He realized that a fight was inevitable, and thought that his shield would be enough to protect him, but not Lady Namgung. Nevertheless, he believed in his strength, and was confident that he could protect her from danger. His opponents did not expect Mugen to be so strong. They could not escape his wrath. Mugen rushed into battle with determination and fury. Soon, another overconfident opponent rushed at Mugen, confident that he could defeat him. However, he underestimated the strength and experience of Mugen, who was ready to face any threat. In the end, he also had to pay for his overconfidence. His confidence turned into defeat when Mugen quickly subdued him. Very soon, all of them found themselves on the ground, deprived of strength and the ability to continue resisting. Their overconfidence turned into complete defeat. One of the defeated still shouted about how he dared to fight with the Sichuan faction. Mugen responded sharply and said that he was not worthy of a good reputation after insulting the girl. He added that he was not going to waste his time on him. Mugen believed that the Sichuan faction had changed and was no longer what it used to be. He couldn't believe that they had tried to attack them for no reason. He admitted that he had ruined her day a little, but at the same time, she said that she should thank him. He suggested that they go for a walk and chat quietly to take their minds off things. She admitted that they had told the truth about the political marriage between their clan and the Guangdong estate. She also admitted that her fate had long been sealed, even if the one they had chosen was not the one she really wanted. She quietly said that she felt like a flower that could not change anything. In fact, she just wanted to choose her own partner. She apologized to Master Beck, that is, Mugen, explaining that they had approached them to interrupt their conversation. With tears in her eyes, she said that it would be very good if he were her prince. He replied that he understood her words and feelings well, sharing her pain and longing. He said that he understood how difficult it was for her to live without being able to choose for herself, but he reminded her that it was still her responsibility to find her own happiness, despite the circumstance. Mugen added that if she really wanted to live her own life, she would have to give up the privileges of the Namgun clan. He said that if her feelings for him were sincere, he would respond in kind, and the promise was made simply, without unnecessary words. He thought about how he didn't have the best relationship with the Namgun clan, and didn't want to create new problems with them, but it was obvious that she loved him. He couldn't turn away from the unhappy girl, whose feelings were sincere and pure. If she was willing to give up the privileges of the clan, he could be with her. Suddenly, Muok ran up and apologized for interrupting. Mugen was a little surprised, and immediately asked what had happened, and why his brother had appeared like that. Muok handed Mugen a letter, and said that he had received important information, and believed that Mugen should read it himself. When Mugen read the letter, his face immediately changed, and became gloomy. He apologized to Lady Namgung, explaining that due to unexpected circumstances, he needed to leave urgently. Before leaving, he asked his brother Muok to look after her and make sure she was all right. After Mugen left, Lady Namgung met Muok, and they greeted each other, establishing their first contact. Mugen passed on the information to one of the representatives of the 7 families, and asked if this meant that enemy troops were heading for the Shaolin Temple belonging to Mirim. Mugen explained that to get to this temple, they would have to pass through the mountain and their camp on Lake Donjong. There, they would unite. The head of the Namgun clan believed that when they returned to their territory, they would lower their guard, and that would be the best moment to attack them. The one with whom Mugen had previously clashed spoke again, doubting the accuracy of the information, asking where he had gotten it and whether such data should be trusted. Mugen's face changed, and it was clear that he was overcome with intense anger. He explained that the information came from the Ho family. He expected that the forces of Nokrim and the Yangtze clan would take retaliatory measures after their meeting. Another expressed confidence in the information, emphasizing that it came from the Ho family, whom he trusted. A third said that even a child could see that both places needed to be attacked simultaneously. A third representative of the faction also said that they needed to be cautious and split into groups. Mugen also wanted to express his opinion. He said that the presence of pirates complicated the situation, and that the main reason why this battle could not be considered easy was the large number of swordmasters. He added that the heavenly god Mamun was behind all this, so they needed to be extremely cautious and not underestimate the enemy. He called on everyone to act together and suggested taking control of the lake first. One of the enemies thought mockingly that the guys from Namgun must have already become food for the fish in the Yangtze River. He also knew that if the Namgun clan caught their people and destroyed them, the heavenly god Mamun would turn his wrath on all of them. But when he heard that the warriors had been captured and destroyed, he instantly froze. He had 100 troops, and they had been destroyed. He couldn't understand how this was possible. Then even more grim news arrived that enemy ships were already moving towards them. They couldn't believe their ears. No one understood how the enemy forces had been able to cross the lake so quickly and quietly.